Saturday afternoon. I hope you guys are having a great weekend wherever you are. So let me just make sure all my technical things are working. Y'all already know the drill. It's always a challenge with YouTube. So I just gotta, you see, they always like have the worst thumbnails. Hold on, let me edit this video. I don't know why my streaming platform is having an issue, but I'm gonna upload and save everything properly. First, let me change the thumbnail because this is not the correct thumbnail. That's number 1. Number 2 is a completely different title. What's your value system? What's your value? Or why value matters. That's what we're gonna title it. I don't know why it does this. Like, I'm trying to figure out why values matter. This is the correct one. All right, and then I'm gonna save it. Let's save that. Then I'm gonna go back in and save some more. So let's do it properly. I really have no idea why my streaming system keeps doing this. I literally update it all the time and then it just shows the old streams. It's really weird. Maybe I need to give it time to catch up, or maybe I stream too quickly. That's what I'm thinking too. But in any case, the live stream is totally different. Yeah, you see, it'll automatically do that one by default for some weird reason. So that's okay though. I'm gonna figure it out, y'all. I'm gonna figure it out. Toggle on. Yes. Okay. So let me add some stuff to the description box before we start, and then I'll see comments as well. So that means I'm probably not even seeing the right comments either. Y'all, it's a challenge. I don't know what happened. Like, ever since recently, the streaming system has been weird. Like, in the beginning, it worked properly, and then all of a sudden, it just changed. So I don't know if I'm doing the wrong thing or if it's doing the wrong thing, but I'm gonna figure it out. And that way we won't have this issue, and I don't always have to like be like careful or trying to figure out like what's going on. I shouldn't have to do this all the time, right? It should automatically do it, but I don't know why it doesn't. Yeah, you see, like even right now, I'm trying to upload and save and it's not letting me. Okay, let's figure this out. Let me make sure. Yeah, you see, it's not even saving the... Hold on a second, y'all. Why values matter? Sorry, y'all. I'm just getting the titles. Here we go. Okay, let's see if it's gonna save now, because now I'm getting annoyed right now. Okay, changes are saved, but why is it not letting me save it? I don't want to leave. Okay, what is going on with this? It's not letting me save it. Okay, give me a few seconds, y'all. This is what happens when Romy goes on stream. Hold on a second. Why is this all the time? It's so... I'm getting so annoyed. Yeah, you see, it's not even letting me save it. Hold on, let me do it on my phone, because for some reason, it's not saving on YouTube. So let's check it out right now. Like, why is this not working? Hold on, let me go to my YouTube. Okay, I'm live. I can see that I'm live. Hey y'all, hey Rose Aesthetic. I'm actually, oh, thank you. You're able to be here today. Hey girl, I hope you're having a great day too, sis. Right now I'm really trying to like, let me edit the title. I'm like literally ranting or venting about this software that I'm using, because that's not the title that I wanted to have. And it's not letting me upload it on my YouTube, like on the desktop. So I'm going to do it right now. Why values matter. Here we go. Our title today is Why Values Matter. Here we go. And then I'm going to put some links in the description box. Let's do that, because I don't know why it's not doing that. So let me copy save. Just give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to do this right now. I have to make sure that is the proper stream. Yeah, it's this really weird thing. I don't know what's... It's just recently it's been doing this, y'all. It wasn't always like this before. Okay, here we go. Now I can finally save stuff. Okay. And then where's my Discord? I had a Discord link, but it's okay. We'll add it to the chat later. Okay, now everything is changed. So I guess I had to do it on my phone. Hi y'all, how y'all doing? I'm gonna try to add the comments now from this stream. always a problem with this one. We'll figure it out though. You know, every week is we gonna change. You know, we're not going to complain. We just going to keep doing what we're doing. So, yeah, I hope everyone's been having a great Saturday. So this week has been a bit chaotic for your girl. I say that every week, but this week for real. This week, I'm not lying, y'all. I'm not lying. This week took me out. I'm not going to lie. This week almost took me up out of here, y'all. That's how crazy this week was. Yeah, so I can explain to you guys what's been going on in my life. And then I have a surprise for you guys. No, I am not pregnant. So it's not that type of surprise. I don't want to see no dang on congratulations in the comment section. But yes, I do have a surprise for y'all. So just bear with me one moment. And y'all just, let me know what's going on in the chat, how you guys are doing. I'm just going to add this one thing into the description box, and then we're going to get started today. We got a lot to cover, so I really can't even waste time, but I just want to make sure that the stream is going the way that it's supposed to, and that I have all the links here. Okay, so I forgot what I was supposed to do, so maybe when I remember it, I'll add it to the description box. All right, y'all. So this week, the comment section. Thank you. That's what I was doing, y'all. That's what I was doing. Okay, comment section. That's what we were gonna do. So give me 1 second. Bear with me. Let me just add the correct comment section to this one. I'm gonna delete this, and if it doesn't work, because last stream the comment section also didn't work, so we'll see if it works this time. If not, it's okay. I'll just have to check on my phone for your comments and then answer that way. Yeah, streaming is really a learning curve, y'all. It's a super learning curve. I'm trying to get used to it, especially using these systems that I have, because I'm not using the YouTube Direct, so that's why it's a little muddled here. But you know, we gonna get by. We gonna do what we do. We always do. We always survive. We always do well. So I will see if this is gonna work. If not, like I said, I'll just have to check the comments. So okay, so this is the chat link. I'm gonna do it right now, and let's see if it works. All right, yeah, let me know what's going on this week. Any interesting things? Maybe you guys will put it in the comments, and we can chat about that for a little bit, and then I can start my announcement afterwards. Let me know anything interesting happening this week on your side, in the media. I know it's supposed to be the rapture. We still here. I don't know. Did the rapture happen? Maybe it did happen, and we're the left behinds. Maybe it did happen. Maybe we're the left behinds, and we need to get ourselves together. But in all seriousness, I remember I saw Rapture Talk. There was a lot of talk about the rapture, and people were online saying that it's coming. It was supposed to come on the 24th, 23rd, or the 24th. I don't remember, but we still here, y'all. We still here. And you know what's so crazy? It's I was saying that in the Discord yesterday. If you're part of the Discord, shout out to you. We had a conversation yesterday. Oh yeah, let me do a bit of a Discord thing. I'll make a Discord announcement. We had a conversation yesterday though about the rapture, and I will say this. I think that, I was actually really sad for people, because I think, in my opinion, if you're looking forward to leaving this earth that badly, then there's definitely something going on. And I think that the more that our economy keeps going the way that it does, we're going to see a lot of people going through a lot of struggles. So I did really feel bad for those people. A lot of people sent their kids away. One lady gave her kids to social services. It's very sad. And yeah, a lot of people are just, they're trying to give up on everything, and they're getting excited about leaving this life because it might be so bad, right? So, yeah, I just think that it's part of a larger conversation that we need to have about what's really happening out there for people, but yeah, it's very, very sad. But yeah, we still here, y'all. We still here. Rapture, I guess the rapture didn't hit us, y'all. It didn't hit us. So we are still here. We're still kicking, and we still gonna survive. We still gonna make things shake. So that's all we can do. Let me open up my YouTube on a different channel so I can see your comments. And then I'm gonna get to my announcement. So just bear with me one more minute. And sorry for starting late today. Usually I start a little earlier, but I had a really, 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 really tough week, y'all. It was very tough for your girl. Yeah, very tough. But yeah, we had like this, there was, you know, a strike. My job is going through job action right now. So I've been in the, you know, I've been pounding the pavement, y'all, pounding the pavement. It's been, you know, the picket lines, I've been on it. And that's why my case study was a bit delayed this week. I was supposed to actually post it on Wednesday because usually I work from home. So I have time to like edit like right after work. And then, you know, I can edit during my lunchtime and any downtime I have. But this week and the next few weeks, my case studies might be delayed. So just letting you guys know, my case studies may be delayed probably by, hopefully I can get them edited by Thursday, Friday. But it's, yeah, this week was really tough. And it's, yeah, I've been walking like 20,000 steps in like 4 hours, yo. 20,000 steps. The other day I did like 20,000 steps in 4 hours. I've been walking, picketing. Government's on strike, so you know we want fair wages, and that's what it is. So yeah, been picketing. You know, I put, y'all, I don't just talk about it, I am about it. I'm also a shop steward at my union. So you know, your girl does a lot of activities outside and trying to get equality, equity, you know, accessibility, all of that stuff. I'm all for that, and it's for a good cause. And yeah, like we have some low wages here, and a lot of people just want fair pay. So that's what we're fighting for. And yeah, so I've been picketing, y'all. I'm talking about picketing for real. Honk, you know, people honking us, like doing all that stuff. So it's been very, 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 very interesting. It's my first strike I've ever been involved in, and it's been very telling. Of course, you have some members of the public who don't understand, but for I guess a majority of people, they're very understanding, very great people. Everyone's just kind of, you know, trying to have the best, you know, like we work so hard. Everyone works so hard, and it's not just us. You got public servants, you have nurses are joining in, teachers are joining in, Canada Post, we gonna talk about that, they're joining in too. So it's like a collective movement, and it really made me realize how strong people are when they work together. It's all solidarity. So, you know, one person or one group going on strike is going to make a difference for so many other people. So yeah, that's what's been going on in my world. And so that's why everything was very late this week, as far as like with case studies and just getting them out. But I'm going to do my best. We're going to be on strike probably for, I don't even know. We're trying to not be on strike for that long. But realistically, it's probably going to be another 2 weeks, which means that there may be a delay in when I publish case studies, but just bear with me because I can't edit and film like how I used to do. I have to do it when I go home, and I was when I tell you they took me out, like walking for that long. My back was hurting, my hips were hurting. I was getting old. I'm getting old, y'all. Like my bones were doing things it normally doesn't do. Like I was, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, your girl needs to work out. So I realized when I was like walking and stuff, I was like, dang, I really need to start walking. I need to improve my steps. So it actually, the positive part about it is that I'm actually getting steps in, and I'm working out longer than just 20-30 minutes, because usually I do 20-30 minutes, maybe 45, and then I'm like, I'm out. But now it's like 4 hours of like active movement. It took me out this week, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I was flatlined, but now I'm back. I'm getting used to it. So this whole week and the week after, yeah, your sis is probably gonna be on strike. But anyways, let me read some comments, and then I'm gonna get to the special announcement. Devonda Pittman, you said exactly. Mental health and religious people are yup, they are. Yeah, S-word ideation. I think so too. And it's very sad. I hope that people get help. Rose Aesthetic, you said, I don't understand that, like, the kids can't go to heaven. Oh, it's because people believe that kids are pure. That's all. So kids are pure and that they haven't had time to really be evil like us adults. And I'm talking about just we're talking about religious stuff here, okay? So that's not what I believe in, to be quite honest with you. Like, I have varying beliefs. I have different beliefs. Let's just say that. But in all seriousness, people believe children are pure, so that's why they think kids would stay and they would leave. Hey, Akos, how are you? I hope I said it right. Or Akos, I hope I said it right. Hey, I think it's the lack of community and people feeling so alone and just want to go. I agree. And this is why I really want us to build a community, especially with everything going on. I'm really pushing for that because I realize how important it is to have community. Like, I love talking to you guys on the weekends. I love, like, you know, getting connected to outside too. I think there's a balance that needs to be there, and it's definitely, like, a lot of people are struggling mentally, physically. They're struggling and they don't know where to go. And I think it's because we talked about it a little bit last week, and I did want to do sis Devonda Pittman, you actually brought it up about parasocial relationships. I really wanted to talk about it today, but I'm going to reserve that for next week's live stream because I didn't even have time to research anything. Like, when I tell you this week, I was out. Like, I was lights out. Like, bye-bye. Like, flatlined. Like, I was gone. Rose Aesthetic said, I'm sorry about your job situation. Oh, thank you. It's, you know what it is? It's, it was going to happen. Like, before I started this job, they had a strike. And then when I got hired and then I moved back to Canada, they had a collective agreement already signed. But I guess inflation caught up to the percentage. So whatever percentage they got last collective agreement, it's not, just 2 years ago, y'all. It's definitely not worth it now. And so now we're asking for more, and our employer is broke. Our province is broke, y'all. Hold up. Our province is broke, like super broke. Like, it's all public news. It's not like I'm sharing information that's not public. Like, our province is broke. A lot of provinces are going through financial struggles. A lot of states in the U.S. too. Everyone is, you know what I mean? So it's just different. But what I will say is that they have the money. Let's just say that. They have it. Because we wouldn't go on strike if they didn't. They have it. They just don't want to give it to the workers. They rather spend it on other things. And I think that, you know, in order for your city to run properly, you need to have that kind of mindset, right? So, yeah, thinking of people and of the community and the people you serve, because then the people who are working, you got to think about it. The frontline workers and people who are working are the ones who are going to make the community better. And also, they're the ones who are the backbone of the whole structure, right? So if you're not giving them what they need, then it's going to be hard for them to serve. So it's like it's a continuation. But then again, you have people who don't understand that. And not everyone's meant to be a leader, y'all. I'm just being honest. We talked about that last night too. Like, not everybody's meant to be a leader. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Thank you, sis. You said proud of you for standing on business. I'm always standing on business, y'all. Always standing on business. Hey, Evanescence, how are you, sis? Yeah, Miss Brio said that's perfectly fine, Romy. Fight the power. There you go. Fight the power. Fight the cause. Always, always. Yeah, and yeah, it's just a little different. But you know what? In reality, it's always gonna be good. It's always gonna, like, it's painful because we have to be outside and we have to pick it. And you know, of course it's an option, but I'm deciding to do it. And then also we get, like, you know, there's different things, different factors. Like, Monday is gonna rain. I'm probably gonna be outside in the rain. The other day was really cold, but I just wore my jacket, just kept walking. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, sometimes when you're fighting against something that has been so, like, ingrained in society, especially like when it comes to job action and when it comes to unions and it comes to those type of things, like, people naturally, especially employers, sometimes they may not understand your situation because they're not in your shoes. And so this is why it's so important to practice empathy, because you have to come from a place where you may not be in that person's shoes, but you should be able to understand how it is. Like, just because for you life is comfortable doesn't mean that for other people it is. And I think that a lot of people lack that. And it clearly shows, to be quite honest with you. It clearly shows. And if they had to be in our shoes, I don't think that it would take this long to come to the table and have a negotiation. But it's because they live in a different, different space. And they don't understand that, right? Or they're not willing to understand it for whatever reason. Aiko said the selfishness of corporations will eventually cripple them because they need us but refuse part with their money. Yeah, there you go. And I think that that's a part of a bigger conversation is that, like it all comes down to what do you value? And that's why I named this live stream, What Do You Value? What do you value? What do you value? So it's like if you value money over people, then that's what's going to happen. You're going to have that kind of situation. But what are your core values? And core values matter. Like we all need to have core values because those are things that are going to affirm us in the long term. And always when you make decisions, anything that you do in life, your values should speak for it, right? There are some things that you should do that speak for it. And it's based on your values and your standards. So that's going to cause my segue to our surprise announcement. I've been on here for 21 minutes. Perfect timing. Welcome. So, all right. So I have a special announcement to make. Last year, so speaking of values, this is one of the value things that Dom has been working on and I've been working on too, but this is Dom's project. This was his baby. For the past year, I've kept it from you guys for a long time because it was something that Dom was doing and I was just like supporting him. And I also was doing my own thing, especially with what I'm doing with the channel and also different endeavors that I'm kind of embarking on. And a lot of you all I see all your comments, by the way, not all, but I see a lot of comments on my case studies, live streams, everything. And some people were asking me when I'm going to come out with merch. Well, the reason I haven't come out with merch is because I've been doing other things in the background. And so I want to make sure that my time is allotted to things that really matter to me and are of value, right? So one thing that I will say that is of value and something that Dom has been passionately working on for like a year is his new clothing brand. All right, so now let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into RedPearl. Now, you guys know my channel. I do not promote things. I've gotten so many emails from businesses and people who want me to promote things, but I don't do it. The reason why is because I'm very strategic about what I promote and what I stand for. And if I'm going to tell you to do something, then it has to be something that I align with. Now, about 2 years ago, Dom has been working on trying to start a business, and that's been for a long time. He's always been passionate about it, but he wants, like, his value system and core values align with mine as well. We didn't want to just start anything just to have, like, whatever. It was more so like, what is of value? What is something that we can actually give back? What is something that would actually benefit people? And it's not just like you getting something and then throwing it away in a few months. It's something that you can actually be proud of, right? And another thing is that another value system that we also aligned with is young professionals and people who want to build their confidence and feel empowered in their clothing. So a little bit of a background about Dom and I. Both of us, we don't come from rich families. We are very working class people. I come from a family of immigrants, and Dom, his parents are in Korea, but they are also working class people as well. And we didn't actually grow up being able to afford the finer things in life, right? So we had to work hard for everything that we have. And I remember when I was starting in the corporate world, my first job in corporate was like an insurance company. I would say when I was in my mid-20s, that was like my first real corporate job. All my other jobs were customer service, right? And I didn't have clothes, yo. I couldn't even afford the clothes. I remember I would go to Eaton Center. If you're in downtown Toronto, shout out to downtown Toronto. I would go to Eaton Center, and I remember there was this store called Jacob. It's closed down now. And I would go to Jacob, and I would only be able to afford stuff when it was on sale. And sometimes, like, I would go to, like, Banana Republic again, and it was things that I just didn't have. And most of the time, most of my clothes were either from Winners, which is like equivalent to Marshalls, or like other stores like that, but they wouldn't last. And so what would happen is that I would buy clothes all the time and they just wouldn't last, or I would wear the same clothes all the time, which is not a problem. Like, I don't mind rotating clothes, but I remember that I used to always feel bad because I couldn't afford the nicer clothes that all the other girlies were wearing, you know, in corporate, especially downtown Toronto. You wear nice heels, nice clothes, you know, you want to look good, right? But I just didn't have the money. And even though I had, like, I will say that I was confident still, like, in myself and my abilities, but sometimes it's like, you know, when you see others and you're just kind of thinking to yourself, like, okay, like, I obviously don't have that, but I still made it work, right? And so let's circle back to the company, RedPearl. The reason why RedPearl was created was because it's more of like accessible luxury. So when Dom and I were thinking about Dom is Dom the whole thing. I was just kind of there, just kind of like in the background, of course, as his wife. But when he was thinking about what this company should stand for, it should be equitable to everyone. And it should also be accessible to everyone, because as we know now, like, it is very hard to find really good quality clothes. And I think I complained about that in one of my vlogs, like, I think it's like a year ago when I was still vlogging. And I would complain about that because I would buy a lot of clothing that would just not last. And also, it wasn't sustainable. And then also another thing is it could be really bad for the environment too, right? Especially synthetic fibers, all of that good stuff. And also another thing is just being able to work and not having to feel like you have to look a certain way, or having to grab clothes from the closet all the time and trying to figure out how to rotate your clothes, right? And another element to it is feeling confident in your clothes and feeling confident in what you're wearing, no matter what the price point is, and no matter who you are, where you are in life. You should feel comfortable with what you're wearing and how you represent yourself on the outside, because that does matter, right? And how people perceive you. And so this is where this line comes from. So it's more about building your confidence and empowering you, and also using really good material, source material, cotton. So all of the clothes that I'm going to show you right now, because I'm about to unbox, I have a whole package here, and I'm going to show you guys the website, all of it, 100% cotton, y'all, 100% cotton. And then the cotton, like 2 of the shirts are Suprema cotton. So that's one of the top cottons. And the reason why is because one is very like, you can, how do you say it? It's elastic or like it's a stretchy, not spandex, but it's stretchy. And then 2, you can also wash it and rewash it multiple times, and it will last for years. Sustainable. And this is what I stand for, and that's what Dom stands for too. And so this is why I am going to be the ambassador of this brand. One, because it's his brand, it's my husband's brand, that's number one, it's our family legacy. But also in the future, once we do get to where we want to go, we want to make sure that we invest into community outreach, right? And more community things. As you guys know, Dom has a social worker background. I also have a background in social sciences, and we're all about people and just supporting the community, especially people who have children, single moms, supporting people who may not have the same background as we do. Like we said, like, you know, even though we grew up in 2-parent households, we weren't wealthy. We didn't have any of that stuff. Like, I had to work really hard to get to where I am, and so did Dom. So now that we've decided to like branch out and to get into a space where we feel like, okay, this is what our calling is, and this is what God wants us to do, especially me with my channel and where that's going, and the direction of the community that we have here, and then his direction as well, making things accessible and affordable for all. This is where we're headed now. So without further ado, I am going to open the box now. So this is the packaging, well prepared, that Dom prepared for me, by the way. And this is what you can expect when you get this package here, right? And I'm going to show you guys the website, and you guys are going to be so shocked, okay? So hold up. I got a lot to show y'all. So here, I'm going to show you guys the clothes too, don't worry. So here you have, this package is happy to see you too. And by the way, Don did all this on his own, y'all. All of this on his own. Maybe one day he'll share how he started his brand. And he'll share a little bit about all of his other, you know, the challenges that he had. Again, like I said, we ain't got money like that. So y'all gotta know, you had to hit, he got a lot of no's. Let's just say that. He got a lot of no's. And, it was a process. And I think, like, just seeing how everything turned out, I'm so proud of him. And I'm also proud of what we're doing, both of us. And proud of the fact that we're branching into the unknown, because his parents have never owned a business before. His parents are working class people. They are still working, even though they're supposed to retire, but you can only imagine, right? So he grew up in that kind of environment. My parents, they did own a business when I was younger, or they owned two, but one of them went down in the 2008 crisis, right? The financial crisis. So I went through a lot of hard times, y'all, financially. And I think even now, like y'all just heard, my job is under job action. Imagine, right? And I'm actually in a really good position, and I actually work for, like, I have a government job, and even my job is also on the line as well, right? And it's just showing, like, for us, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way too. It's like, as a person who grew up in a lot of recession, sorry, I'm trying to open this here. It's only because I don't have this other hand open. So when you grow up in that kind of, like, uncertainty, especially economically, and also just with everything going on in our world, we have to start thinking of things differently, and different things that we can contribute to the world. And for me, I have the gift of talking. I talk a lot. I've been like that since I was a kid. I'm very dramatic, and this is my gift. And, I have research, all that stuff. Like, I have a research background. I have a background in social issues that I love to discuss. And this is what I feel like I can contribute to the world, and my gift to the world. And Dom is really good at organizing. He's really good at managing. He's really good at, like, leading people. He's extremely good at that. And I believe that we have to start using our talents for our own good and our own purpose. And even if you end up, like, working for someone else or doing other things, it's just using your talents for good and for the betterment of the world that we live in, right? And I'm about to read your comments. Just one second. So I'm opening the box right now. This is what it looks like. It's hard to do it because my space here is so limited, but I'm going to try my best to open it. So give me 1 second, y'all. Bear with me. And then I'm going to show y'all the website. And then y'all are going to be so proud of your girl. Because I also am involved in that as well. So I'll show you guys something here. Hold on, let me open it. Give me 1 second, y'all. So you can see it's very secure, y'all, because it's taking me, I have to open all these things. But at least you ain't gonna get your box all messed up and mangled. So here, if you can see, the wrapping paper is so beautiful. Here you go. Nice little touch. And it says, thank you for supporting my small business. Here you go. And by the way, we're still working, y'all. So we do not plan on quitting our jobs, if anyone's going to ask that. We don't plan on doing that. But it's more so of just having that legacy, right? So, yeah. All right, I'm going to open some more. Oh, let me answer some questions while I'm doing this. The packaging is nice. Yes. Let me tell y'all. I'm going to tell y'all right now. Rose Aesthetic said, my job right now just doesn't want to hire more people, but they change the layout of the store every 3 business days and want to punish the manager for their action and choices. You see, and you know what? This is the thing that this happens all the time. And even in my line of work, like, there's so many management positions, and then, like, it's like, there's less people, like, they're not hiring, but then people are working extra just to fill in the positions that they're not hiring. And one thing that I'm really proud of, especially with Dom and I, is that when you have to realize, when you start a small business, anybody who's interested in starting a business, if you're not, it's okay, because it's going to still affect you in some way. Why? Because when you have business owners who actually care about things and have values, and they value you as a person, then it's going to be easier to work for that person. And not only that, but you want to be able to have business owners who actually care about the product, care about the packaging. Like, he worked so hard on this packaging, and why is because he cared about the little things. Even if we didn't have, like I said, we don't have X amount of income to invest in this, right? But and also, by the way, like, I don't want to say too much because that's his story to tell. But let's just say, like I said, like, we're 2 working class people. I'll just put it that way. And so there had to be some external things going on in order for this to come to life. And not only that, but like, you know, working for people who have a passion for what they're doing and who actually like want to, like, how can I say this? Like, when you work for people who have a passion for what they're doing, because I've worked under people who actually have a passion for what they're doing, it's such a different experience than people who are just chasing the money. And this is where you'll have, like, you know, the little touches that come through with it, instead of just like, oh, I'm not going to do it until I feel like, oh, I need money and blah, blah, blah. No, like, everyone matters. Whoever you are, you matter. And this packaging is a reflection of that. There you go. All gonna be packaged like this, y'all. And it's not just like, oh, because you're his wife you getting nope. It's all gonna be packaged like that. Y'all know I live here, so. And there's more. Here you go. You're also gonna get a letter embossed. Here you go. Embossed letter. Look at that. And then it says, this is a personal letter from Captain Dominic Bjorn, because it's RedPearl. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys where the name came from. Just give me 1 second. Okay, this is for me. To my worthy Romy. And then for you guys, you're going to get a different one. To my worthy whoever. Because your name is going to be there. So everyone's going to get a personalized letter. And it smells so good. Oh, it smells so good. And it says letter to me. So this is my letter. But you'll get your own letter, right? And the crazy thing is that... Hold on, let me open it. It's so pretty. I don't even want to open it. And then here's the back. RedPearl Beyond the World, established in Victoria, Canada, 2025. There you go. So, one thing I will say is that it's the little touches, right? The name RedPearl, I'm going to tell you guys where it came from. So, Dom was just trying to think of business names, and I was like, well, usually people get inspired by, like, you know, movies or shows, or, you know, you get inspired by things, just like kind of how people name their kids, right? They kind of look at stuff and get inspired. And he loves the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know if you guys love that movie too. I'm trying not to rip it open. That's why I'm doing it so slowly. Yeah, so he loves the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. And then there's this ship called Black Pearl, I believe. Remember the lady, one of the ladies there, she was talking about Black Pearl, and so we just called it RedPearl instead. So he'll name it. He'll tell you why he named it. So you get your own letter here, y'all. Personalized letter. Thank you. And it has this seal too. I'm telling y'all, he worked really hard. And it has a, like, hold on, is this a sage? What is this? Yeah, it's like a wish here. So it says, hold on, I hope you guys can see that. It says, love all, trust a few. So it says, love all, trust a few, do wrong to none, all's well that ends well. There you go. So there you go. And then it's a letter written by, of course, Dom. He writes you a letter because he's the captain of this ship, because it's kind of a ship. You guys are going to get the concept as well. And it just goes through, like, you know, why he did it, why you're special to this movement, and why you matter. And also what the future will bring for this brand. So I think that's such a very beautiful touch to this. Yeah. You're going to get your own letter. So you're going to read your letter. I'm not going to read mine. Everybody gets a specialized letter. And then let's get to the clothing, y'all. And then I'm going to get to the website, because I think this is more important, y'all. I know I take forever, but this is why. It comes in this packaging here. There you go. And it comes in different colors. So this one is the blue one. So there are 5 shirts. Here's one. It comes in different sizes too. I'm going to show you what it looks like on the website, right? And then here, this is the first launch. So the stitching is very nice, very beautiful. And then it says RedPearl Beyond the World. Very professional. You can wear it anywhere, y'all. So I know for me, I always had issues. I always have issues because some of my clothes are way too professional and I just want to be chill. But then when I'm chill, I just have t-shirts like this. I'll show you guys what I have. Hold on, let me see. Like sometimes I just want to wear t-shirts, right? I'll show you. Especially for women. This one is unisex too. Men and women can wear it, just letting you guys know. It's for both. So like for example, I love this shirt here, right? And I can definitely wear it to work, but not in a professional meeting. This would never fly, ever. I'd have to wear something else, right? But then sometimes I want to be versatile, because especially when you do remote work, like, and you have meetings, I don't want to dress up all day just to go to one meeting and then take my clothes off. No, it's better to like, okay, I can have a really nice shirt. I can wear it during meetings and put it like something over it, like a cardigan or a blazer or something really nice, and then dress it up. And then after the meeting, take the blazer off, take off what I need to, and I can still wear this and be comfortable. And I think that's why I love the concept of it, because it's very comfortable. And then very soft, 100% cotton right here. Good material to the skin. I'm even touching it. Very, very beautiful. And I'll show you guys what it looks like when you wear it, because again, I have a surprise for y'all. So next shirt is this one. It's the same shirt but in cream. I think that's the color. I'm gonna read y'all comments, don't worry, they all come in this packaging here. And then same stitching. RedPearl Beyond the World has this stitching here, and then like that. Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? I'm gonna show you what it looks like on women. And then we have this one. I think that's the black one. Let me show you this one. Yeah, this is the black one. So this one has a little bit of color here. Has a really nice pocket, because Dom is into pockets, right? And another thing, something I forgot to mention. Not only did he spend time building this with vendors and other people, but he also spent time crafting it, because he knows what it's like to not have clothes. And also, he's a big dude, y'all. My husband's a big guy. Y'all know he does bodybuilding, so a lot of the clothes didn't fit him, professional clothes, and he would always complain about that and be like, oh my god, I can't find anything. Like on our island, you can only go to the bay, right? Because there are malls here, like we have malls, but like they don't have as many clothing stores, especially for men. And another thing that was a problem was that most of the stores, like the fit just wouldn't fit, like especially when you're dealing with and no shade to the other companies. I'm sure some companies have really great clothes, but I just found for me that the fits are always weird. Like it's either too narrow or too wide, or my shoulders, like it just wasn't a good fit. And so that was another complaint that he had. And also a lot of the shirts didn't have pockets. So he loves pockets, because he's like, yeah, I can wear them with pockets, and then I can have like something more professional. So that's where this shirt came from. Again, super soft, nice material. Really not nice material, like really, really good material. And it's all cotton, all of them cotton. Then we have this white one, and then there's two more shirts, y'all. And then I'm going to show you guys the website. I'll read comments, show the website. Same packaging. Oop. I gotta show it. Here you go. RedPearl with the ship. Navy ship. And also because we live on an island, so the ship. And we have really large Navy bases here, so that was another inspiration too. So it made sense. Alright, so here we go. And then this is the white one in this shirt here. So you guys gonna see that color here. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera. That's the white one. So these are all shirts, y'all. And the last one. This one, okay, so this one I have to explain this shirt. All the shirts are stretchy. This one is 100% like cotton and very organic material. This one's organic. And the thing about this shirt is that there's it's not as stretchy, because he didn't want to use a lot of chemicals. He didn't want to use any chemicals actually on any of the shirts. It's all 100% cotton. And I think he said like just this part has spandex, just the neck in some on the Korea shirt. So some of them were made in Korea, and on the neck part is the only spandex part, because the manufacturing plant, they couldn't put cotton here. That was only like 2 of the shirts, but he'll explain it after. But this one was made in Portugal. So here, your skin, like this one is extremely good for people with with allergies and who have skin issues. This shirt would be for you, because there's like no chemicals in it, and it's very like structured. This one, it's not as stretchy, but it's very good material, because it's like very extremely like really good material, like organic cotton. So I'm going to show you guys the design. This one is the Portugal one. I don't know if you guys can see that. Here you go. So this is what it looks like. Very nice. Beautiful. All right, so that's that. I'm gonna show you guys the website. So let me read a few comments. I'm so happy for the both of you. Thank you, y'all. Thank you, everyone. I love those movies, especially back in the day. Really? Congratulations not only to Mr. Don, but you as well. Thank you, sis. Hey, girl. Hey, at the Dev Studio. Wow, everything with this brand seems so intentional. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. You better promote me. Hey, I'm gonna be promoting. I'm just letting y'all know this is just a shout out to everyone. Just letting you guys know what's coming up, because I'm the brand ambassador for the brand. That's it. To be honest with you, I'm not really like, how can I say this? Like I said, I don't sponsor. I don't do a lot of sponsorships. I think when I was vlogging, I did only 2 sponsorships for a reason. And it's only if I really believe in the brand. Like there's one I did with Ana Luisa jewelry, and I still wear that jewelry till now because I actually believed in it. Same thing with the purse. I had one purse from Teddy Blake. Believed in it because I actually like their purses. So I would never, even if it's my husband, y'all know how I am. I love people, but I'm not gonna fake the fun. I don't be lying. So if I'm telling you it's good, that's really what I believe in. And also I had a hand in it too in some ways. So it's like, you know, just making sure it's sustainable. That was one of my top, like our top, his too. But mine especially too is because we want to make sure it's sustainable. It'll give you the confidence you need, and also that you're able to wear it. So now let's get to the website. What time is it? Okay, 46 minutes. Good. We don't do just, I'm going to just do maybe 10 more minutes of this. Maybe 15. I'll show you guys the website. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me make sure. Yes, this is the website, y'all. So it's redpearlglobal.com. And hold on, before I show you guys the website, let me pull it down a little bit. Before I show you guys the website, you will get a discount if you use the code ROMY, ROMY. And also another thing is you get free shipping for orders more than $200. And another thing is that Canada Post, if you're in Canada, Canada Post is on strike. So that means USPS is on strike too. So just letting you guys know that he'll have to use another third-party shipper if you are interested. Again, of course. That depends on what you want. Listen, I'm just letting y'all know what's going on. So yeah, Canada Post is on strike right now. Solidarity. So that means if Canada Post is on strike, then USPS will be affected by that. So I would recommend that use a third party. He's going to have to use a third party shipper. And he said that he's going to use like shippers that are very feasible. Like he's not going to use like exorbitant. There's no exorbitant shipping fees, of course. Now let's get to the website. So here we go. This is the website. I hope you guys can see it. I think you guys can. Yeah, you guys can see it. So here, this is the cool thing about the website, y'all. This is Dom. So we took these pictures for promotional pictures. But look, y'all gonna see somebody here. Guess who this is, though? I got in my model bag. I got in my modeling bag. Hold on, let me put this smaller. Hold on. I gotta show my face here, y'all. Look it. I got in my modeling bag, y'all. Yup. The glasses came off. You see, I'm like Clark Kent, right? You know, your girl's like Clark Kent. So, sometimes I do my little 1-2, you know what I mean? So that's me. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there. Of course, that glow is a filter, y'all. That glow is a filter. But yeah, that's me right there, right now. Looking at the paperwork. Look at that. Look at me looking all serious and whatnot. Okay, so hold on. Let me show you guys some more. So when you click on the ship, different pictures are going to show up. I'm going to show you guys the picture and then the outfits on me. So this was in downtown Victoria. We were in the middle of the shoot. We did a photo shoot on a Friday, y'all. It was so crazy. Like my feet were hurting me. They were hurting so bad, but gotta do the work, y'all. Gotta do the work. I hate wearing heels. I'm not going to lie to y'all. But for that photo shoot, I did it. I don't mind wearing heels, but it's just the length of time because I have flat feet. So my feet be going through it. But yeah, wore this. And then, it went back to his picture. And then here we go, me with that shirt. Okay, Y'all, I was giving some serious vibes. Serious. All right, here we go. I don't know why I keep showing the same pictures. Oh, okay. It'll show different pictures here. Okay, you know what? that's not all it, but let's go to the shop. So you go to shop here. So you have shop, RedPearl, customer support. And then, hold on, I'm going to show you guys. Here you have the currency. So whatever currency you want. So this is in Canadian dollars. So let's put it in USD. Because I know a lot of you guys are from the US. So we'll put USD here. And then in the bottom, you can join the mailing list if you'd like to. Here, and then sale with us here. So there you go. All right. So now, hold on. Let me make sure this is wide enough. Oh, let me make it wider. Here you go. Okay. So now I'm going to show you guys the clothing. So here you go. Shop. So here, okay, this is sorry, y'all. I know I'm too obnoxious, y'all. They should have never. You see, he should have never had me as the brand ambassador. To be quite honest with you, like I'm gonna be like this all the time, y'all. I'm just like this naturally. Look at this. Okay, so this is the shirt, and then who's this, y'all? Who's that girl? La 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 la. Okay, there we go. Okay. This is what it looks like, y'all. This is what it looks like. I had to suck my stomach in, of course. You know, I had to do a little something, but that's it. But here you go. So this is what it looks like. We had a photographer come in for you see that little hair right here? Oh, it's irking me. I should have brushed it down. But anyways, okay, that's just me going through it. Okay, let me be quiet. Okay, here we go. This is what it looks like. Oh, I'm gonna tell you guys where I got these pants. These pants, I got them from where were they? The thrift store. I got them from the thrift store. They're Banana Republic. I got them for $20, y'all. These shoes, I got them from Marshall's for, I think they were $15. These shoes are from Marshall's. These pants are from the thrift store, Banana Republic. They sold it for $20. And then if you're in Victoria area from Wynn Thrift Store, they always have really nice pants. And then the belt is from Marshall's, and it's Tommy Hilfiger belt. And then the shirt is RedPearl. My sunglasses are Marc Jacobs. Of course, I got them on, like, I had a discount at my job, so I got 2 for 1 with my glasses. But that's besides the point. Anyways, and earrings, I think these earrings are the Ana Luisa ones. Yep, Ana Luisa from a brand deal that I did like 2 years ago, y'all. I still wear those earrings. They're very good for the ears as well. So here we go. That was me downtown, y'all. Then next shirt here, this is what it looks like. That's the one I showed you guys. But then in person, this is what it looks like here. So again, I'm going to tell you where I got my pants from. These pants were from the thrift store as well. I got these for $20 at the thrift store. So both pants were $20 each. This one, I don't remember the brand. It started with the H. Yeah, got these pants from the thrift store. Yep, your girl loves thrifting. That's what I do. I go to thrift stores to make me look. You don't have to spend a lot of money to look good, y'all. You really don't. And then these shoes I got from the thrift store too. $20. $20 from the thrift store, y'all. $20. This one. Thrift store shoes, thrift store pants. There we go. And then this is what it looks like. This is a tumbler, a Starbucks tumbler. I forgot where I got that from. Dom gave it to me. Yeah, Dom gave this one to me. Yeah. This one I got from Starbucks. And earrings, Ana Luisa earrings. I got these from a brand deal I did a few years ago on my channel. There you go. That's what it looks like. And then it's cotton. Here you go. All of them cotton. Crafted from 100% premium cotton. And then here it goes into the description. 100% premium cotton jersey. All chest pocket with embroidered RedPearl ship and word mark symbolizing confidence and empowerment. RedPearl's Forever Iconic Essential Rib Knit Crew neckline for refined structure, and then soft stretch fabric for comfort and skin-friendly wear, and it was designed in Victoria. Manufactured in Asia and Europe. Yeah, there you go. So then, let me go to the next shirt. Hold up. Which shirt did I show you guys again? Oh yeah, here. There we go. All right, this is what this one looks like. So this is the cream one. Let me make it a little bigger. I feel like, okay, there we go. This is the cream one. And then, that's me. Oh, anyways. Okay, let me stop, y'all. I'm too much. I'm so obnoxious, y'all. I'm not a good at I'm gonna be better though. Like, I'm so obnoxious, but it's just seeing myself on like this kind of like, I'm so not used to modeling, but I'm getting better at it. So here we go. So I have my hair up, fresh retie. Shout out to my hairdresser, Akuna Matata in Victoria. Might as well shout out all the small business owners out there. Akuna Matata, Fiona. Shout out to her. She watches my channel too, y'all. So if you're in the Victoria area, if you need a nice fresh retwist, she's the one who should do it. And earrings from Fashion Nova. Yeah, no, wait, was it Fashion Nova? No, Shein. My bad, y'all. Shein. Earrings from Shein. Shirt from RedPearl. Pants I got at the thrift store, Value Village. I got these pants at Value Village like 2 years ago. They were on sale. I forgot. Not on sale, but it was like cheap. It was like $10 or something for these pants. These are black pants. And then I can't see which shoes I was wearing, but y'all saw I only wear 2 pairs of shoes. One was from Marshall's, which is the red one, and the other one from the thrift store, which was the black one. And then this one here, 100% cotton as well, premium cotton. All right, let's go to the next shirt. This one. So this is the blue one. So this is what it looks like here. This is the blue one. And then, oh, where's the picture? Oh, here we go. There your girl go. Okay, you know. There I go right there. There I go, y'all. Here we go. So here the pants, the Banana Republic from the thrift store. I done showed y'all. And then the shoes are from Marshall's. Yeah, these are the Marshall shoes. There you go. Same earrings, everything. And then there's another model here. I can't find her. Hold up. Oh, that's me. Oh yeah, another picture. I knew it. I had another picture. There we go. The other one. I'm sitting on the couch, you know, doing my thing here. There you go. And look how confident, right? Like, you look really good. My shirt's a little, like, I just have to straighten it. It was just how I was sitting. But look at that. Like, look how confident. The look confident. Like, you're holding your stuff. Very good material. It was very, to be honest with you, the photo shoot went by so fast because it was so comfortable to wear the shirt. Like, I loved it. It was really nice material. And then there's another model here. Hold on. Let me put it larger. Is there another one? Yeah, at the bottom. For men. Sorry, my men. I forgot to show that. Let's make it longer. So here you go. He's wearing it too for taller dimensions. If you're taller, if you're a man, this is what it's going to look like on you. And then, let me make this bigger. Actually, I probably should have shown the other models for the other ones. My bad. I'll probably go back and show you guys. And then again, 100% premium cotton. Yeah, classic cotton. All right, here we go. So here we go. Big boss lady over here. Boss lady, big boss. Looking confident, of course. Like, just yeah, I felt, when I tell y'all the clothes, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm really not a model, y'all. Like, I'm not the person who models a lot, but I really felt like I felt like, oh, like I could channel something in these clothes. I'm not even lying to y'all. Like, y'all see the boss energy here. Like, it didn't take many takes either. Like, I thought I was gonna struggle because I've never done a photo shoot before like this. I thought I was gonna have to like struggle a lot doing these poses, but it didn't because the confidence was already there, and then the clothes just made it even better. And then these pants, yo, I got these from the Bay. Like, they were on sale. I don't remember what brand they are, but I got them from the Bay. The Bay is no longer in Canada anyways, I think. So sorry if you are from Canada. But anyways, you probably get similar pants like these somewhere else. And then shoes again, Marshalls. And then this is Dom here wearing the shirt. So this is for men. And then he has these slacks. Pretty sure we got them from the Bay as well. Yeah, these slacks here. I just don't know the brand, but I'm pretty sure we got these from the Bay. And then let's go down. This is the model here. This is what it would look like if you're taller. Yeah, if you're of taller stature. All right, and then I think that's it. Did I show everything? Hold on. Let me make sure. So this is the first one. Here you go. If you're taller, this is what it would look like, or slimmer, because y'all know I'm a little thicker. So this is what it would look like. And then I showed this one. Yeah, I think I did show this one. Here you go. If you're a taller man, this is what it would look like on a man. Exactly. How you can wear it. And then this one. Yep, I showed this one already. Here you go. If you're taller, this is what it would look like. I think that's it. Yeah, we have 4. Wait, I feel like I'm missing a shirt. Yeah, it's 4 shirts here. So here you go, y'all. This is it for now. And of course, we want to expand eventually. So here you go. RedPearl, what it stands for. Here, RedPearl. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. RedPearl is a house built on timeless confidence and enduring craft. Each garment is shaped from exceptional fabrics with uncompromising attention to detail, carrying the balance of elegance, ambition, and authenticity. Guided by a spirit of exploration, RedPearl moves beyond fleeting trends, creating garments that stand as symbols of confidence, sustainability, innovation, and quiet luxury. And accessible luxury, too, I have to add that. Beyond the shores, beyond the world. And here you go. That's Dom right here. Big boss moves. Love it. And yeah, it makes him look confident. Makes him look amazing. There you go. And then his here's his motto for RedPearl, or here's the motto for RedPearl. We make people confident. This is what we do. This is who we are. This is why we were born. There you go. So, y'all, that's it, y'all. And if you have any issues with customer support, here you go. There's a size guide, FAQ, privacy, shipping, terms, and refunds as well. So, oh, and then you can follow RedPearl on TikTok. Hold on. We have a TikTok. No post yet, but it's coming. RedPearl Global on TikTok. Or, sorry, Instagram. My bad. Ooh, Instagram. So, you can follow us or follow RedPearl, which is Dom's baby, on TikTok. And then sorry, I keep saying TikTok. Instagram, my bad. Follow it on Instagram, RedPearl Global. TikTok is here. So then on TikTok, you can follow RedPearl Global here. So it's a new brand, just started, so we're gonna build up the page here. And then also, I don't know if you guys know, I also have a TikTok. I just don't post on it that much, but I'm going to start posting on it. So you guys can also follow me on TikTok if you are on TikTok. If you're not, that's okay too. I'll show you my TikTok. I've had it for years. I just don't post on it. Hold on. I think it's Rome with Romy. Hold on. Is that my TikTok handle? Oh, there's another Rome with Romy. That ain't me. And she got ADHD? What? What is going on here? Hold up. Not my doppelganger. What? This is weird. How the... What? Hold up, y'all. Hold on. Let me go check my my TikTok. What's happening here? How is there another Romy? Hold on a second. No. That's impossible. How is this possible? She has ADHD too? Hubby Love. Hold up. I might need to reach out to her. Who is this? Oh, yeah. My TikTok is not Rome with Romy anymore. But anyways, y'all go shout out to her. Go follow her. I don't know her. I've never met her. My TikTok is Romy Bjorn. My bad, y'all. That's how much I really don't use my TikTok. I didn't even know my name. Here, this is my TikTok. Romy Bjorn. I have 129 followers. Dang. They follow me even though I didn't post nothing. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, that was when Dom and I were still vlogging. Here we go. Yeah, we have a few videos here. What is this one? Of course, it's about food. Look at that. Look at. Oh my god! Oh my god! This is bringing back memories. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, I just scroll on TikTok. I don't really post. But anyways, this is my TikTok. No bio yet. Of course, this is me. This is normally me. Anyways, I'm done, y'all. So that was it for RedPearl. Thank you so much if you are still here listening to me talk about it. Yeah, we just I'm so proud of Dom. I'm so proud of the movement. I'm proud to be a RedPearl ambassador. I'm just proud of everything that's going on. So shout out to him. Link is in the description box of this video if you're interested in looking at the website, or even if you want to send it to other people, that's great too. So I'm going to look at a few comments and then we're going to start today's live stream. It's been an hour. Perfect timing. So let's get into it. Yeah, y'all said I better serve. Yeah. Hold on. Where my glasses at? Dang, I wish I had my sunglasses left. What was I doing? I don't remember what I was doing. Yeah, he put a lot of intention. He did. I'm so proud of him, y'all. I'm so proud. I was serving face, everything. I was like, let me channel my big boss energy. My big boss energy. And y'all, you know what? This reminds me of like, I don't know if it's just me, but it gives me African patterns here. So it was so crazy when he designed this shirt. And then I was like, why does it look like something from the motherland? looked like kente cloth or something, right? Or am I tripping? I feel like it looks like kente cloth a little bit. It was inspired probably. I don't know, but he loves the colors, and he loves like African print too. So when I was doing it, I was sitting like, oh, I feel like a big boss. Like, yeah, so you're not too much. You look great in a natural model beauty. Oh, thank you, sis. Yeah. Oh, happy Saturday, Sasha. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Talking about TikTok, did y'all hear about the changes for TikTok US and how they are changing the algorithm and censorship? Lord. Are they? Hold up, let's look that up. I'm late, but hey, Romy in chat. Hey, Mary James. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold up. I know, I heard. It does, right? It looks like in car. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, sorry, I called it kente cloth, but that might be the wrong name. So sorry if that's not the name of it. Oh, you thought it was kente? Yeah. When I first saw this, I was like, African people gonna take this. I told him that. I was like, yo, because this reminds me of that, right? Or is it just me? Well, I think it's beautiful. It's just really great clothing, and yeah, it does look like that, right? So that's why when I was sitting on the chair, I was like, yo, I feel like a boss. Like, yeah, I love the print too. So yeah, what made your hubby go into apparel design? This is awesome for the both of you. Oh, I can answer that. And then he'll do, he has his channel, Dominic Bjorn. I think it's in my link, in my channel description, but that's an excellent question. So what made him go into fashion design is he's always been interested in fashion. So, you know, he's Korean and they love getting dressed up, y'all. They love it. They love getting dressed up. But the thing is that he's always had like this passion for fashion, but he can't wear everything, unfortunately, because of his stature and his build. And Dom used to be overweight. I don't know if I've ever shared that with you guys, but Dom was very overweight. He only lost weight like when he went to Australia. When he went to Australia, that's when he lost all his weight. He used to be overweight, so he couldn't fit into a lot of the clothes that they had. And you guys know Korean men are very small, as far as like, you know, clothing sizes. So it wasn't accessible to him just because of weight. And also, he's also really loves like just the feeling comfortable. I think that's something his family feels all the time, because I remember when I first met his mom or his family and I didn't know how to dress. So I would always dress up. And then I remember his mom came to me once and she was like, why are you always dressing up when you come to our house? Like, you know, you can dress down. Don't worry about it. And they always like to feel comfortable. And the thing with him, too, is that he always feels like clothing is lacking. He feels like there's not this, like, I guess, how can I say it? It's gotten so, like, I could say generic in a way, where people are not really like thinking of like the clothes that are sustainable and that will last a long time. And he's really big on that. So that's another reason. So when he was thinking about opening a business, he actually, I remember, like, I think I told a few of you guys that he was about to join the Navy. That was his original plan when he came to Canada. He actually signed up to join the military. He was going, he went to get tested for the naval test. Like, he was going to be an officer, a naval officer. I forgot what the name is, but a naval officer, basically, right? So he passed the test. He went through the whole process. And then he just kept struggling. He was like, should I start a business? Because he's always wanted to start a business. But then it was more like, you know, financial, and also just he's a new immigrant to the country. So he's like, I don't know what options are available to me. I don't know what I can do. And after, you know, he thought about it a lot. And one day he just came to me and he was like, hey, honey, I think I want to start my own company. I want to start a clothing brand. I want to start something. But then he didn't know what he wanted to do, right? Like, as far as like what type of like business. First it was like, what type of business? And to be honest with you, the first one that came up was health and fitness. So he wanted to do something like maybe healthy, like some healthy things, like a healthy drink. But then when we looked into the overhead, he looked into it and he was like, it's just going to be too hard for me. And then also just not going to work for, you know, our situation, right? So, you know, again, like, I don't want to go into too much detail. That's for him to explain. But it basically wouldn't be feasible. Let's just say that. And there's too much overhead, right? So then he thought of clothing brand, because he was like, hey, like, I struggle to buy clothes. I'm telling y'all, when he first came to Canada and then he got his job when he was doing interviews, it was hard, y'all. It was a struggle finding clothes that fit him properly. Like, we went to so many stores, had to try on so many clothing. Either it was too expensive, or the fabric wasn't good, or it just wasn't a good fit. Again, he's a big dude. Some of them didn't have his size. He wears 2XL. So it was very complicated. And I will say the only brands that did have his clothes that were pretty reasonable, it was Ralph Lauren and Tommy Hilfiger. But even then, if you look at and I love Ralph Lauren, don't get me wrong, but even then, like, some of the clothing's not 100% cotton on top of that, right? So there's that. And then, when you wash them and you use them a lot, they start to fade and the color starts to fade. And so you end up spending way more money than you would if you just invested in one quality shirt instead of investing in one shirt that's maybe not good quality, but then you're going to have to repeatedly buy it, like, after every year or something like that, right? So it's just, there's a lot of levels to it. Let's just say that. So, yeah, in short, that's what inspired him to start a clothing brand. It wasn't the original plan when he came here, but it just, when you come to a new country, you get inspired by different things. And that was one of his inspirations. So then that's why he added the navy element to his, to RedPearl. And also, fun fact, you guys probably don't know, but Dom has a tattoo of a boat on him. He'll probably share it with y'all. He has multiple tattoos, but he has a tattoo of a Navy ship that he did, like, years ago. Like, I think, like, maybe, I don't know, I'd have to ask him. He did it years ago. And then imagine, like, it's like, what do they call it? The theory, the red string theory? He did that tattoo, not even knowing that years later his brand would be connected to a Navy trip. And then imagine a Navy ship. And then imagine he came to Canada thinking he was going to join the Navy. But no, it's not joining the Navy. You're actually creating a brand inspired by the ship. So it's so interesting how life works, right? Like, it's just so interesting how everything's connected. I don't want to get all esoterical and stuff, but that was pretty crazy. I remember, like, when I saw the ship on his he had a tattoo of a ship long ago, years ago. He got that tattoo in Australia. Yeah, he's a walking ad. Cheap follow. Hold on, who this is? Reshake, block. All right, the Murdoch family. Hold on. The Murdoch family owns it now, and the algo will be controlled. Hold up. Let's talk about TikTok. Give me 1 second. You both should do a live to talk about the brand. Keep us posted. Yes, I wanted him to do it today, but he's too busy. I will keep you guys posted. I'm going to talk about it, like, of course, in my case studies, I'm going to do the ad stuff now, but not as lengthy as today. Today was just lengthy just to show you guys because you're in my live stream. But yeah, he will go over it soon. He said that he wants to talk to you guys and then just take questions and stuff. I think you guys will be really inspired. And then especially for people who want to start businesses or who want to start something that's just accessible to all, but not only that, but luxury, or you feel like you can contribute something to the world that's lacking and you can fill in that gap, this would be totally, like, inspiring for you. I think his story is very inspiring. Inspires me too, right? So it just shows you how just out of nothing something can come. And somebody said divine alignment. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. I didn't even tell you guys, like, before we get on the TikTok topic, I didn't even tell you guys that when I was younger, I wanted to be a journalist, right? I wanted to be different things. I wanted to be a teacher, and then I wanted to be a journalist, and I wanted to be a lawyer. Those 3 things were my top 3 things, and I always struggled with them. And I took a career test. They actually said that my number one, I took it in middle school. I still have it somewhere in I left it in my mom's place, like, when I left Canada. But my number one, when I took a career test, it was in 7th grade. My number one career that they matched me with was legal. And then the second one was journalism, which is crazy, right? So that was funny. But then my life path, it was like I wanted to do something like, talking and just kind of speaking, researching, but also journalism, giving information, right? News reporting. I used to be in 5th grade. I was in the journalism school announcement. We used to do school announcements back in elementary school in Florida. Shout out to my school, Village Elementary. Okay, shout out. So I would do the morning announcements. And I've always had this like helping people aspect. Like I was in so many committees, so many things. I was also class vice president in high school. I was always into that, doing that community organization type of work. And then as an adult, I kind of lost that aspect of it. But imagine years later now, I'm talking to you guys. This is kind of like journalism, like talking to you guys and just connecting with you. And then also in the work that I do, it's mostly like just research and journalism. And that's pretty much where my core passion started when I was a kid. And of course, you go through different ways of life. Teaching too. I always wanted to be a teacher, and look at me teaching thousands and sharing my knowledge with thousands. That's always what I wanted to do. I just may not have done it like as a profession, but I'm still doing it, right? And just following that path that God had lined up for me. Years later, imagine, everything kind of lines up, right? In a weird way. So yeah, let's get to TikTok though. What is going on? Hold up, y'all gonna tell me. TikTok. Okay, TikTok being bought by who? Why does Google look like this right now? That scared me. I really thought that it was a fraud thing. Hold on. Oh, okay. It's the old Google. Okay, I thought it was one of those random pages. You know when some people hack a page, and then I thought they changed it, but I think that's it. Okay. So, what was I looking at now? TikTok. Didn't Donald Trump sign something? Okay, let's watch this, y'all. Hold up. Is there a video? Y'all know I like to watch videos. Okay, what is this? CBC News. Okay, this is Canadian. All right, I trust the Canadian sources because we don't be playing that censorship nonsense. I mean, under Trudeau is a little different, but now it's not anymore. Okay, now we don't do censorship. All right, let's play this. Let's watch this together because I have not caught up on news. I haven't had time because, sis was picking it out there. So let me catch up with it with y'all. Let me just make sure the volume's up. Let's do that. Here we go.
US and China are close to a deal that would transfer TikTok's US operations to a group of American investors, some Trump allies. The deal could save TikTok in the US, but many users are worried about what the new version of the app will look like and whether TikTok's algorithm, its secret sauce to success, could change.
Apparently our government is going to be controlling the TikTok algorithm.
They're going to retrain the algorithm. Would you rather have China or the United States controlling what you watch?
This is all because of a law that was passed in 2024 that said TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance either divest from its US operations or face a nationwide ban.
I remember that. Basically, it was a threat. I remember. That was a few months ago. Dang, time is passing by fast. That was when Congress was trying to ban TikTok, and then they were trying to say, "Oh yeah, it's the Chinese folks." And then after that, I think TikTok went dark in the US for a few days, and then people started to branch out to like other, I think it was Red Note and Lemonade. People started to branch out to other social media apps. And then I think the US realized that losing TikTok was going to be hard, like difficult on the economy, because a lot of business owners use TikTok a lot. And a lot of people, this is what's making it possible for people to make a way for their families, for small businesses to thrive, is that TikTok shop, which is crazy because in Canada, by the way, we don't get monetized off of TikTok, and we don't have TikTok shop. So a lot of Canadians do not have that. So if you have a Canadian content creator that you watch on TikTok, they're doing it all for free, except if they get sponsorships and stuff. But basically, they're doing it for free. Yeah. So I don't know if people knew that. Canada does not have the same. We just don't. I think it was privacy issues that they closed down the TikTok shop in Toronto. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's just a little different. But anyways, yeah, I remember that time. It was because they wanted that guy to sell it, the owner. Yeah, from Singapore? Yes, correct. I forgot his name. I think his name is Alex.
Ban.
Yeah.
And this is all over national security concerns where US officials said because ByteDance is based in China, it could share US user data with the Chinese government. That's something that TikTok has said it can't do because its servers are based in the US.
It's the idea that the algorithm developed by ByteDance, a Chinese company, is ultimately subject to the influence and input of the Chinese Communist Party and is being served up to hundreds of millions of Americans.
Now, Trump has extended the deadline for the ban multiple times this year in order to forge
Wait, is
a
this
deal
old?
with a US company.
Oh, okay, 20 hours ago, just making sure.
Has been following this story for the tech publication The Information.
You have the US government essentially facilitating a deal for a group of investors to take over a portion of this business. The Chinese government issuing its approval, this being caught up with trade talks. I think this whole thing is totally unprecedented.
In Trump's executive order announcement on Thursday, he outlined that Oracle will play a big part, along with other American investors that will reportedly own 80% of the company under the...
Wait, let's go back. What? What did I just hear? Hold up. What's going on?
Big part, along with other American investors that will reportedly
This whole thing is totally
What is Oracle?
In Trump's executive order announcement on Thursday, he outlined that Oracle will play a big part, along with...
Red flag. What is Oracle? We gonna look into it. What is Oracle? Oh. Oracle Corporation is an American multinational technology company headquartered in Austin, Texas. Interesting. Co-founded in 1977 in Santa Clara, California by Larry Ellison, who is the world's second richest man. Founders Larry Ellison, Bob Miner, Ed Oates. This is exactly why I was saying what I was saying earlier. Because the more that we have people who actually care and who actually want to like do better in society, and I'm not saying that they don't, but their actions are proving something else. Because why did they take this away from from that Singaporean man? I remember the owner of TikTok was from Singapore. Imagine. It was ByteDance. They were an investor. Okay, ByteDance, greatest investors, the biggest, they don't get bigger. Okay, somebody wrote that on The Guardian, but oh yeah, it was is it Zhang Yiming? Is that his name? Yeah, this guy. Is this the person? No, who is this? Hold up. Y'all, I'm going down a rabbit hole with y'all. I don't know who this is. $69.3 billion. But who is this? Oh, he's the main co-founder of ByteDance, but it wasn't him. Who was the head of TikTok? Oh, he doesn't own it? Wait, who was the guy who sat up in the hearings about TikTok? I need to figure out who that is. I don't think he's the owner then. TikTok. Let me put Singapore. I remember that guy. His name was Alex or something, right? What was the guy? Yeah, this guy. Okay, Chu Shu Ji. Okay, Chu Shu Ji. Oh, he's a CEO. Oh, okay. Okay, that's why. Chu Shu Ji. Okay, this guy. Okay. He's the CEO of TikTok. I don't think he owns it though. I really don't think he owns it. Okay, so the owner is the other guy from ByteDance. So now it's going to be American owned because they strong-armed themselves into this. This is craziness. They can't let nobody have nothing, y'all. This is insanity. What is going on? They're a cloud technology company that provides organizations around the world with computing, infrastructure, and software to help them innovate. Okay, that sounds great, but like, what is it? Why Oracle though? Oh, that's why you guys mentioned the Murdoch guy. Am I supposed to read this? Hold on. Trump backed. Okay, we're going to just use Yahoo and all those places. Let's read that. Trump backed TikTok's shakeup. Oracle, Murdoch Circle, 14 billion spinoff deal. Of course, because they want to get that algorithm. That algorithm is it. Oh, I like how Yahoo used this. Yahoo Finance. Okay. Okay. He's an Asian man. So, you know, he got a lot of realness. This is going to be a real article, y'all. This was published on Friday. And just based off of the picture, you can already see where it's going to go. Okay. So it appeared on Guru Focus. Yahoo Finance reposted it. Okay. All right. After more than a year of drawn-out negotiations, the future of TikTok in the United States is moving closer to resolution. Under a new executive order signed by President DT on September 25th, the app's U.S. operations will be spun off into a separate entity, majority owned and controlled by Americans. Okay, I understand. So it's just the U.S. portion of TikTok. Okay, that makes sense. So TikTok is still going to be global. However, for you all in the US, this is not going to be good, because then you're not going to see what's really happening around. It's going to be heavily censored. Oh my goodness. This is horrible, y'all. This is sad news, actually. This is not good, because all of the, like, if you follow TikTok, because I watch a lot of commentary on TikTok, by the way. I watch a lot of political commentary, maybe things that I didn't know, like I catch up on it on TikTok sometimes, because it's just easier for me to get that access. Another thing is you have a lot of small business owners in the US, other people who use TikTok for their livelihoods. And if, again, this is all leading to the same thing. Oh, yeah. I can't go into political theory too much because, you know, YouTube's on the bandwagon as well. I have to be very mindful about what I say. But what I will say is follow me on Discord. We're going to have this conversation, our next monthly chat. We're going to have monthly. Well, we always had chats, but like monthly chat is structured. So we got to talk about this. This is not good, y'all. It's alarming. Y'all can mention it in the comments, though. Go ahead and go off in the comments. But y'all know what I'm talking about. If you're into political theory, you know where this is headed. I don't even have to say it. Y'all know where this is headed. Because if you're controlling the media, that's the first place you control. First place. Yeah. ByteDance valued at roughly $400 billion and will retain less than 20%, with 6 of 7 board seats held by U.S. nationals with national security expertise. Okay. That's of the U.S. portion, by the way, y'all. The 120-day timeline for completing the transaction marks a pivotal moment in U.S.-China tech relations and could reshape the competitive balance in social media, where Meta and Alphabet continue to battle for share. Alphabet is what I'm using right now, by the way, y'all. The Google. And Meta is Facebook, Instagram. Does Facebook own Snapchat too? I don't recall. I know they own Facebook and they own Instagram. I think they own Snapchat now. Oh, no, they own WhatsApp. All right, attention is now turning to the investor group that could anchor the deal, Oracle Corp. Oh, y'all know them stocks going high. If you have stocks or investments in the stock market, I know that stock is going crazy. Already, TikTok's cloud partner is expected to become the new security provider overseeing user data in collaboration with the U.S. government. So any stocks that's in cloud or that's related to this, y'all better go look that up if you're into investing. Okay. According to White House officials, TikTok's algorithm will be rebuilt under Oracle's supervision. You guys were right. It's going to be rebuilt. Yeah. Censorship is coming, y'all. It's coming. With a leased copy from ByteDance restrained from scratch and all U.S. data kept on shore. Because y'all got to remember, YouTube, so Alphabet and YouTube is highly censored in a way. I remember I used to watch a lot of commentary, and yeah, they're no longer on YouTube because they want to keep it ad friendly, right? Family friendly, of course. And so a lot of people branched off to Rumble. Rumble is where people are now. A lot of political commentary, commentators, they have Patreons and other ways of getting the news out, but it's still not at the magnitude of TikTok, because you can be on someone's algorithm like quite easily. TikTok was super easy to get a message out because like thousands or millions of people could watch you and click on short videos, right? Their algorithm was unmatched, and now it's just, yeah. Man, this is not good news for y'all in the US for sure. It's really not good news. Of course, J.D. Vance. What he doing here? Evaluation is where the story takes a sharper turn. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said the new TikTok U.S. venture could be worth about $14 billion, a fraction of the 3540. I can't read that. 3,540 billion. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. I've never seen that many billions. Range once floated. Even at that lower cost, the business generates more than 10 billion in annual revenue. That's a lot of money. Implying a price to sales multiple of roughly 1.4 times, in line with mature consumers. Names like ExxonMobil, the gas station, and General Mills, the breakfast company. What is going on here? Hold on. Roughly 1.4 times in line with the mature consumer names like Exxon and General Mills, rather than high growth peers. Okay. For investors, TikTok's dominant engagement among younger audiences remains an attractive asset. Of course, because young people are where it's at. They're the future, right? They're the future. And the longer term potential of TikTok Shop. Yep, that's what I was talking about. The TikTok Shop has been really major for a lot of small businesses to get their feet off the ground. This is going to be very, very challenging, y'all. To challenge Amazon and Walmart in e-commerce as a strategic layer that could prove influential depending on how the deal takes shape. Well, that's the thing. Influential to who? Who's going to be the ones to benefit off of this? Y'all already know. You guys can answer that question. Let's go to the YouTube video we were watching. Hold up. Where's sis? Okay, let's finish watching it. My bad. I interrupted it because I really wanted to know who Oracle was.
With other American investors that will reportedly own 80% of the company.
Red flag. We already know that.
Under the
Continuing.
deal, while ByteDance will keep just under 20% based on the law's threshold. According to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, Oracle will oversee a new US version of the app. She said the goal is to ensure the app's data is stored securely in the
That's not the goal, y'all. Y'all already know. You guys are smart people in the comments.
United States without access from China.
There will be 7 seats on the board that controls the app in the United States, and 6 of those seats will be Americans.
But the critical part to this deal is TikTok's all-important algorithm.
ByteDance will make a duplicate of the TikTok algorithm, and it will license that to the new operators of TikTok US. There are so many questions about what is actually involved in replicating and licensing an algorithm.
And all those questions come from what the White House has said about how the algorithm will be retrained and monitored by Oracle, whose chief technology officer and co-founder is Larry Ellison. Trump also said other allies and media moguls could be part of the deal, like
Other allies and media moguls. Red flag. We already know what that means. It's going to be another meta. That's it. That's all.
Michael Dell's involved. Rupert Murdoch's involved. Probably.
Who's involved? Hold up. Let's go back.
Michael Dell's involved.
Okay, who are those folks? Hold on.
Trump also said other allies and media moguls could be part of the deal, like
Michael Dell's involved.
Who is that? Michael Dell. He's talking about Dell Computers? Hold up. Ah, yeah, Dell Computers. Okay, that makes sense. He's 60. He's very young. I'm sorry. I didn't know they were that young. Hold on. How old would Steve Jobs have been? He would have been around that age then. He died young. Wait, when did Steve Jobs pass away? How old was he when he passed away? How old was he? Yeah, he would have been like, oh, he's only a year older than my dad. So, a year older than my dad. So he would have been almost 70. So he would have been like 69. Yeah, he's super young. I didn't realize that. Damn. R.I.P. Steve Jobs. All right. Who he said? Rupert Murdoch. He's still there? How are these people still there? Is this one? This one or the old one? Which one? I know there's an old one. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. How old is he? 94. Sir! Maybe it's for his generation. That's what I'm thinking. But he needs to be... How... You know what? The Queen was another one. I was like, how long? Like, this is craziness. 94, y'all. He's still with it. 94 years old. Is this the man? Yeah, 94. 94, y'all. This is very interesting. 94, and he's still kicking. Still kicking it. You know, I feel like this. You shouldn't have to retire. Don't get me wrong. I feel like whenever you have something that you love to do, continue doing it. But my point is that how like you already own so much. You're worth 23.9 billion. Like, what? But I guess I'm thinking it's for his future generation. That's what I'm thinking. Because he's 94, y'all. He's still in there. He's still talking to them. Lord.
Rupert Murdoch's in well. Probably 4 or 5 absolutely world-class investors.
The algorithm should, at a high level, function the same way that it originally had.
It won't. Sis, you already know. We already know that.
There's always the possibility that the new owners, following their own interests or at the behest of the U.S. government, might decide to adjust the algorithm in different ways.
Kelly Coda said...
Wait, so Rupert Murdoch, doesn't he own, like, Fox News or something? Which he owns, yeah, Fox News, yep, News Corp, Fox Corporation, He bought all of them up. Yeah, this is going to be that's why it's hard to catch up, because when you start a small business and you're trying to do right. So for example, I'm not saying ByteDance is perfect, don't get me wrong, but obviously they're doing something for their country, right? And this was going to generate wealth for the people in China. And then of course you have these big media moguls, they will eat it up. Yeah, it is really hard. It's getting increasingly harder for small businesses to be what Murdoch is, because of the way the system is designed. Because once you grow, then they're gonna try to eat you up. You ain't gotta worry about that with RedPearl though. You ain't gotta worry about that as long as I'm behind the brand. Well, obviously it's my husband, right? But if I'm supporting, I'm gonna be talking, because no, this is how things they change. And imagine it was a community. There are so many communities out there on TikTok. And if you guys have your own version of TikTok in the US, that means that you're not going to be able to reach people from around the world. You're going to be in this echo chamber. In the echo chamber that they want you to be in, which is going to be very sad, y'all. They're going to put you guys in silos.
As algorithms in general are a critical part of shaping beliefs and attitudes towards different issues in society, especially on TikTok, where 14 million Canadians and 170 million Americans use the app. She says now there are concerns that the US government might have too much involvement in a private company's control.
You see, that's an issue when government overreaches. This is not good news, y'all. So remember when this country was founded, the U.S. When the U.S. was founded, even Canada too, it was for freedom, equality, and justice, right? So I know in France, it kind of modeled the French model, which was fraternity, legality, and equality, right? So when you think about it that way, you're living in a capitalist system, and under the theory of capitalism, anybody should be able to make it, right? Quote unquote. There shouldn't be this type of activity happening. And this is where it gets scary, because then it's no longer a democracy or a capitalistic society. It's starting to go back to what it was before. Y'all remember back when it was like the king, the monarchy, and then it would be a king, or like, several people would hold the wealth and everybody else would be common, right? Common folk. And then of course you had some rankings and stuff, but like majority of the people didn't have access. And now you have a similar situation happening, but under the guise of something different. And so now if big companies are able to take over private companies like that, and that's what's happening. We talked about it before in the housing market, and just these corporations buying up housings that were meant for you and I to be able to afford, and even like mom and pop shops going out of business, small businesses being taken over by Walmart or bigger entities. Then we can only see what's going to happen in the future, right? So it's just all circling back to what it was before. Power and control, y'all. Power and control.
Over the app.
I've seen concerns that there might be sort of an ideological bent to the new ownership if it's being trained on data from this new app with an US-only population. There's some reason to expect that there could be sort of subtle or small changes.
Coda says it will take some time to understand how the algorithm may or may not change under new owners in the US. It's also not clear if US users will have to download a separate US TikTok app after the deal is complete. But Canadians will continue to use the global app. Yeah. And the White House says that under this deal, not yet confirmed by China, US users will still see Canadian content and vice versa.
They won't see red flag. They're not gonna see everything. You're just gonna see what the US wants you to see. That's practically what it is. So let's say that I go on TikTok and I talk about a social issue that means something to me. And then, let me put this down. Let's say I talk about a social issue or social cause, and it may talk negatively about certain people up in the White House or whatever. They are going to censor me, and you will not be able to see that information. You won't. It's going to be curated just for you and what they want you to see. So you're not going to really see what's going on, like, in different parts of the world. And you're also not going to see what's going on, like, within your own country. This is very, very extremely disturbing. And this is something that should... And I don't want to say scare. I don't like the word scare. How about this? This is something that should empower you. Empower you to start making moves. That's what I'll say. Empower you. We're not going to fearmonger on this channel. We are going to start speaking life into people, speaking life into all of you guys. This is something that you should be aware of, but do not fear. Just, get your ducks in a row. Get yourself in order. That's all that is. Whatever that looks like, get yourself in order. And, there's always been things that were designed to keep you back. But as we know, especially if you look like this or you're part of a marginalized community, you already know that we've overcome so many hurdles. We've already overcome so many types of different obstacles that have been placed in front of us. This ain't nothing. This is another one. It's just another one. It's just another one. So we're just going to continue doing what we're doing, continue having these conversations. And just continue looking forward to what is to come. And just prepare yourselves, right? But there's other places where you can get news. And if you follow me on Discord, that might be a really great place. And we can keep you guys in the loop of what's really going on, right? So it's giving 1984, the book. I need to read that book. You know what? How about we add that to the book club after we're done with The Power of Nunchi? Would you guys be interested in doing 1984? 'Cause I have 2 books. Hold on, let me get up. Oh, by the way, I forgot to talk about this. This is a Truth and Reconciliation shirt. So on Tuesday, it is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in Canada. Here you go. So this is an Indigenous shirt. It is to honor the Indigenous community in our country. Here we go. And then I think in the back it says every child matters. I hope you guys can see that. Don't look at my hair. My hair is a mess right now because I need to wash it. But yeah, every child counts. Let me give you guys a shout out of Truth and Reconciliation Day. I forgot about that. Truth and it's Orange Shirt Day. That's what we call it. So it's on Tuesday. It is a holiday on Tuesday. So here, this is what it is about. Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. So we use this day, or it's a holiday, and it was created through a legal settlement between residential schools, survivors, and the Assembly of First Nations Inuit representatives, and the parties responsible for creation and operation of these schools, the federal government, and church bodies. So the TRC's mandate was to inform all Canadians about what happened in residential schools. I don't know if you guys are aware, but I'm pretty sure you guys are, but there were a lot of residential schools where they would try to convert Indigenous children and have them blend into society. But a lot of these kids were kidnapped, abused, and R-word. A lot of really horrific things happened to them, similar to what happened in the Catholic Church, y'all. And so, so there was a whole research done about it. And it included First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, former residential school students, their families, communities, and churches, former employees, and government officials, and other Canadians. And the TRC concluded its mandate in 2015 and transferred its records to the Safekeeping of National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. So this is where this day comes from. It's on Tuesday, y'all, so... One day I might do a live. I don't want to talk too much about it today because I feel like I'm not going to do it justice. But one day I might do a case study or a live stream, mostly a live stream on the Truth and Reconciliation missing Indigenous students, and do the parallels between that and what's happening in the U.S. It's all connected, John, all over the world. It's all connected. That might have to be. They're going to definitely censor me for that one. I might have to put that behind something. I'll just say that. But yeah, anyways, 1984. So we can either do 1984 or, sorry, I'm going to the my library here. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so this is another book that I would love to read here. So we can read 1984 after we're done with Power of Nunchi, or we can read The Parable of the Sower by Octavia Butler. Yeah, so this one might be a good one too, y'all gonna let me know. We gonna do a vote. So after this book, because I already announced this book, so this book is gonna be for the next in my book club. By the way, if you're not part of the Discord community, I'll put the link in the description box when I'm done. I thought I did it before, but I think I didn't, so I will do that after this live stream. But if you're interested in joining our book club, it's going to start next Friday and it's gonna be live. And I'll see if I can record it, like do a live stream like I did. Like Discord, I'm still learning it, y'all. So I'll see if I could do a live stream. If I can't do a live stream on the Discord and for some reason it doesn't work, I'll hop on YouTube Friday night and go live and talk about this book. So that'll be a special treat for you guys. If it doesn't work on Discord, I will do it on YouTube and then just transfer it to Discord. That might work too. So we're doing The Power of Nunchi. Wait, y'all let me know. Do y'all want me to do a live stream on that? Like on YouTube? Because I could do it on YouTube and then transfer it to Discord. I don't know what I should do. Actually, that might be a good idea. I don't know how. Y'all, it's new for me. This is new for me, y'all. This is new for me. So I'm still trying. It's my first time doing a live book club. So anyways, we're doing this one next Friday. I'll figure out which platform to use it on. I might do a YouTube live stream. Or if not, I will just put it just specifically for the Discord. But then, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know. We'll see. Y'all let me know in the comments. I trust a lot of you guys in there because I already know you guys. So y'all let me know what y'all think and then I'll just follow your lead. So yeah, by Eunhee Hung. Please get your books. If you don't have it, it's okay. I'm going to try to find a way to I guess give you access to the chapters. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But anyways, yeah, this is it. So we're reading this book first. And then once we're done with this one, then I'll do a vote. I'll conduct a vote, and you're either going to choose 1984 or The Parable of the Sower, and we're going to read that for the next one. I think that's very important. I haven't read this yet, guys. It's been sitting here, and I don't know why. Like, this is going to give me an opportunity to read more books, because I kind of slacked off of that. All right, let me read a few comments, and then we're going to start with the next one. Okay, people said separate. Okay. All right, let me read the comments. Too many men are making too many problems. Sis, girl. It's crazy. Let's just say it. It's ego, power, greed. Those three things. Ego, power, and greed, unfortunately. And it's sad because they're the ones who have the most power and money. I wish it was the opposite, where it'd be good people that have the most power and money. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. And in order to fight a system like that, honestly, guys, like I used to be the type who used to think that you could fight the power with just, protests and marching. And not saying it doesn't work. It does. But the only language these folks understand, and when I talk about folks, I'm talking about the people in charge, is when you have your own capital. That's the only way you can fight against them, honestly. And it's very sad that we have to think like that. But it is, because look at how they're able to just suck everything up. Like, it's craziness. I'm worried too, Miss NG. I'm worried for them. It's very frightening. I'm not gonna lie, but like we said, we're not gonna scare. We're gonna learn. And by the way, y'all, sis, right here, Octavia Butler. If we do end up choosing this book, if not, we'll read it eventually, probably after whichever one you guys vote for. But she wrote this book in 1995, I think. Hold up, let me check. It was earlier than that. She wrote this book in 1993. And the patterns, she wrote it based off of pattern recognition. Interesting. And she passed away. Let me see when she passed away. Let's get to her. Octavia Butler. Yeah, she was a science fiction writer. A lot of black women were ahead of the times, y'all. A lot of black women. especially in sci-fi, pattern recognition, and all of those things. Like, they were way ahead of their time. So she wrote this in 1993. She passed away 2006, y'all. 2006. Yeah, her book is very extremely relevant to today. Imagine. She passed away before seeing all this stuff. She just knew how to recognize patterns. That's what she said. We're going to go through it, y'all. All right. So more rage baiting and virtue signaling. Exactly. Irie said they're already starting. Italy is currently protesting. It's nowhere on the news. Italy is protesting. Wait, are they protesting the House of Affordability? Let me check. I know a lot of countries were recently protesting the affordability crisis. More groupthink and mob mentality. Exactly. And we're going to do the parasocial relationships next week when I have time, because I really want to research properly for that one. Aiko says separate. Okay, we got one separate here. All right. I think we're going to keep it separate then. This guy on TikTok said something about the government and he's already been censored. Absolutely he is. Yeah. They don't want you to speak negatively. I'm sick of it. You and I both. They also keep taking vids down even if the creator used exact quotes. The star that fell. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. And it's extremely alarming, but you know what? Like, the news is still going to get out there regardless, right? You just have to look for it, but it's just not right. Yeah. And unfortunately, Devonda, sis, you said it right. It's going to be more groupthink and mob mentality because those are the voices that they keep hearing. They're in an echo chamber. They're not going to hear what's really going on. That's very scary, y'all. Extremely. Beautiful message. Oh, thank you. Italy. Okay, let's check it out. We're going to check Italy. Oh, in case this is your first time joining the live stream, my name is Romy. I'm extremely unstructured when it comes to live streams. So whatever people talk about, whatever we end up talking about, we just roll with the flow. We go with the flow, y'all. So whatever you saw on the thumbnail, that's what I plan to talk about. But then sometimes the live streams take a life of their own and we just roll with it. I love the orange shirt. Thank you, sis. Thank you, that girl from yonder. Thank you, sis. Yep. There you go. Representing. My homegirl gave it to me, too. You wore yours yesterday at work. Oh, yep. All of us did. Me, too. Yep. Solidarity. That's what it is. I heard everything going on is also mentioned in the parable of a sower. It is. Yep. It is. That's why I bought it. I just haven't read it. That's the craziest thing, but I guess it's for that. Yeah, there's another great book. She had the parable of the sower, and then there's a follow-up to it. I bought both of them. The other one, though, it's on my my Kindle. I have it on my Amazon Kindle. There's a scene in the TV show 1883 about residential school that makes me sick to my stomach till today. We might need to watch a movie like that. I haven't watched it, or the TV show. I'm gonna put that on my list of TV shows to watch. Oh, by the way, sis, that girl from yonder, last week you talked about the financial diet. We're gonna talk about that tomorrow. So thank you. Shout out to you for I know you and someone else mentioned it. Sorry if I forgot who did, but I remember you did. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, just letting you know. Y'all keep giving me recommendations. I really watch things. You recommend the documentary Highway of Tears. You know what? I heard about it. And I'm thinking, you know what? Let me write this down. Highway of Tears. And what was the show? 1883. Okay. I'm going to watch it. I watched, hold on. 1883 TV show. Highway of Tears. Sorry, I'm really writing this down. I'm not joking. I love getting recommendations because then I can look at something that I didn't know, right? So that's why I love the community. Some things I don't know and I've never learned. So you guys are just keeping me in the loop too, and we're all helping each other. We haven't learned anything from history. We are repeating it. Yep. Exactly the same thing. Y'all, everything that... What Lauren said, everything you did has already been done. I remember she said that in Lost Ones. I love that song. Yeah, Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, y'all gotta listen to that album. That was another album ahead of its time. Everything she talks about in that album, sis was spitting. Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, whoo, Lord, that album. Nas too, Illmatic, whoo, So many people. Tupac had some great albums too. Talks about. I'm telling y'all, so many of the songs we had access to before all of this started, they were so good, like amazing. It was Sasha or Devonda or Sylvie. Oh, okay, thank you, sis, because I didn't know who it was. I thought it was you. Okay, sorry, y'all, wrong person. So thank you, Sasha, Devonda, or Sylvie, who bought it up. I can't remember. I was just co-signing with Chelsea. Okay, good. Thank you. So yeah, shout out to you, Devonda, Sasha, or Sylvie, who told me to look up the financial diet. Thank you, guys. You haven't read it yet, Akos? Okay, yeah, join. If you're part of the Discord, we're gonna start then you know what? Let's do the Parable of the Sower next, after the Power of Nunchi. Let's do that. We're gonna do that every month. I appreciate these global convos. Oh, thank you. I my case studies are just for relationships, but the live streams, they can be about anything. Like, it's more like, global issues, things affect. And don't mind my hair sticking up, y'all. Like I said, I gotta wash my hair after this live stream. But yeah, it's just about global issues. Any other thing that's affecting us. That's not just relationships. Could be like economy, everything. It's just a mixed bag. So I don't mind it. US millennials can't catch a break. Girl. Add me in there too, even though I'm not American. And I was raised in America. I'm American by proxy, but like when I tell you, it's like we could never catch a break. But you know what? We're going to be the generation that changes things for the ones behind us. So we really have to keep our head on a swivel, because the way it's looking, Alpha and Z and Alpha, they don't stand a chance, yo. They do. Don't get me wrong. They do. But it's up to us to kind of lead that way, because they grew up with this whole social media, in this whole social media world, right? Where we haven't. And I think that we were the last generation that actually had the type of education that's stopped now. Like we're like when we talk about critical thinking and just learning different life skills, we were the last ones, y'all. We were the last generation that was outside like that, for real. We didn't have computers, so it's like our brains were already developed by the time the internet came. So we knew how to think in a structured way and in a different way. And we could see things way differently. I'm not saying all millennials, but I think that we have this kind of unique ability to to kind of have that. And unfortunately, the generations behind us, they don't. They're just social media kids. That's what they're raised on. And this is why TikTok being bought by DT and others, or the American government, makes sense, because they're going to be the ones to indoctrinate, pretty much, right? The younger generations, because that's what they believe in. Yeah, whoever recommended Mahogany Peak, you deserve your flowers. Yeah, thank you. It was Serene. It was Serene. Hold on, let me go check on my Discord. I want to make sure when I shout out, I gotta make sure I shout out the right people. Let me go on Discord. It was Serenity, I think. Who somebody private messaged me. So I'm going to tell you who it was. Serene was the one who told me about the David update. So thank you, sis. It must have been her. Hold on. It was in a general discussion. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I shout out the right person. I don't play about that. I do not play about that. It was in the general questions. Where is it? Hold up. Look at me not even knowing where that is. Hold up. Information. No, it was in general. Where is that? What the? How is it not on my phone? This is interesting. Okay. I'm going to find it online though. But it was with an S. It was someone with an S. So I want to make sure I got the right person. It was in general, wasn't it? Okay, but anyways, shout out to you, sis. Whoever gave me the video. Someone sent it to me on Discord. Yeah, she'll reveal herself, but shout out to you. Gen Z turning into boomers. Yup, that's who they... It's crazy, right? You're grateful that you got to play outside. So you're... Ellie, if you are grateful to have to play outside and you're a Gen Z, you're a Zillennial. Yeah, you're still part of the millennial crew. Yeah, you're a zillennial. Playing outside, I'm telling y'all, touching grass, it's really real. It's really real. That's where those parasocial relationships come from. And then, like, people just get all their information on social media. They don't know how to research, don't know how to fact check. It's scary, y'all. It's very disappointing, because it's like you'll hear somebody say something, you're like, okay, what's your research? Nothing. Oh, I heard somebody else say, oh, okay. Somebody like you? Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Y'all, I used to have to use an encyclopedia to get my resources. There was no Wikipedia. It was an actual encyclopedia. My dad had all the volumes. I had to go into our library. Like, we had a little back room in our house. I had to go to that library in the back of the house, get the encyclopedia, and get my sources. And then if I couldn't find anything in the encyclopedia, I had to go to the library and get y'all remember you had to do the newspaper, and then the librarian had to show me, oh yeah, this is how you get old newspapers. There were some newspapers that were so old it was like in a small room or something. I had to go in there and get my sources from there. And then I remember in high school we had a paper. I had a paper I'll never forget. One of my really good friends, we still close till now. She, for our last paper, y'all, this was paper in high school. Our last paper, I typed it I had to go to the library every day after school to type that paper. Every day. And then save it on that dang on floppy disk. There was no USB at that time. Floppy disk. And guess what? My friend saved hers, and then her floppy disk, the formatting was bad. And then she started freaking out. The morning the paper was due, the teacher gave us until 2 o'clock that day to submit the paper. So we had to go to the library. Thank God she had a car. We drove to the library together. And then I helped her type up her paper. So she wrote one part. Like, she gave me one part to write. And then I wrote the other part. So we had to retype everything. And then save it on a new floppy disk. You know, that girl had me skip class and everything. But guess what? She got a better grade than me. She got an A. And I got a B+. I was so angry. I was like, dang, I helped her. And then she got the better grade. But whatever. Anyways, I just rewrote her paper with her. And then we just... yeah, I was solid for real. Like, yo, we were true friends. I ain't gonna lie. That's my rider. Shout out to you, Alana, if you're watching this. I don't think she's watching it, though, because she's out right now. But, yeah. So, yeah, the floppy disk, y'all. Yes, we have lost the art of citing sources. We had to verify. Thank you, sis. Yes, we had to verify our sources. Everybody. You could not, literally, if you said something, even in a discussion in class, you had to tell. Our teacher was like, she was really big. I'll never forget Miss Musso. Shout out to Miss Musso. She did not play. Anytime we had any type of situation where there was a paper, or if we were having class discussion, she's like, what's your source? Where'd you get that from? And then we would have to be like, oh, I got it from... like, she did not play. And then we had to learn how to do the citations. Like, we learned the first one I learned was APA, because we had to cite everything in APA format. When I was in high school, they taught us. We had a whole class about that. I had to go to the library. The librarian gave us a whole course about, like, you know, plagiarism, citing sources, all of that stuff from high school, y'all. Actually, from middle school, but high school is when they really took it seriously. And then university, of course, you know, they don't play about that. Yeah, how did you get stuff off floppy disks? Have seen them, but I have never used them before. Oh, so it would save. It would be like, I don't know how to explain it. It was like it's literally like a USB drive. It's literally the same, except you insert it into, like, the computer. Hold on, let me see if I could have a... This is what it looked like, y'all. Floppy disk. Here, images. This is what... You don't remember that? I used to write my name on them too. And then here, this is the part that would get messed up for people, is that little part right here, the little silver part at the top. If you mess that up, like if it was like a little cracked, or if it had like if it was bent, forget it. Your floppy disk is not going to work no more. It's literally like a USB drive. You just insert it into the computer, and then it has it saves your document in Word. But remember, we didn't have a cloud, so you had to save every single time you wrote something, or else your file is going to be gone. There was no Google Docs. There was no Microsoft Word where you automatically autosave. Nah, that did not exist in my time. It did not exist. Hell, we're lucky we even had computers, because I remember one of the papers I wrote in elementary school when I was like in 3rd grade, I had to use a typewriter. And then every time I messed up, my dad would give me whiteout. He's like, use the whiteout. Then he would do this. Use the whiteout. And then I used to have to and then and then oh Lord, don't let the ink run out. Don't let that ink run out, y'all. We had some hard times. We did. I remember CD players too, yo. My first CD player, oh man, that thing broke. I was so pissed. I had a Sony CD player. I was so geeked, man. I thought I was the ish, y'all. Let me see this one. I got this one for Christmas. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I got this one right here, y'all. I thought I was this one, and I had a Walkman too. The Walkman was the tape version, and I used to record like back in the day. We had radios, and we used to record songs on tapes, and then we would like press like I think it was something record, and then we were. That's how you got your music. There was no Spotify, so it's like there's no playlist. You had to listen to the radio or buy the tape or the CD, or else you out of luck. You're not gonna hear that song. So I used to have to spend hours listening to Power 96, and then when my song came out, oh my God, my song came out, and then we would call our friends and be like, our song's on, and then we used to just do like the actual tapes. Where do you think the name mixtape came from? Because it actually came from a tape. People would just record songs off of the radio and then give them to friends and other people. That's why it's called a mixtape. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, I don't know how we got on this tangent. Let's move on to the next topic, y'all. Burning CD. Yo, I used to have to pay $5. Y'all remember that? The inflation was crazy. Because before it was like $3. And then I remember this boy in class. I'll never forget him. I forgot his name though. He's a little rotund too. He was like, I'll sell it to you. And then all of a sudden the prices went higher. They were $3 before, and then people started jacking up the price of $5. And it was only certain people who had the capabilities to burn a CD. And so they would ask me for my playlist. So you had to put like song number 1 is gonna be like I used to really love R&B, so I put like Luther Vandross. And then song number 2 was this. Yo, that was a time, man. Oh my God. I remember my first CD I ever got was NSYNC. That was my first ever CD I ever bought, was the first NSYNC one. That was my first CD, yeah. So, yeah, that was a time, y'all. Napster. Y'all remember Napster? No, my dad got mad about Napster, y'all. My dad was angry because Napster like my brother tried to download a song on Napster, and then there was like a virus. Yo, Napster used to have mad viruses. My dad was pissed. Our computer had a virus because we only had one computer in the house. Remember, no phones, no cell phones. And I think I showed y'all the cell phone one time. I had a Nokia. That was when I was 16, but like before 16 years old, even then it wasn't a smartphone. Smartphones came when I was in college, university. So it was so funny because, we had one computer in the house. And then remember when you used to have to use AOL, if my mom was on the phone, she would mess up all of my computers. Like, it would make this weird sound. Like to dial in the internet. The internet wasn't wireless, so you had to dial it in, so there was a cord like connected. And then if my mom was on the phone, forget it, it's raps. And she used to talk a lot to her friends sometimes, and I'm like, I have to use the computer. Oh man, that was a time. It was a time, y'all. You used to burn CDs in high school. Star Goddess, yo, I wish we knew each other in high school. Man, that was a good, and you used to sell them too. That was a good hustle. People used to sell CDs. They used to sell Krispy Kreme donuts. I remember a lot of people were selling Krispy Kreme donuts when I was in high school. They used to sell chips. Yo, there was this guy in my neighborhood. He used to sell chips and hot sausages. And he would sell the chips for 50 cents. No, chips for 25 cents. And then the hot sausage was 50 cents or 75 cents. And then I used to always get money and then go give him money. We had such a time. MySpace. I still have my MySpace, y'all. I think I still have it. I gotta check the password. I don't remember. I think I still have the same. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can log into my MySpace and show you guys next week. MySpace, man. MySpace was crazy. Hold up. Maybe I can still pull up my profile on MySpace. Can I? But you know what? It was so crazy because I always tell people I joined Facebook when Facebook was only for college students. That's how I got into it, because I was friends with this girl. We are no longer friends anymore. But she sent me Facebook. She sent me the Facebook stuff, and then the login, and then I had to prove that I was a college student. It was crazy, y'all. But it's so interesting. Let me see if I could get into Facebook. Hold up. It's definitely not my new email. It was my old Y'all remember Hotmail? Hold on. Let me see. I could probably still get into it. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to see if I get into MySpace. How do we get on this convo? This is so hilarious. Okay, it's not working. I'd have to reset my password, though. I'm not going to reset my password. But, yo, it was crazy. I remember my song at the time. You could, like, choose your theme song for your page. And then, yeah, we would have to go in the coding to do the song, to change the songs in the background. And then I remember mine had glitter and then I changed the display. It was nuts. We spent hours on there. Hours, y'all. It was a time. You still have Hotmail? Yo, mine's got hacked. I'm so pissed about it. I still remember my email. Y'all can email it mdarius14@hotmail.com. That was awesome, y'all. Like, yo, that was crazy. My Hotmail was like, it was popping though. I kept that Hotmail for years, and then someone hacked it. And then I never got access to it again. I've tried so many times. And then Microsoft, and then Hotmail turned into Live. I think Live or something. And then after that, I couldn't get it anymore. And then I got Google. So I got Gmail really relatively early, like super early. I remember, okay, before we continue to the next conversation, I remember when I got Gmail, because my Hotmail was just like my name, like my initial and last name, and 14, right? Because I'm born on, the 14th of February or whatever. And then I remember my career counselor in university, she was like, you need to change your email to a professional name, because if you use that email, people are not going to look at your resume. And I got all spooked. So I changed it to my first name dot last name. And then, yeah, so now, like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people still use, like, sometimes, like, when you see people with the number 1 or the 2, that means somebody else has the name. But I got my name, y'all. Yeah, I was able to do that. And I've kept that email for a long time. Yo, I used to be in them chat rooms. When Ira, you said you were talking to strangers on AOL chat. Yo, that's why when we were doing that study, sorry, not the study, we were talking about the girl Celeste from that David situation. I was thinking about it. I was like, yo, if I didn't have some sense, yo, them chat rooms were popping, y'all. We used to have different chat rooms we would be in. Some of them were crazy though. Like there was still a lot of grown men on them chat rooms, y'all. And one of my cousins, she used to play with them so much. Like we used to just do crazy hang up calls. Like we would have them send us their number. We would call them, and then we would hang up the phone on them. Yo, we were so childish. You said you love my video and deep dives. Oh, hey, Star Goddess. Well, welcome to the family. I'm so happy you're enjoying the videos. I love making them for you guys. I love it. So that's why I put so much work into it, because I actually love it. And to be honest with you guys, I learn a lot from those case studies too. There's some of them, like I think the recent one I just uploaded today with Jeezy and Jeannie, I did not know. It's so crazy, because when you look at people's behavior, you understand and you know that something's wrong. But when I really went through his traumatic childhood, and then I connected it to the article, and it showed like all of the consequences of, or what happens after a child has that type of traumatic childhood, it all lined up. It's so interesting. It's crazy. So it really makes me more aware of patterns. Like I can recognize them, but I feel like more aware now. I'm very hyper aware of patterns now, only because I've been doing a lot of the case studies, and it's helping me too in my personal life as well, in recognizing some patterns. Because I'm not perfect, y'all. I struggle with a lot of patterns. Like I'm still in a healthy space, don't get me wrong. It took me a lot of work to get there, but I'm still working through, especially when it comes to communication. I'm terrible at communicating when it comes to like relationship wise and intimacy. I still struggle with that a lot, y'all. I struggle with that a lot. And I think it's because I didn't have that growing up. So it's something that I have to relearn like a baby, and it takes time, right? So it takes time to rewire and reprogram your brain. Google Maps, y'all. Wait, who used to use, y'all remember MapQuest? Hold on, who talked about MapQuest? Who talked about MapQuest? Hold on, we all got that email speech. Oh, yo, they all gave us that email speech. You need to be professional. And then they told us not to have I remember when Facebook came out, I had to private so many of my pictures because people were like, that is so unprofessional. Because I had one picture where I was out with my friends in the club or whatever, right? And I remember people were scaring me. They're like, Jobs can see that, and it's in your public profile. Yo, they fear-mongered the crap out of us. Who put ASL? Hold on, what's as hell? Is that what it is? Oh my, y'all gonna tell me what that means. Same room, we all have to give ourselves grace. Yeah, absolutely. So that's why I'm very compassionate in my case studies, or I try to be. I try to kiki and laugh, but hell, it could have been me. It could have been me, yo. MapQuest, oh my god. Y'all, MapQuest, I used to have to print directions. Y'all remember that? I used to have to memorize directions or print it, or else there's no GPS, and GPS was expensive at the time. I remember one of my cousins had, my dad's cousin, so he's older, but he had a GPS. It was so unaffordable, so I had to use like printed MapQuest directions, left, right, up, down. But y'all, we complaining. Imagine the people who had to use the actual maps. Like, I cannot read a map to save my life. They taught us how to read a map when I was in elementary school, and how to find the north and the south and all, like use a compass. But girl, I ain't got time for all that. But I need to learn, because in case you get lost in the wild, that's how you're gonna recognize your steps, is through the compass. You gotta learn that. Chat Roboling. Now I know you weren't in those chats. No, I wasn't. No, I was not. I definitely was not in those chats. Whatever chats y'all talking about, I wasn't in it. Now I was in some chats, but now my parents kept that computer tight. Parental advisory, everything, y'all. They used to monitor us like a hawk. I couldn't get away with a lot of stuff. Oh, chat room lingo. Oh, yeah, no. I was not in those chats like that. Not at all. I be forgetting, y'all. All right. Let's get back into it, y'all. Let's get back into it. I forget everything. I'm telling y'all, I'm an auntie / grandma now. I forget everything. In my days, that's me right now. I feel so old. Look at us. I know. I'm about to hit 40 next year. That's crazy, right? I can't believe I'm almost 40. Where did the time go? Like, I feel like it just like. I remember 40 used to be so old when I was young, and now look at me, y'all. Look at me. 40 years old, got grays, but I had these grays for a long time though, but I had them since I was 25. But yeah, these grays, getting older, y'all. Getting older. All right, let's get into the chat. Let's get into the videos. Sasha, she's pulling me right back in, sis. Thank you, because I forgot. I be forgetting, y'all. Let's get into our next topic. Okay, so I wanted to discuss knowing your value. I don't know how we got on a tangent, but y'all know how these lives go. I still got a little bit of time. Yeah, I got time. So I might have to cut this live stream a little shorter, because I know it's getting late for y'all. So what time is it? 4, 5, 6? Yeah, we're still okay though. But once it starts hitting like late for you guys, I'm gonna cut it, and then we'll continue tomorrow. So know your value, y'all. We got a lot to cover today, because I feel like this is one thing that I feel like we're lacking, especially in this generation of us, all of us. And I'm not just talking about millennials, whatever. I'm talking about in this time frame that we live in this whatever time frame we live in, is value systems. And our value system, like, what's our value? What do we value more, right? And when it comes to integrity, when it comes to your lifestyle, when it comes to living a certain lifestyle or way, even if you have money, sometimes your value system might not align with where you are in life. Let's talk about Cardi B for a second, because y'all know she just announced her pregnancy, right, with Stefan Diggs. Let's just talk about that really slightly. So she announced her pregnancy with Stefan Diggs. And, excuse me, I'm not going to go too hard on her. You know the reason why is because obviously sis is dealing with some issues, right? When it comes to self-esteem. Also the fact that she's still in the middle of a divorce and she's already with the next man already lets me know that she hasn't properly healed herself. She hasn't properly taken the time to work on herself, and she's just jumping from relationship to relationship. I can already see that because when she was, I used to watch Love and Hip Hop, and when she was first on Love and Hip Hop, she was with this man from jail, Tommy. She had a boyfriend named Tommy. He was in jail. She was with him for a long time. And then her and Tommy, I don't know what happened, because then she met Offset, and then she was with him for a long time. And then now she's with Stefan. So I don't know too much about her childhood. Maybe when I do her case study, I can kind of figure it out. But there's definitely a pattern going on here. And it's that she self-sabotages a lot. And also she doesn't know her value. Because a woman like her, and let's forget about the, you know, because people bring up things like, oh, she has a BBL, she has long weave, she da-da-da. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about her value as a woman. And I'm talking about what she can bring to any relationship. Sis is a hard worker. Let's talk about her values, what I see. What I've seen in Cardi is she is extremely hardworking. She's been like that since Love and Hip Hop. I know she was a stripper back in the day, but y'all don't understand how hard it is to strip. It is a hard job. Because I've been picketing for 4 hours, walking nonstop. And imagine if you had to do that in heels and dance at the same time for hours at a time. I don't know how long strippers' hours are, but I can only imagine. It's not easy, y'all. I had to walk the line, walk back and forth, and my feet were hurting, and that's with comfortable shoes. I can't even imagine what it's like to be a dancer or a midnight ballerina. That's what they call them now. Because that takes a lot of work, a lot of effort. And then also you have men just throwing themselves, like treating you in the most disgusting and derogatory ways. Treating you like you're a piece of nothing, right? And so she had to deal with that. And then on top of that, she was able to break out of that industry, use social media, because she started off on Instagram. I remember she was on Instagram doing like a lot of funny videos. People loved her. Like she just has a personality. She's larger than life personality, right? She reminds me of like a kind of Wendy Williams-ish, like, you know, just very boisterous, extremely like funny. She had that personality. So we already could see that there's something inside of her, right? Now let's move on to her relationships. We already said she's been in 3 relationships that were super unhealthy for her, choosing the wrong men. Not only that, but she doesn't know her value. She doesn't know her worth, y'all. Because if she did, she would never be with a Stefan Diggs. This man got like 3 baby mothers. Didn't he just have a baby? You see here, Diggs hit with separate paternity suit after Cardi B confirms pregnancy. This is wild, y'all. This is wild. Cardi confirmed, okay, I'm not going to read everything, but Cardi B confirmed that she was pregnant by NFL star Stefan Diggs during an interview with Gayle King of CBS Mornings. Mind you, this is before her record launch. So y'all remember, she only has 2 albums. The first one, you want to know what happened? She got pregnant. She got pregnant before the first launch, or around the time that her first album launched, she got pregnant. And now her second album launches and she's pregnant again. Red flag, Cardi. I'm sorry, I gotta hit you with the red flag. I'm having a baby with my boyfriend, Stefan Diggs, she said. I'm actually excited. I'm happy. I feel like I'm in a good space. Me and my man are supportive of each other. Sis, you just had a fresh baby like last year. Days later, an Instagram model and influencer reportedly followed up on a paternity suit with Diggs. And it's a 33-year-old social media model who goes by the name Lord Giselle. Oh, my goodness. And then she goes by Gigi. She wanted legal and physical custody of the child, but she would allow Stefan visitation. She gave birth to a child April 2025. This man is a New England Patriots wide receiver. He's a football player. He said he isn't certain that the child is his. But he has sex with her. Obviously, he didn't deny that he has sex with her. There we go. And there's another woman, too. So it's like, sis doesn't know her value, y'all. And this is what happens when you don't know your worth. And it's sad because I know that there was a woman, Crystal, on The Read. I don't know if you guys listened to The Read by Kid Fury and Crystal. I actually watched their live show. I went to one of their live shows in Toronto years ago. And I actually did enjoy their show. I just fell off of it. I don't remember why. I just fell off of it. But it's on Spotify. They just give their opinions. They do a lot of commentary. I actually enjoy their content. And recently, she had like an episode where she talked about Cardi B. I'll put that in the case study that I'm going to do about Cardi B. I'm not going to go over it now because she really went in on Cardi B. But a lot of people were upset because they're like, oh, like, you know, she has money. Why do you care? Why is it it's none of your business? She's rich. She's this. She's that. Right? Echo chamber, of course. But for me, it's not about condemning her. It's more about her seeing that there's an issue and she doesn't see it. And it's because you have people hyping her up and saying, oh, you have money. Oh, you don't have to worry about what these people say. Y'all need to mind y'all business. But what they don't understand is that we feel the ripple effects. Just remember that. So everybody who has, or if anyone in any community, they make decisions that are less than stellar, then you are going to face the ripple effects, whether it's directly or indirectly, either by, by proxy. Sometimes you have these kids, again, in your child's school, disturbing the peace. Or other times they are, sometimes they turn out really great students, great children. But other times they make bad decisions because that's all they've seen. And then again, consequences, ripple effect. And it's going to affect you in one way or another. So it's more of like, yeah, you're rich. Yes, you have the resources, but at the same time, you're not able to really spend time and emotional time with your children as much as you think you do. And I'm not saying she's a bad mother because I've seen how she is with her children. She's a very active mom. But imagine you are no longer with the father of your children. You're with a new man. So you have to give attention to that. You're also an artist. That's also on the line. You're going through a divorce and he's trying to take all your money because Offset is asking for a lot of money. That's why she hasn't gotten a divorce. It's because he's asking for alimony and a whole bunch of stuff. Because again, she didn't know her value when she got married to him. And then now it's like you're dealing with another issue on top of that. So it's just very sad. It's unfortunate. But anyways, my point is this. Know your value, girl. You got to know your value. How do you know your value? Is by rewiring your patterns and your programming. Whatever you think your values are, you have to sit down and really sit and think about what do you value the most in life? And how can you achieve that? And unfortunately, some people around you, they're not supposed to be around you, y'all. Not supposed to be around you. And I know it hurts. It hurts to say that. But we really have to start like having strong boundaries and really start teaching people that just because you have money, just because you have power, doesn't mean that your values align with that. And sometimes, even if you get yourself out of a situation, like, for example, I'm using Cardi as an example because she's a perfect example of what I'm trying to express here. She got herself out of a financial, she basically got herself and her family out of, kind of the working class, right? And paycheck to paycheck situation, maybe precarious situation. The fact that she had to even go into stripping already lets me know that she wasn't doing good economically, right? I think she went to college. I don't know if she dropped out or not. I have to research more, but I do know that she's very, she's smart. She said that she went to school. I don't remember. She took college courses, but she went from that to a millionaire now. But unfortunately, if you don't undo the patterns, those millions not going to last you. You're not going to know how to sustain that. Because her millions are based off of record sales and residual, what was it called? Y'all know when them artists has oh my God, what is it called? That, the thing that they always fighting about. The dues, oh my God, I'm going to find it. What's the name? And the reason I'm forgetting so much is because I'm exhausted, y'all. I woke up at 5:30 this morning. Don't mind me. And my ADHD meds have worn out now. Yes. So this is the real me, y'all. Unmedicated right now. They've worn out. So my memory is It's called when record. You know, when they keep the when they fight the record company for retribution, I forgot what it's called. It's like reparations, but for records. Y'all let me know in the comments. Anyways, we don't know if she owns, like, how much of a percentage that she owns in her with her records. That's number one. If she has ownership of it, because it might be the label that has complete ownership of it, and also the contract. We don't know if you signed a 360 deal or whatnot. But anyways, that's for her to figure out. My point is that just because you have the money now does not mean that it's going to last. And just because you have the resources now does not mean that it's going to last. If you don't know your value system, and if you don't know how to rewire your brain, you're going to repeat the same patterns and be right where you started. I'm not lying to y'all. This is literally how it goes. And unfortunately, a lot of people have not gotten to that point yet where they can accept this truth, but it's the truth. It is what it is. Like, that's how life is. They say that for new millionaires, it takes, like, I think 3 generations for the millions to be squandered, because, again, there was no change in direction and mindset. It was just straight, just keep repeating the same patterns. No time to heal. You didn't take time to really find and know who you are. You didn't take time to unlearn some of those bad habits that you learned from the past. You're just going to repeat the same habits in different ways. So now, again, she's financially stable, but in relationships, she's struggling because she keeps choosing the same man in different forms. And that's a problem, right? And that just shows you that it's not going to always be about, like, people make it seem like, oh, it's so, like, they think it's so materialistic, like, oh, you have money, you have this, or you're gonna be done. Oh yeah, you're gonna make better choices. No, money just adds on to it. That's all. You just have more access to do the thing that you was doing before. That's all that is. If you ain't got your mind right, it's just continuing, right? And then kids pick up that pattern, they continue it, right? So it's about unlearning. So let's get into the video. Hold on, let me read a few comments and then I'm out to read the video. Who's doing a master's? Who's doing a master's, y'all? Hold up. She'll keep having issues. Yeah, and it's sad. I really hope that she pays attention, y'all. Even if it's the truth, but we have to be careful to not weaponizing the truth against others, because we cut people deeply, even if we're trying to hold them accountable. That's very true, Devonda, sis. That is very true. So that's why I don't want people to bash her for it, because it's like she just doesn't know. She really doesn't know. She doesn't understand. She's thinking about it, and a lot of people who are approving of her, they're all thinking about it from, like, an economic perspective, because they're like, oh, she has money, so she has nothing to worry about. But it's just not, unfortunately, that's not always the case. Like, that mindset has to change. She was scared to tell her parents. Yeah, absolutely. You know, her parents are still together. And I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from. But again, just because you come from a 2-parent household does not mean that you are suddenly going to not have issues. That's far from the truth. And I want people to stop relying on that and thinking that, oh yeah, it's just a 2-parent household situation. No, she comes from a 2-parent household, y'all. 2-parent household. Remember that. Yeah. She still has the hood mentality. But there's a reason. Like, I don't know how her parents are together. She says that they have a good relationship. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. And it screams to me, what it's showing me is she's not confident in herself. She's not confident in herself, and she's not confident in her value. That's all that's showing me. She thinks that that's the best that she could do. And to be honest with you, she could do way better. She just doesn't believe it. She doesn't. She's super talented, y'all. Super talented. Residuals. Thank you, y'all. Whew, residuals. That's what I was looking for. Publishing, yeah. Does she own it? Yeah, publishing and masters. Thank you. Thank you, y'all. It was the masters. That's what I was thinking about. The masters. Because a lot of record companies, record labels, they own the masters. You know that, right? Not the artist. It's hard. I remember Taylor Swift fought Scooter Braun for her masters, and Ashanti, she fought Irv Gotti for years before he passed, and then she had to re-record all of her songs in order to make her money back. It's like, imagine, as a YouTuber, for example, I get hit with copyright. Like, I would get hit with copyright, right? So like, let's say I'm using material, even though I transform it. Some companies like the reel, every time I use a reel, that's why you guys see still images. If you watch the video, it won't move like still images, because that's the only way I can keep myself from getting copyright strikes, because I don't want to have to always continuously like have copyright strikes all the time, right? So imagine it's copyright strikes, but for music. So it's like you don't get a lot of that income. It goes straight to the record label. So I don't know, like, again, like the longevity of what she's doing, because as far as I know, she's not a business owner. She doesn't own anything aside from music. And she was the one practically taking care of her and Offset. She was. Yeah. Even though he was part of the Migos. So it's like, I don't know, like, it's crazy. Like, I'm thinking future, not short term. It's like long term, right? Yeah. Chi Baby, just coming here to say you were right about Nick. You caught on during the Taylor 12 versus 1 review. You are very perceptive. God is guiding you. Oh, what did I say about Nick? I don't remember. It's been so long ago. What did I say about Nick? Y'all let me know. Chai Baby, tell me. What did I say about Nick? I don't remember. I just be yapping, y'all. I just be talking. Yeah, what about Nick? What did I say? I don't remember. 12 versus 1. Oh, when Taylor was talking about the program? Yeah, I remember when he was talking about the program. But what about it? Did something come out that I don't know about? Okay, y'all gonna let me know. Chai Baby, come back. You just stopped and came back. You gotta come back, sis. You gotta come back. He was jealous of her successes. Offset was off-cheat. He was. But he's also dealing with problems too. And this is the sad part about it. It's like every time that she was about to progress in her career, she sabotaged, self-sabotage. I used to do that too. So that's why I can recognize that pattern, and I can see that sis is definitely struggling with something. I really hope that she gets help though. Babies are a big blessing. And I'm going to say this, that I know she'll be a great mother, but I just want her to be aware of the pattern so she doesn't end up in the same situation again. Because it's literally repeating itself. Literally. Offset also had a lot of kids. This man also had a lot of kids. Her first boyfriend, Tommy, I think he had kids too. It's like she attaches herself to men who are emotionally unavailable. That's a problem, y'all. You clocked that they had a deal, the program. Nick forgave Ace. Yeah. Oh, okay. He did? Oh, you're talking about when they did the when they took the photo together. I don't know if they forgave each other. Maybe he did. I'm not sure. But yeah, they had a deal, 100%. They definitely had a deal. I don't know what 360 deal they did in that damn villa, but something happened. Akos, I'm gonna read your comment and then we're gonna get into the video I want to watch. This might be a reach, but I also think Cardi is not as unaware as we think. I think a lot of the things she does also tells me she's secretly not happy with her career. That could be it too, you know that. That could be it too. That could be it too, because you know what? You're right. I remember, the fact that it took so long for her second album to launch, that's an issue. Her and Sweetie never had an album, y'all. Sweetie has never had an album. I was shocked. It was all just singles. And Cardi, I remember she said that she just wants to be with her kids. I don't think she wants to be an artist. But then again, I don't know if she feels like Stephen is the best she could do because he's an NFL player. But he's not going... I don't think his longevity is there either. Football players do not have a long shelf life as far as playing in the NFL. And then also he has a lot of children that he has to take care of eventually. There are so many athletes who go broke afterwards. And it's like, that's the thing, is a long-term planning. That's the problem, right? Long-term planning is always the issue. But again, if you haven't rewired your brain, you're still operating in the same patterns, and then you just have more money or more resources. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make wiser decisions. You're probably just going to continue making the same decisions, but you're just in a higher tax bracket. That's what happened with the Young Jeezy. Millionaire man fighting at BET Awards. This is what happens. And then how is Cardi going to give birth and then go on tour? You need to rest. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he said that on Snapchat? Okay, I'm gonna need to... Wait, sis, wait, what? Okay, you need to let me know. Is this new? Because I didn't hear about this. Okay, I'm gonna figure it out tonight. I'll present it tomorrow if I see anything. That's crazy. Her kids need a present father too. They can grow up to resent her. Exactly. And it's sad. It's very sad all around. But one thing I will say is though, I love how she's raising her kids. Especially her daughter. Her daughter seems very extremely like she seems like a good kid. And I'm not saying that I expected less of her, but I'm just saying that it's there. It's there in there somewhere. But she just keeps operating in what she operates in. She did go on tour. She did. That's when Offset proposed to her. She went on tour. Offset I think he proposed to her while she was on tour after he cheated on her the first time. Yeah, I think he did propose to her while she was on tour. Yeah, I don't think she likes being an artist either. You know what she would be good at? She needs to branch off on her own. She should have never been an artist. I feel like she would have been better independent. She should have never signed to a label because she was already making moves. She was already on Love and Hip Hop, y'all. She was already there. The thing is that she got the record deal after Love and Hip Hop, but she could have gone her own way, and I think she probably regrets not being independent. Hey sis, hey Ronette, how you doing, sis? I think so too. So let's get into this. I really want to watch this video. I've never watched it before, so we're gonna all watch it together. We'll get to Taylor Swift and Travis after. Since we're talking about two-parent household, and Cardi comes from a two-parent household. Let's listen to this one. It's an 18-minute video. Is the benefit of a two-parent family a myth? Harvard sociologist. So this person is very smart. A Harvard sociologist explains. So this came up on my recommended because again, I think I talked about it on my Discord yesterday. I was signed out. And then this came up. So I was like, yes. Yes. Okay. Finally seeing other videos now. Whenever I sign off of YouTube or I sign out, I get the videos that I need to come, right? I can see different types of videos. I've never heard of this Amanpour and Company. I don't know what that is. What's Amanpour? What is that? Oh, okay. Oh, Amanpour is the name of the person. Okay. I've never heard of her. Okay. She's from PBS. Okay. She got her own show. All right, sis. Do your thing. Okay, new series features wide-ranging, in-depth conversations with global thought leaders. Okay, I'm liking this. All right, Amanpour. Oh, she used to be on CNN. Isn't this Christiane Amanpour? Her name sounds so familiar. Hold on. Christiane. Oh, yeah, it was her. Oh, my God. I think wasn't she on CNN or BBC? I don't know where she was. I remember her name, though. She was on CNN. Yeah, she used to do correspondence. I used to watch CNN heavy before they became... I used to watch CNN, Young and Turks. I used to watch a lot of different types of news segments, man. Then CNN, ever since Don Lemon left, I was like... And then they fired that guy. What's his name again? The dark hair guy. I forgot his name, y'all. Him and his brother. They was be yapping. They fired them. I remember Sanjay Gupta. I used to watch CNN heavy when Anderson Cooper was on there. Shout out to Anderson Cooper. I used to watch all them, yo. Christiane, yeah, she used to do segments on CNN. I remember her. All right, let's watch this. I told you I'm off my meds. My focus is so bad right now. Just letting you guys know. All right, let's watch it. So let's watch what this Harvard sociologist has to say. So she studied people. Let's see.
Rethinking widely held beliefs about racial inequality. For decades, scholars have drawn a strong link between high rates of single-parent households and the disadvantages faced by Black Americans. Well, our next guest is challenging that idea. It's all in her new book, Inherited Inequality. Harvard sociologist Christina Cross joins Michelle Martin to explain how viewing systemic disparity through a different lens could help these disadvantaged Black communities.
Thanks, Christiane. Professor Christina Cross, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Ooh, I love her locks. That's what I'm hoping my locks look like when my these are lock extensions, guys. So when my extensions come out, I hope they look like hers. I like her locks.
You know, your book is kind of a myth buster, I guess, if I could call it that, because you really challenge some of the things that we have just sort of come to accept as part of kind of social policy or family policy. You say that You open the book by reflecting on your own childhood in Milwaukee, where the two-parent family was kind of held up as the antidote to all manner of ills, like, poverty and crime and so on. And one of the reasons that struck me, just to begin with, is that I think that there's sort of an attitude that African Americans don't talk about issues like this among themselves. Mm-hmm. Like, this is sort of an outside-in conversation. And so the first thing that I noticed was you say that this was kind of a commonly discussed theme in your childhood, at church, and your family members. Can you just talk about that very briefly?
Yes. So I, like you mentioned, am from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I grew up in a working class community there. And many times I would hear folks at church, at school, within my neighborhood, sort of trying to grapple with many of the challenges that we were facing and trying to understand what really was driving some of the issues within my community. And often family structure, in particular, single parent families came up as part of the narrative. And a lot of times the story was that our community was better off when we had higher rates of two-parent households, and that unfortunately there had been a change with an increase in single-parent families, which was, among other things, a really important factor in driving some of the challenges we are facing.
But here's where your book takes an interesting turn. You write that Americans have great faith in the power of the family, and in particular, the power of the two-parent family. We imagine this domestic idol to be a haven from the harsh realities of the outside world. And the way we rhapsodic, it's easy to assume that most Americans see the two-parent family as a great equalizer. And you say you were raised to believe in this. And growing up, the adults regularly invoked this family structure as a solution to a host of problems facing our low-income African-American community. So that's the first thing. You say that, look, there's a reason that so many of us continue to hold fast to the idea that, two-parent families are advantageous. It's true. I mean, it's just common sense. But one of the central findings here is that the negative effect of single motherhood on child outcomes is weaker for African-American children than for white children. And the well-being of Black youth from two-parent families is substantially lower than that of their white peers.
Okay, so you know what? This is a very good discussion. And the reason I've never watched this video. Shout out to Sis for doing this research. Now, I understand where she's going with this because she's saying that we're basically built different. That's it. And it's true because we've had to, this is the thing though. Let's take it back, y'all. We're going to go back into time. So when you're thinking about slavery, and we have to think about it because, remember, she's talking about Black American families. And most Black American families, majority, I would say, have slave have a history in slavery, right? Same with Caribbean. We like all of us do, right? So anyone in the Western Hemisphere, as far as like US, Canada, North America, all that stuff, and in the Caribbean, we have slave ancestry, right? So we were enslaved. Now, when you're thinking about the structure of a slave and how that worked is that the father was never really involved because they would separate them. They would separate families, y'all. It was very rare to find mother, son, and father, children. Sometimes the father would get sold to another owner, and then sometimes the mother would get sold to someone else. Sometimes the massa would sexually assault her, and she would bear children for him, and that's where the biracial children came from, right? And then other times you would have like the child when they get to a certain age, then they would be sold too. And so that's where this remember, like I think I spoke about it before. Someone talked about it, who's done research in kind of like that time frame of slavery. They would downplay their kids' abilities and be like, oh, he's not that smart. Oh, he's not that good. Oh, he's so dumb. Like, he's remedial, because they didn't want their kids to be sold. So that's where that came from. That's a pattern, y'all. Of sometimes, like, if you have Black parents, sometimes they would speak negatively to you or say like, oh, you're this or you're that negatively, or talk about you to other people in a negative manner. And it's because that's where that came from. And so they've learned to just, over time, especially now, we are no longer enslaved physically, I will say. So some of us have picked up on those traits. It just kept getting passed down. So now we have this type of outcome. And I'm not surprised that Black women are more resilient, is because we've had to do it for centuries. And I think for white women, when they become single mothers, and I'm not saying all, but a lot of especially white America, I'm not talking about Europeans. Europeans are different, y'all. They built different. Let's just put it that way. I'm talking about white American women. It might be harder for them to transition into single motherhood because they have always been raised in a 2-parent situation. Because remember, they were the ones who came from the families of the enslaved, like the master's family, right? And so even if they were children of indentured servants, is different than slavery, right? Because the indentured servant still was paid. They weren't separated from their families. They just had to work long hours. Whereas us, we were literally stripped away from our land, stripped away from everything, stripped away from our tribe. I don't even know my tribe. I know nothing, y'all. I don't even know my real last name. I know nothing. So everything that we had, we were stripped away from. Our own languages, like everything had to be rebuilt. And people don't really take that into consideration, right? So now her research lines up with what we've always known, is that Black women, even during Jim Crow, even during segregation, they had to be the ones to hold down the family more because, again, Black men died younger and at a faster rate. And a lot of these women found themselves to be single mothers and widows just off of the strength of that. And so they had to learn how to survive and work. And even during that time when all those the white women were housewives and tradwives, we were always working. We never stopped working, y'all. There was never a time where Black women were tradwives. It just didn't exist. Not for us anyways. We always had to work. We always had to labor. Since the day we stepped foot in this country, I don't know about what it was like prior. I don't have that history or knowledge because, again, I don't know my tribe, right? I might need to do a DNA test, by the way. But from the day that we step foot into this new world, we've had to work and labor. So we've already been programmed to know how to be resilient. That's the thing. We've already known how to do that. So that's why for us, we'll just be like, okay, we just gonna have to make it work. Whereas for other races, it's a new thing for them. They're not used to that, y'all. They're not used to it. They're not. They've always come from that 2-parent structure. So again, this is where I have to agree because it makes sense. The research makes sense. The data makes sense. We just fare better in single parent households, but that doesn't mean that this is how it should continue going. Just because we're able to do things doesn't mean that we should continue doing it, because it obviously has not benefited us as a collective, to be quite honest with you. And it hasn't benefited our children either. Not a majority of them anyways. It's only benefited maybe a minority of single mothers who actually were able to kind of wear a lot of hats. You have to be an extremely intentional single mom to raise your kids in an environment that is going to help them be more to be adults that are, one, not only emotionally available, but also raise adults who are going to kind of contribute to society in a positive way. It's very difficult, y'all. It's not an easy job. That means she always had to be there. Maybe she also had a village. Maybe she also had, parents that were able to help her, but then you're relying on the village. That's what people not talking about too. The village is going to have to help you because you can't do it alone. Imagine being a single mother with no village. That is dangerous if you don't have a village, right? So this is why I'm going to wait to hear the rest of this conversation. Let's finish watching it. But I really hope that she mentions that the village helps a lot, because if you're a single mother and you don't have a village, then this conversation is not going to be a positive one for you. It isn't. It is impossible for it to be a positive one because you need people there to help you. Because how are you going to be able to survive sending your kid to daycare? In Canada, daycare is like at least $1,000 a month. How are you going to do that on one income, especially with the cost of living now? And even if you have a really good job, you're not going to be there for your child as much as you want to because you're going to have to work. So you have to choose something, right? So it's like, this is where these conversations are important. So I'm going to hear what Sis got to say because I need to hear the rest.
When is the first time that finding became clear to you?
Well, it was about a decade ago for me when I was working on my dissertation research. Like any good graduate student, I wanted to explore what we already knew about the topic of family structure before designing a project of my own. And one of the things that I found relatively hidden in the data was this striking finding. I had found that several researchers had uncovered that the negative impact of living with a single mother was smaller for African American children. And of course, I was really struck by that, given the conversations that I had been hearing since I was a child, but also what I knew more generally. 80% of white Americans and 70% of Hispanic Americans and 60% of African Americans all agree that African Americans have a harder time getting ahead because of differences in family upbringing, specifically family structure. So this is a consensus or a widely held idea that was at odds with what I was finding in the data, which made me explore more. That finding was about single motherhood, and I began to wonder about the flip side of the coin. What is it like for African American children when they grow up in two-parent families? Do they reap the same rewards?
Do they reap the same reward? So can we take those sort of separately? What's your theory? Why is it that growing up in a single parent household is more damaging to white kids than to Black kids? Why do you think that is?
That actually became the focus of my dissertation research. And I began to test some theories that had already been put out in the world, but they were at that point speculation. There were two in particular that I decided to test. One of them focused on extended families. So we know that in general.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about, the village. Yep. There's no way she could have done this research without talking about the village, because then it would just invalidate all of her data. There's no way. You cannot, I'm going to tell y'all right now, if you don't have a village and you want to be a mama and your husband or your boyfriend or partner, I would hope he's your husband, but if he's not, you about to have a baby with him, I would highly recommend you think twice. If you don't have a village, don't even think about it. You're going to need those financial resources. You're going to need them. Actually, Dom and I, we thought about it. That's why I told y'all before when we decided, now's not the time, because we're on an island. We don't have family here. We're the only ones here. He doesn't have his parents here. I don't have my parents here. My parents are in Quebec. His parents are in Korea. We don't have any extended family. So every time, if we have a child, if we want to go to work or we want to do different things, we have to find childcare. And that is very expensive. And also, you have to be on a waiting list. There's a joke here on Vancouver Island where I live that as soon as you get pregnant, you have to sign your child up to be on the wait list for a daycare, because that's how long it takes for you to get a call back. That's how long it takes. One of my coworkers, it took her 2 years. She waited 2 years while she was on mat leave. Then after mat leave, she just happened to find a spot for her son. But guess what? She ended up having to leave. Her and her partner left because they couldn't sustain themselves. They were the only ones here, and it was just too difficult. Her family was in another country in Europe, and then she just had no village. So. And that was a two-parent household, right? So, yeah, it's difficult, y'all. It's not easy, especially if you don't have family here. You don't have that village. So let's talk about that.
African Americans tend to be more deeply embedded in their extended family networks. They're much more likely to live with extended kin or to live close to them. And they engage in significant amounts of support exchange. And one of the theories suggested that African Americans more deeply embeddedness in this extended family actually served as a protective factor. It sort of buffered against some of the negative consequences of single motherhood.
I think kind of anecdotally, a lot of us have seen that. Do you know what I mean? And it also explains the way that sort of legal structures kind of work against Black.
Y'all gonna see my mouth twitching for a reason, but I hope she explains it.
Families, like for example, this whole business of people registering their kids in out of boundary schools, like schools where they don't live, but maybe their grandparents live. And then you look more closely at it and you think, oh, wait a minute, the grandparents function as another set of parents. Like the grandparents might have the kids Monday through Friday.
But do you guys, okay, so let's talk about this. This is a conversation we need to have. I'm not going to give a red flag to this because I think everyone has their own opinion. But do you think that we should be reliant on a village this much? Like, I know having a village is important. I'm not saying it's not. Absolutely, you need a village. But do you think that this village is also unhealthy because you have a lot of grandparents who are operating as if they're the parent? And that's actually not fair to them because where is the father? This is a red flag. This is the red flag I'm going to have to give. Because why is that responsibility on the village now to take care of your kids when you procreated with somebody who has to take that responsibility, right? And again, I'm not saying that it's not good to use your village. Absolutely. It helps with the child's development and for them to have people who care about them and who can watch them. But unfortunately, a lot of us come from dysfunctional villages. I personally would not trust none of my relatives to be watching my child like that. I'm just being honest with y'all. I'm being really honest and transparent. I would not trust them. The way they roll around and the way they operate and how their kids turned out, I'm good on that. I would not want my child to be exposed to that. And so just because you have that network doesn't mean that it's actually benefiting your child, because as we saw with Jeannie Mai, she had, again, we gonna work this right back to the case studies. She had a whole bunch of family members, and yet one family member sexually assaulted her. She had a whole bunch. Oh, sorry if you guys hear Korean. That's Dom speaking to his parents. So this is the issue, y'all. Is that, yes, can Black mothers do it? Absolutely. We can do so many things. Black women are resilient. We're superheroes. We're able to do what is impossible. We're able to do the impossible. It's already, we can see it here, right? The problem is, though, that you have this overburden on the village. And y'all just saw last week when we talked about the people taking care of the parents, the aging, the caretakers. Imagine your parents age and then they need resources, but you are the one who was siphoning all the resources from them. And so now when it comes down to financial resources, when they're aging and they need care, you don't have it because, again, you were very reliant on the village to help you. But then now the village needs help. Do you have enough resources to pay it forward? You get what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of it's a mindset thing, because yes, just because you have the resources doesn't mean that you should abuse the resources, is what I'm saying. There has to be enough for everyone to share. And this is where these conversations are very important, because yes, you may have a network of family members who can help you take care of your kid. And yes, maybe being a single mom is not going to be as hard of a struggle for you because you have that, versus other races of women who might not have that network. But then is it actually a healthy network for your child to grow and thrive in? This is what we need answers to. And personally speaking, the examples I see in my life do not reflect that it has been positive, in my opinion, because again, I can say I'm speaking from experience here, not my personal experience, but people I know in real life and outside, and also people within my family, extended family, whatever. They're struggling. They may have the resources where their parents are helping them, but then at the same time, it's like they can't get financially ahead. A lot of them, I'm not saying all, but a lot of them are struggling financially and they need that extra resource. But then again, if you have a parent who falls ill or a parent who can no longer help you anymore, you better hope that it's when your kids are growing up out of the house, because if not, that's also going to cause an added pressure, because now you have to be caregiver. And then your parents were the caregiver. It's a lot of levels to this, y'all. So anyways, let's continue the conversation. I'm going off on a tangent here. Remember, my medications wore out.
The parent has the kids on the weekends because that's a better school. And then people look at that and think, oh, you're doing something illegal. But for them, it makes sense. It's normal, right?
Yes, and actually that's one of the things that I have explored in other areas of my research, how some groups just do family differently. And it's much more common for African Americans to involve extended relatives in routine child rearing tasks, and even to share households some of the time or all of the time with these extended relatives. But if we focus so much on the nuclear family, we will miss that, and we can make it actually much harder to support these families.
And you're saying that the corollary to that is that white families, that's less common. It's less common, like the focus really is very much sort of the nuclear family.
So I understand what she's talking about. So basically she's talking about just having that network, but I don't hear anything about financial benefits. That's what I'm waiting for, because that's just as important as the emotional. Because you can have all the emotional support and networks you need, but if you can't financially, be independent and have financial freedom, then that's a problem too.
And that if a single parent doesn't have that, a single white parent doesn't have that, it becomes much harder.
Well, they're much more likely to live further apart from other relatives. And actually, in my study, I found that many white single parents, reported less satisfaction with the amount of support they were receiving from their extended relatives.
Interesting. Okay, so then let's take it the other way, which is to say that Black kids who live with two parents don't seem to reap the same benefit as white kids who live with two parents. Why is that?
Well, to understand this, I think it's important to understand why living with in a two-parent family is generally beneficial for children in the first place. And it's because parents have more monitoring and time to spend supervising children, but they also have more money on it.
Thank you. All right, we finally on the call. Thank you. That's what I was waiting for, sis, because yes, I agree with you, but we need the money conversation. We have to have the money conversation, because this is where everything changes. Like I said, you can have all the support and emotional support from your family. Your parents love you, dear. I have that. Like in a sense, I could call my parents right now and say, "Hey, Mom, I need you right now." My mom would take the first flight to come to me in Victoria, 100%. My dad would too. They love us dearly. However, financially, they gave us a lot of love, and I wish that the love that they gave me could also translate to finances, but they can't, and that's okay. That was my parents. They did the best with what they had, so I love them dearly for that, and I thank them every day for that, because of them, I'm able to be where I'm at. But then I don't want to repeat the same pattern for the future or whoever. And even like I said, if I don't have my own kids, it'll be my extended children somewhere out in the world. I believe everyone can be my child. I don't have to birth a child to have a child. I want to make that clear. So what I want to say is this, like, it may look different for people, and just because you have a lot of love and emotional support doesn't mean that financially is going to be where it needs to be. And that's what we're talking about, breaking those generational patterns, because I want to break the generational pattern of the poverty mindset, right? And again, like, it's nothing, I'm not blaming my parents, because they did what they could, but I want to be able to generate that for the future, and for whoever, my nieces, nephews, anyone else outside of that. I want to be able to give them the same opportunities that these billionaires have when they go and buy TikTok and they give to their kids, right? I want to be able to, or we, I should say we, I hate things but we want to be able to do that together and build that future, right? And so this is what really matters, because unfortunately, as much support as we have from our village, from an economic standpoint, we're not where we need to be at all as a race. I got to be honest with y'all, we're not at all. We're not. And this is where the conversation really makes a difference.
Average. So in general, children in two-parent families have access to more resources. Well, unfortunately, one of the things that I found in my data is that Black children who grew up in two-parent families have drastically fewer resources, in particular economic resources, than white children who grow up.
Y'all want to know why? Red flag. Y'all want to know why? We saw it with Mahogany Pink last week. Shout out to sis. Black women are more educated. That's a fact. And if you're talking about the Black family, she's talking about Black man, Black woman married. Usually the Black woman is the breadwinner. That's a fact too. Not always. Before I have some people come and be, I pay for my wife. Listen, I get it. But majority of the time, it's not like that. The Black woman is the breadwinner. And she's the one financially holding it down and emotionally holding it down. And then again, not choosing the right partners. That's another factor. So even if you come from a two-parent household, if your husband ain't worth him even being, he's just a space there, You might as well be single. What is he doing there if he's not able to contribute and help you? And that's the conversation, another conversation we need to have. So it all correlates together. So I'm glad she brought that up, because just because you come from a 2-parent household, that is very true. If you come from a 2-parent household and your father has not been pulling his weight economically, and your mother is the only one really putting it out there, struggling, surviving, she's the one who's really making things happen and making things shake, then yes, absolutely, that you're going to have a worse outcome than all the other races. Because when they get together, usually there's some type of partnership. Or I'm not saying that there aren't white women with men who are scrubs. I'm not going to say that. But I'm just saying, as a collective, we could clearly see that they have a lot more of that kind of like where the man is pulling his weight when it comes to finances. Now, emotionally, girl, I'm going to show y'all. Emotionally, they're not all the way there. Let's just be honest. A lot of them ain't, especially with what I've been seeing on TikTok. I'll show you a video right after this, right, that I saw. But just in theory, though, they do have that kind of I guess structure in their families, is that they're not going to marry men who cannot provide. It's just the truth, right? I'm not saying all, but majority, right? So usually they are more hypergamous with their decisions than we are. We just pick anybody off the streets. That's literally what it is.
In the same type of family. Their household incomes are about 60% of that of white 2-parent households, and their family wealth is just a quarter, 25%.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter? That the gap in wealth and assets, the money that exists because of, your house or your investments and things like that. Why does that gap matter so much, in your opinion?
Well, wealth matters so much for being able to give people a sense of economic security at any point, but especially during moments of downturn, right? You mentioned a recession earlier. Having wealth can make all the difference in being able to keep your home or not. And it being able to afford to send your children to a quality school, and being able to provide children other advantages as they try to establish their own independent household. There are many parents who offer their children help with down payments to own homes, which of course allows for a greater and earlier accumulation of more wealth.
Because they prioritize that. That's what it is. And that's exactly what I was trying to say, is that when you have a 2-parent household, that's what it should look like. You shouldn't be the one footing the bill. Cardi, same situation. Cardi B. Unfortunately, it's like she's the breadwinner. She's the one making all the money moves, and he was just there, even though he's a millionaire, y'all. Y'all saw Dwayne Wade about, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, when I was talking about Gabrielle Union's situation, having her pay 50-50 for everything. This is what happens, y'all. And it's really sad because, and again, I'm not saying that she shouldn't contribute. That's not what I'm saying. But he makes way more than her. So even in a situation where they're making more, the woman is still pulling more than her fair share. It's always going to be like that. And especially if you don't prioritize generational wealth, you don't prioritize longevity, you don't prioritize that. If you don't prioritize that, then this is what's going to happen. You're not going to have that financial cushion to leave for your children. You're not going to have that legacy, unfortunately.
So you can sort of see this compounding advantage from having access to more assets and having higher levels of wealth.
Are any of these findings surprising to you?
Well, yes, actually. It was already concerning to find that Black children from 2-parent families had drastically lower academic and labor market opportunities than their white peers.
Sis, you want to know why? I'm a fill in the gap for your data, because I agree with what you're saying, and I know you worked really hard, and I trust what you're saying because you're from Harvard, so I'm inclined to believe what you're saying because it matches with what I've been seeing as well with the trends. But I'm going to say why this is happening with the children from the 2-parent households, aside from the fact that the mother is probably majority the breadwinner, and aside from the fact that the father, we don't know who the fathers are, they're probably not making as much or not putting as much contribution and thought into the future. Because let me tell y'all something about our counterparts, our cousins on the other side, I would say. a lot of families from other communities, what I've noticed is as soon as their child's born, before their child's born, right when the wife is pregnant, I have a coworker. He literally opened the registered RESP, Registered Education Savings Plan. He has all that figured out already. They start from when the child is in the womb. They start from that. And then they invest in their children. They put money aside for their kids' account. They do all of that. That's usually what they do. He's not the only one. I talk to a lot of people of different races, different cultures. I have friends from all over, y'all. And they always say the same thing. They heavily invest in their children. That's what they do, y'all. They heavily invest in what matters to their family. They are very family oriented. Not all, but at least the ones I've encountered, especially in Canada. Canada might be a different breed than the US. I might have to say that. But it looks like they're pretty much on the same wavelength as far as when it comes to economic stability and, just security for their children, right? They think long term. And then not only that, but if you have a child who comes from a black family and they are, like she said, not where they need to be economically, and they're faring the same as a single parent household, then that just lets you know that, again, the men are not pulling their weight. I gotta be honest, that's what it is. There should be no reason why you come from a 2-parent household and you can't be economically stable. Red flag. Impossible, in my opinion. So there's only 2 things that lets me know 2 things. Either you had children that you weren't supposed to have and you couldn't afford your kids, or you're not pulling your weight. Somebody's not pulling their weight somewhere. And I'm going to have to go back to the provider, because as much as we want to be the leaders, we want to be the providers, then you going to get this L. You catching it. Because you want the leadership, you want the title of a leader, but look at the stats. They don't lie. So basically, children in that environment, even if they come from a 2-parent household, it's better for them to come from a single-parent household. Red flag. How is that possible? It's supposed to be better, not worse. So that makes sense as to why white women are having a hard time, because it shouldn't be better to be a single mother. It should be worse.
But what I was really
economically speaking
struck by, and what I did not expect to find, is that Black children in 2-parent families had outcomes that were more similar to their white peers who lived in a single-parent family.
Exactly. It lines up. So basically what she's saying is, even if you're a single mom in the Black community, you're doing way better than with your kids, at least financially. 2-parent households are struggling the same as a single parent household. How is that possible? It shouldn't be. Just off of logic, y'all. We're not even doing research right now. This is just logical. Just think about it logically. Single, 2. If you have 2 people, let's say I need help moving. I want to move my furniture. Wouldn't it take me twice as long and more effort and more money? I would pay more to get a mover to come here to move than if I was with someone else. So basically, if you get a mover to come here and he's by himself, it's going to take him longer and it's going to cost you more. Why? Because he's going to take more time. It's one person. So he's going to have to get everything. It's going to take him longer to move all of your furniture, meaning that you're going to pay more. 100%. But if you have 2 movers, it's going to cut the time in half. Impossible to not have it go longer. It doesn't make sense in the real world. And if we use real world situations, anything where you have 2 people, just like a project, if you're doing it on your own, it's going to take you longer than if you have 2 people doing it. But guess what? This is the caveat. Remember them group projects we used to do? Remember we used to be in teams? If you have a lazy team member, an unreliable team member, a member who just shows up the last day of the project, putting their name on things, acting like they did something and they didn't do anything, and you're the one who put in all the research, all the effort, you're the one who literally wrote the whole assignment, and they just showed up, then yes, you're going to waste more time and resources than a group where everyone knew their role and they played their part.
Family than to their white peers who grew up with both parents.
Why is that?
This is crazy.
Well, if it goes back to these resource disparities that I mentioned before in large part. But actually, I found that for some outcomes, economic resources had less to do with what was going on, but things outside the home also come into play. So one thing that I found is that Black children and two-parent families were 2 to 4 times more likely to be suspended or expelled from school than their white peers. And they had very high suspension rates compared to any group.
So what she's doing is, so I understand her research. She wasn't comparing single family households in Black communities with two-parent household in Black communities. She was comparing two-parent household in the Black community compared to other communities, and then also two-parent households versus the white single mothers. That's what she's doing. So I want to make that very clear, extremely clear, because then this all makes sense. So what she's saying basically is that whether you have a husband or not, if you choose a Dusty, then you're going to have worse outcomes than two-parent households in other communities. And you're going to be just as bad as a white single mother. That's what she's saying.
Well, economic resources only explain a small fraction of what was going on there. But what I also found is that when it comes to their behaviors, they were not different with respect to how they showed up in the classroom. But there's been a ton of research to show that Black children's behaviors are often perceived to be more negative and disruptive in a classroom. And so then we think about how perception really plays a role in driving these disparities in school discipline.
So you point out that Black two-parent families are almost invisible in academic literature, even though they make up nearly half of Black families today. Why do you think that is?
That's correct. Well, for so long, the conversation about Black families has been about single-parent families. There's been such a concern with trying to figure out why African Americans have a harder time getting ahead on life. And so then the conversation and the attention has been on these single mother families. And so even though there has been a rise in Black two-parent families, that's not where we have been focused on for so long.
Do you want to know why, sis? Because, oh, well, she's not saying it, but I'm going to say here, maybe she's going to say it, but the patterns, y'all. Like I said, if you don't rewire this and you don't start valuing yourself and knowing your value and knowing what you contribute to the world and being more confident in your choices and making intentional choices, then this is the road that you're going to lead. So yes, you're going to get married because you don't want to be a single mother. You're hitting the wall. You're going to be a single mother. Oh, it's so bad. And then you get married and it's the same man. You're tethered to someone who can't even provide for you, can't even lead you, can't even give you economic independence, nothing. Can't even give your children nothing but their last name. This is the legacy you have. Just somebody who has your last name. That's it. That's all. Has not given you anything, has not contributed to anything, but just giving you a child and you carry his last name. The child carries his last name. That's it. That's all. That's it. This and sometimes the legacy of trauma, headaches. It's just really frightening. It's sad. Frightening and sad at the same time.
Narratives are incredibly powerful in sort of directing our attention and shaping the way that we think about issues. And so because that's been just such a long-standing narrative, the narrative about Black single parenthood, I think it has made it difficult for us to really imagine and think about Black two-parent families.
So what do you think has been lost by not spending more time thinking about this Black two-parent family experience?
It leads us to some pretty false assumptions about what's really driving inequality and outcomes for Black children, but also what we can be doing to level the playing field. Because we haven't focused on Black two-parent families, we haven't known how drastic the opportunity gaps are for this group.
You know why? Because if we did start doing that, then y'all already know. I know y'all cooking in them comments, but if we started doing that, then to be honest with you, if we started focusing and we started saying, hey, the outcome is the same. If you're a single mother, in the Black community, and also if you're a married mother in the Black community, the chances are your outcomes are going to be the same. It's going to force a conversation that needs to happen, and it's going to point the finger where it needs to be pointed. But they rather point the finger at you than where it really needs to be. Because this conversation should have happened a long time ago. But they want to blame you and say, okay, you need to get married more. Now they're getting married more, and it's the same result. Even worse, because hell, I'd rather be single than have to deal with just a space, an empty space there. Just they're eating up, taking up all my energy, and you're not contributing anything. I'd rather be single at that point, to be quite honest with you. But a lot of women, again, they're getting this. And this is where this conversation is happening. And I'm not just talking about just Black men. I want to make it very clear. This could be any race of man, period. However, there's a big however. There is more of, like, when we talk about individuals, it could be any race of man, 100%. When we talk about collectively, there's definitely a different paradigm shift here. We have to pay attention to that. So this is why you have to unlearn those patterns. Because look at Cardi, like I said, with all the money she has and all the resources, she's still picking the same dude in different fonts.
Compared to their white peers. It has allowed us to believe for so long that the two-parent family is this great equalizer, which has actually shown up in the way that we craft policy.
What are some of the things that would actually, based on your findings, actually make a difference for families?
So it is true that when Black children grow up with both parents, they tend to experience advantages, and they do tend to have improved outcomes. It is also true, unfortunately, that much of that has to do with these wide gaps in economic resources. And so if we really want to turn the tide, we need to be thinking about how to bolster family resources. Instead of making cuts to key social safety net programs like Medicaid and SNAP and Children's Health Insurance Program, we could be thinking about ways to help families to stay afloat during these challenging times by increasing that amount of aid.
The red flag. I'm sorry, sis. I'm not going to have to rock with you on that. I will say this, though. Like, yes, you do need to be able to help the families. But at the same time, and I know what I'm going to say is very controversial, but it's just, again, based off of what I've been seeing, that there has to be accountability somewhere. And if you don't know the root cause of why this is happening in your family, for example, like let's say we do increase Medicaid, SNAP, all those things, that's not going to change the pattern of the choices being made. Because again, this is a mindset. And I want to make it very clear that I understand that some people, they found themselves in those situations. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the people who keep repeating the same patterns. Having children with men who can't provide for you, that's a pattern. Multiple at that. Continuing to choose the same type of, situations, that's a pattern. When it becomes a pattern, this is where we need to have those conversations. So no, SNAP and Medicaid is not going to help because guess what? Taxpayers have to pay for that. And I have to be honest with you, as a taxpayer, I want to make sure that my money is going to a situation where they can actually do better in the future. It's helping. Like Medicaid, SNAP, welfare, it wasn't meant to be something for long term. That is a temporary situation. It's to help you when you're in need, so then that way you can get yourself back on your feet. Now, if the economy's not doing well, that's one thing. But at the same time, it's like, what are you doing to get yourself out of that situation? That's what we need to talk about. And you're just giving more money for them to spend on their men, like the men who are not providing for them. It's just helping them more. No, they need to be able to go out there and labor like every other race of man and to do better. But again, I can't, because I understand there's a lot of systemic things that happen. I get it. But a big but, how are Black women able to do it though? That's where we need to have the conversation. How is it possible? How is it possible then? Because I see a lot of Black women going out there working, getting their education, grinding it out. A lot of you in the chat. This is another conversation we need to have. And yeah, so I disagree with that part. I don't think increasing SNAP or Medicaid is going to help. It's a mind shift and it needs to be collectively. But again, like if we don't take it seriously. And how does this affect me? Because I know some people will be like, oh, well, you're married to an Asian man. How does this affect you? It affects me 100%, because these are the kids I see in the community. These are the kids that, as somebody who works in the government, these are the kids that we have to help. And so this is where I'm indirectly affected, because then when you see like children who grow up in those type of situations and they don't have the same opportunities as other children, it's heartbreaking. It is. It's very heartbreaking. And you can see a lot of kids wanting to do well. I remember there was this one college, like this one guy, it was one story where, and I'm sure there's many stories like this, where he was about to get out of the streets. He was in Chicago, by the way. He was about to get out of the streets, y'all. He was about to get out of the streets, but he didn't have the money. Didn't have the money. It's harder to get scholarships now. And so he had to go right back to the streets, do what he did, and then, pew-pewed. That's it, unalived. And so this happens a lot. And again, these people have, that's what I'm saying. They come from families where the village is helping them. But unfortunately, economically, this is where there's a big disparity. It's very sad and tragic, y'all. And this is why it's important to please become financially and economically independent. Try your best. Pay off debt. I know it's hard right now. Do what you gotta do. Get them side hustles. RedPearl. Shout out to RedPearl again. If you weren't in the beginning of the stream, please follow my husband's company, RedPearl. This is what we stand for, y'all. There you go. This is the way that we're gonna become economically independent, is by doing those type of things, making better decisions for ourselves and for the future. Unfortunately, more Medicaid, more SNAP, it's a temporary fix. Temporary, not longevity. It's not gonna last long. Because then, again, inflation is going to keep increasing, and then we're going to keep having to give more and more and more money. No, you're going to have to make a change. Make a change. Even who you end up marrying, that could change everything. That will change everything, by the way.
Another thing that people are really surprised to find out is that TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, which we just commonly refer to as welfare, its budget has not increased since it was created in 1996. So nearly 30 years ago. And when we think about inflation since that time, we really start to see that this program is falling behind and the amount of support that it is providing.
Because it was supposed to be temporary. That's why. It was never meant to be long term. Welfare was never meant to be long term. But then again, it's you become a product of your environment. So if you're used to seeing people be on welfare, and they keep having kids, the government keeps providing for them, then they're not going to see that as a problem, because it's like, hey, I'm able to provide for my kid. It's a false sense of security, to be quite honest with you. Because if we didn't have any of those social systems, best believe people would be hustling a lot more harder. And I'm not saying that they're lazy. I'm not saying that, because sometimes it comes as aid. So, for example, if you found yourself in a situation and it's an emergency, I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to say is the people who actually are conditioned to live in the system is what I'm talking about. And that could be all races, y'all. Let's be clear. Let's be extremely clear. It's a lot of races that are up under the benefits. Let's be clear. But there's a difference, right? And then also, if you look at because I know they're comparing it to white America, black America. If you look at white Americans, they have the financial backing and resources. Sorry, y'all. I thought I saw something in my nose. Let me make sure I ain't got no booger. Yeah. They have the financial resources to have safer neighborhoods. They actually invest in their neighborhoods. They invest in a lot of different things in their community. And so that's why they have this social capital. And not only that, but the people who are, who are welfare recipients, they're shunned in the trailer park or in lower income areas. They don't all live together in the same area. Let's just put it that way. And in our community is different, because the elite or the educated people who have the middle class were mixed in with the lower class. And then not only that, but there's no reinvestment into the neighborhoods and communities that we come from, because again, not everybody has the same mindset. So then this is where this disparity comes from. And then we have to move into the white neighborhoods in order to have the safety, protection, and also the opportunities for our children. But not everyone has that resource. It's so many levels to this, y'all. And then redlining, we're gonna talk about that. So then if you do have a black successful black family, let's say a black woman, black man, they're both successful, very everything's great, healthy family, awesome, amazing, but then you also have redlining as well. That it is like there's so many things at play, and this video is not even over yet, and I could think of so many other situations. This research needs to keep going and going. I hope somebody picks it up, and then there's another research that's done based on this, because that's how research is. You just grab someone's research, you look at what's missing, and then you fill in the gaps with your research, and then somebody else goes, oh, I have a question about your paper, and then another research. It just goes on and on and on. But yeah, like, this was a really good one though. Shout out to her, Harvard sociologist. Sis did a good job.
To families, or what we thought was adequate even 30 years ago. So even just thinking about trying to make sure that funding keeps up with inflation. There's also been different strategies that we've seen that were effective recently that we could have continued. I think about the expansion of the child tax credit during the COVID-19 pandemic and how that lifted tens of millions of children out of poverty. And it really made a difference in increasing economic resources for families. Why can't we continue to do that? We see that it works.
So the bottom line is, you're just saying that living in a two-parent family has significant advantages for white kids. It has advantages for all kids. It particularly advantages white kids. It really doesn't advantage black kids that much. So if people are not willing to see that, what does that say? If they're not willing to sort of adjust for the difference, what does that say?
Well, if we continue to assume that the benefits of this family structure are universal, we're not going to be able to close these gaps that we say that we care so much about. It will lead to us perpetuating inequalities between children of different races as they have gone on for decades. One of the reasons why I call my book Inherited Inequality is because I want to highlight this unequal access to opportunity that has persisted in the U.S. across generations. And we don't want to continue to pass that on to the next generation.
I agree.
I'm imagining that some might look at your findings and say that this takes people off the hook, that people should exercise personal responsibility. And that sort of blaming outside forces for your kid's lack of success in school and things of that sort just is unhelpful and kind of perpetuates a sort of a lack of sense of personal responsibility. So what would you say to somebody who made that argument?
Well, the thing about my book is that I'm looking at people who've done it, quote unquote, the right way. They've done what society said we should do in order to guarantee our children's success. And yet they have not found their children in a position to actualize those same dreams.
Because they didn't choose the right mate. I gotta be honest, man. I really gotta be honest with you guys. Just being honest. It's we have to really start looking inward. And I remember I said that in one of my live streams. Nothing will change until you hold yourself accountable. You know, the reason why I kept dealing with the bum men that I did in my 20s is because I didn't change my pattern. And it wasn't until I really looked at myself and sat and, kind of did intensive work, inner work. But in retrospect, I was just moving through life, just on autopilot. And it wasn't until I sat my hot ass down and then I had time to really reflect. And again, my frontal lobe was fully developed. And I realized that, hey, I'm the common denominator. I think I had watched something and it really clicked for me. And then after that, I started really reading books and, trying to help myself out of it. And then eventually, started watching a lot of psychology type of psychological videos, and I started to really work on myself and be intentional about it. And then the pattern started changing because I was like, hey, I want someone like this. I started to recognize my value. what I want. And so whoever I wanted to be around, it was so different. Like when I took those like 7 years off, I took 6 to 7 years off of dating, stayed abstinent, didn't date anybody, didn't talk to nobody. And during that time, it really gave me like insight into what I wanted. And so when I was ready to hop back into the dating pool, I was like, no, next, no. Yeah, we could kick it a little bit, and yeah, you fine, you bought me a meal, that's nice. But no, it's not gonna go more than that. And was it emotionally draining? Absolutely. There were a lot of tears shed, a lot of crying, a lot of mistakes, failures, but you just continue going and going and going. And so this is where we have to take accountability, because I can almost guarantee you those women are not with the right partner. I can almost guarantee that, because that's where it goes, right? It is hard for me to believe that they all just fell and just, oh my God, like it's just fell on hard times. No, that happens to a small minority of people. But majority of the time, from what I've seen, is just the partner is the problem. That's what it is. And because your values are not aligned.
Of success. Unfortunately, their children don't have access to the same opportunities. So this goes beyond the individual. These are parents who have managed to stay together for decades.
Kirk and Rashida. What's her name again? Yandy and Mendices. They've been together for a long time. T.I. and Tiny. Ain't it his birthday? Happy birthday tip. These are the celebrity examples I'm giving, but I know a lot of you guys have people in your family right now that have been married for generations, years. Oh, they're the oldest couple. Toxic as hell. Red flag. Longevity doesn't mean anything. Trust and believe me, I could air out my family business right now. I really want to air it out. I'm not talking about my parents, by the way, but I'm just talking about in general. It could have been my parents, though. Hey, listen, I'm equal opportunity, but it just so happens not to be my parents, I should say. But I could air out so many situations. Y'all been married a long time, y'all. And trust and believe me, the marriage is not something that I would want. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't have any family members whose marriages, I'm talking about older ones. I'm not talking about the new generation, like my generation. I'm talking about older people ahead of me. I don't covet any of their marriages. If anything, I always looked and was like, I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay, take notes. I don't want that. I don't want this. I haven't had one example, to be honest with you. And even my parents, I can't go into too much detail because they be watching my videos, but even my parents, there are some things that I love what I would say is I love how my parents parent us. Like, I love how they were with us. They loved us. They took care of us. They really sacrificed a lot for us. I will say that. And I love my father. I love my mother. I think they work great as a team. However, from the economic perspective is what I'm talking about. I would make a lot of different decisions. And this is why, again, like, I had to rewire my brain, rewire that pattern, and be like, okay, economically, I want to do things differently, right? And so that's for all of us. And you know, if you come from a two-parent household where your parents were great and they gave you that structure, the financial and emotional stability, count yourself lucky, because now you can pass it forward to someone else and you can help someone in the village. We're all here to learn from each other, right? But yeah, longevity doesn't mean anything. Please stop listening to because remember that, I'll bring it up. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. That pastor who had his wife iron his clothes while he was gonna go meet with the side chick. They've been married for a long time. I think over 20 years, something like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, this, unfortunately, I hate when people just put timelines on stuff. Just because you've been married a long time doesn't mean that it's healthy. It doesn't mean anything. It just means you've been married a long time. That's it. But look, according to her stats, it's not making a difference.
Follow children from birth through young adulthood, and they provided a stable home for their children. And after doing what they were told was supposed to guarantee them a bright future for their children.
If they provided a stable home for their children, they wouldn't be part of the research. I'm telling y'all, it is very difficult to have a healthy two-parent household where both parents are contributing And even if the parent took a little bit of time off due to unemployment or some type of situation, unless they are disabled or have that type of situation happen to them, which is not the case for everybody. Again, like I have to say, let's look at statistics. It's a very small percentage that go through that. Then they should be able to be just as or even closer to the other families of other races. It doesn't make sense from an economic standpoint. So then what's going on? What is happening? So who's providing the stable household? So what you may think as stable, because there are some people who think that because they are married a long time and because they're still in the same house, that their household is stable, but that could be far from the truth. Your household was not stable. You don't know. This is the thing. We don't know what we don't know, because you're comparing it to stable what? Because again, researchers, they're going by what the subject says. They don't actually sit in the house and watch and observe. It's very rare that happens, and that has to be a long-term study. Usually when they do that, it has to be like 10-year study, 20-year study, right? I don't know how long she did her research, but I don't think she was actually sitting in that household and watching the dynamics on a day-to-day basis. I doubt it. She's going according to what they're telling her. Kind of like that Ramit Sethi videos when they just give him the numbers, but I don't think he actually goes into their bank accounts and sees what's happening in the transaction. She's just trusting what they're saying. So I'm going to say that too. Just because you have the most stable household out of all the chaotic people that you know, doesn't mean that your household was actually stable. It wasn't until I got older and then I realized, there are some patterns that's not healthy. And even though, like I said, my parents did the best that they could, and they did provide a semblance of stability within the chaos, but that doesn't mean that it was actually the right way. Like, the right stability is what I'm saying. The stability that's going to give you economic freedom and continue that for generations and generations. It wasn't. It was just temporary. Because here I am, right? So it's like, I don't have money for a down payment. I have to do it on my own with Dom. Like, Dom and I have to do it on our own. We don't have that. We don't have parents who are going to go to the bank and give us a $10,000 loan. That has never been the case ever in my life. And definitely not for him. So it's more so of we have to create those opportunities for our future. And this is what it is for a lot of us. So yeah, I really hope that this conversation was really well needed. And y'all, I saw this video right before I was going on live. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I didn't have time to prepare because I was still editing. But I'm really happy that we watched this video because it gives us some insight into different choices we have to make for our partners. And then it's a ripple effect, like I said. Choosing the right partner, having children with the right person, then chances are that you're going to grow and continue growing. Like I said, it's very rare to be on the other side of that.
They still have to endure additional barriers.
Excuse me.
This is not simply about individual responsibility. Individuals, of course, have choice and agency, but they're also facing significant constraints.
Professor Christina Cross, thank you so much for talking.
Okay, so yeah, thank you, sis. Let me read some of the comments. I'm really interested to hear what you guys have to say. Oh, dear future wife. Hold on, let's get... Oh, it went out. What happened? There's no sound? Really? Oh, no. My mic was cutting up. Is it still cutting up? My bad, yo. Hold on. Let me check right now. YouTube does that sometimes whenever I talk about something important. My bad. I'm not talking about nothing important. Let's keep talking about Wi-Fi. Let me go. Hold up. Let me check my live stream. Let me go on my YouTube app. Sorry, guys. I wasn't paying attention. No. No. And I was saying something important, too. This ain't right. You see? This is what happens, y'all. Hold up. Let me go to my content. Where's my live stream? Can you guys hear me now? That is so weird. Hold on. I'm going to play it right now. What? I don't think I'm live anymore. What happened? Oh, I'm good. But why is my live not showing up on my YouTube? This is a problem. Let's try. Let me go on YouTube right now. You see, they be playing games. They like to play games. Oh, thank you guys for saying I'm fine. Okay, let me go into my YouTube. I think I had it open somewhere. How is that even possible? Hold on, I'm gonna open it right now. Just bear with me 1 second. I know you guys say I'm fine, but I have to make sure that I'm okay here. Tough. But yeah, we had like this. Hold on, let me go back. There was, you know, a strike. They're much more likely to. Yeah, it works on my end. I'm watching it. Versus 1. Especially if you don't have majority of the okay, it's good. It's good on the replay. Yeah, sometimes, I'm sorry, y'all. Sometimes while you're on the stream, it'll happen. And it's not me because that's why I always, if you guys see me doing this, it's because I'm always checking and making sure my mic is on. And it's very well on. My camera is still on. I always make sure and double check that everything is working properly. So hopefully you guys can catch a replay for that. But thank you. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, and it's always when I talk about something important. Thank you, Irie Annette's red flag. They don't want us to know. And you know what? I used to see a lot of YouTubers always say that when I used to go on their live streams. They'd be like, oh, like YouTube always cuts the sound whenever I say something important. But this is what it is. Whenever you talk about something, if I talk about, you know, reality shows, Love Island, all that stuff, nothing happens. Nothing cuts up. But as soon as I start talking about something serious, this is when you're going to see all that. Like the AOL dial. All right. Speaking of other communities that are struggling, let's see here. This is what I wanted to show y'all. Let's see if my husband remembers that today is my birthday. Imagine. Now, she has music here, so I'm not going to play this video. Like, I'll play it, but we're not going to... I'm not going to play the sound because I'm not trying to have no issues with the copyright on this. So we'll play a little bit. Her husband didn't remember her birthday, y'all. Here, looks like I'm making frozen French toast sticks for myself and my kiddos. Imagine. Here we go. So she's here. 7 o'clock. So this was 6 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning. Maybe if I put up a single decoration, it will remind him. This is insane. 7:30 or half an hour later. I guess a warm shower will do. Okay, so where is he? 9:30. I waited to eat and see if he would remember the breakfast. He's up but leaving, maybe to go get breakfast. So she's hoping that he remembers her birthday. This is sad. This is sad, y'all. 11 o'clock. Looks like he forgot the breakfast part. Not sure where he went. Girl, he went everywhere but to be with you. This is craziness. Oh my goodness. All right. 11:30. Doesn't seem like a manicure is planned for today either. I bought these glue-on ones just in case. Red flag. What is he doing? Where's your husband if he's not working? Hold on. Why my hair sticking up like this? Why is he not working? What is he doing? What? Sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on with my hair today. I really need to wash it. Sorry, y'all. All right. Here we go. Let's continue. Never mind. There is no glue in there. Guess I'll just do the old-fashioned way. What's the old-fashioned way, sis? What'd that mean? What does that mean? Oh, nail polish. Okay, I got scared. I was like, what you using for the glue? Don't tell me you're going to do Gorilla Glue like that one lady that put... Y'all remember that lady that put Gorilla Glue on her head? And then she was like, it just don't move. I remember her. What happened to the Gorilla Glue lady? Okay, anyways, off topic. 12:30. How many hours is that? Watching the little ones play outside while he's gone. He left on her birthday. Red flag. And she's married, y'all. She got kids. That's what I'm saying. Like... Don't get it twisted. I know my advice, if you're watching this and you're not black, I get it. Like, you know, my advice is mostly geared towards black women because I come from the community, so I understand the struggle more. But best believe, this is not only happening to black women. It's happening to other races of women. But guess what? I bet you he's bringing home a paycheck every month. I can guarantee you that. And he's still contributing to the house. They have a house. They're able to afford all those children. She's probably stay-at-home mom, I'm thinking. I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. Like, at least the mindset of the provider is there, but it's not emotional. It's, like, all mixed up. Whereas us, we have the emotional... I can't even say that, y'all. You know what? I'm going to stop talking. Let's finish watching this lady because I can't even say it on both sides. Both sides are messy. It's a mess. Watching the little ones play outside while he's gone. Still hasn't said happy birthday to me, so I'm confused. I think he forgot. How many years has he forgotten your birthday, sis? She just had a baby too, y'all, I believe. Yeah. One of my biggest pet peeves is when someone spends the morning of a holiday to rush and go get a last minute present instead of planning ahead of time. Just don't bother at that point. I get it, but sis, you married this man. What are we supposed to do about it? I'll send you a birthday present if you like. Aw, he's cute. Oh, I wish I could cover his face. I'm sorry, y'all. But 12:40. Turns out he had a he had to run a call. He did on your birthday. Interesting. He couldn't tell that person to wait. What does he do for a living? What does he do for a living? Look at him. 5:30. Randomly drove off and said, we'll be a little bit having to go to blank to get your surprise. Please don't fuss. But it had to be a same day thing. Couldn't be pre-planned. Red flag. Why couldn't it be pre-planned? He doesn't love her, y'all. She's a baby making machine for him. And he probably got a side chick, allegedly. I don't know these folks, but I feel like he did. Either he has somebody on the side that he really wants to spend his time with, or he's doing it to spite her because he knows it's her birthday, but he just doesn't care. There's no way he forgot your birthday, sis. You don't forget things like that. You don't. Do you think he forgot or has a real surprise? Girl, he ain't. Let me tell you something. If he hasn't surprised you, this is a thing. Like, and this is what I said about the Jeannie Mai. If you haven't watched that part, I hope you watch it sometime in the week. It's pretty lengthy. But remember how she was treating Freddie? And from the time he was in Vietnam, I was like, she didn't love him. Because when you love someone, you're not going to treat them like this. You're not. And I think she's just trying to, like, find little ways to be like, oh, maybe he has a surprise. No, he doesn't. Santa's not coming, sis. Santa is not coming. Santa Claus is not coming. He's not. So, and she's pregnant, y'all. And then she had a young one, the young baby. So she's just popping out kids for him. And he can't even remember her birthday. Red flag. Look at her building his legacy. And he can't even remember her birthday, y'all. Now let's go to her follow-up video because she had a follow-up video here. Because I know some people, they're in North Carolina. Some people are going to be like, well, maybe she's rage baiting. Because I know a lot of people on TikTok do that. But she was really serious. And she has the wish list for a women's shelter. So she seems like she wants to escape, y'all. That's what it's giving, but I don't know. So let's see. Here. Let's go here. My husband on the way. No, where's the birth? There was one where she did a follow-up. Hold up. Yeah, here. Response to my husband forgetting my birthday. Let's watch it. Now I could put the volume. All right, let's watch it.
First, good morning, guys. First, I want to say thank you so much in terms of you were really sweet to me and asking about wishes. I don't need anything. I really don't. I was just very much in my feelings yesterday, and I'm not the one to go on here and defend anybody if they're in the wrong. My husband was 100% in the wrong for not making my birthday special at all. Like, even...
He didn't even get her a card, y'all. This is craziness. Hold up. I want to pause it.
He slept in the dusty shocking percent in the wrong for not making my birthday special at all. Like, even just being attentive. So, no, I'm not going to defend him. He slept in a dusty shed last night, and he probably will all week. And he needs to change, and he needs to recognize that. I think that video was honestly the punishment he needed because y'all are vicious. I had to turn off the comments, not so much to defend him, because he is in the wrong, but some people do take it a bit too far with what they say. I mean, it's just, like, really bad far. But it's more so for my own well-being, carrying a child. I woke up to, like, hundreds of comments, and I just want to make sure that they're not, like, so extreme, and I don't have the time. I work full-time right now.
While pregnant? Wait, how many months is she? Okay, we need to figure this out. Hold up. This might need to be a case study. I don't know her. But this came up on my TikTok feed. Because somebody was doing like, you know, when TikTok they stitch videos, and they stitched her video, and then now I'm here. And I remember I was like, well, let me show them what's going on in the other this ain't sweet, y'all. This ain't sweet. It's not sweet, y'all. People are struggling out here. So she's working full time with all those kids? How's that possible? She's pregnant. And the kid she had on her arm, the little baby boy, he doesn't look like he's that old. He's like maybe 1 to 2. Okay, I need to listen to more. I might need to dissect this family.
I don't have the chance to just scroll through all of that. So I'll probably have the comments open at some point, but it's just not right now. And it's not always black and white, just divorce, leave, especially when you have kids. Yes, if that continues, and that's going to be the norm now. Because, no, I didn't marry him like that. He was actually very attentive and thoughtful, even though he's never been good at giving
Sis, I don't know, man. You gonna need to reevaluate some stuff, because he seems like he's putting all his attention somewhere else. If he was like that in the beginning, but what do you mean before? You see, this is the thing, like, was it before you had kids or after the first kid? And that's another thing that people don't realize, because sometimes, like, I feel like with every kid, it adds more pressure to the marriage. And you have to also realize that if you're not able to take care of the kids, like, again, somebody said, if you don't, like the researcher before said, if you don't have a village to help you, like, I don't know her situation with her village, but remember, according to the research, a lot of white women don't have that village. That's what I'm saying. White American, I should say, because the Europeans are a little different, but they don't have the village. So then it makes sense, because there's a lot of added pressure. Maybe your attention is more on the kids and the relationship. And I'm not saying that you need to treat your man like a baby, but then where's the romance? Where's the intimacy? It's not there. So he's treating you like a roommate. He's treating you like a roommate, sis. Oh, I forgot your birthday. Let me run. You know, when your roommate comes home and they're like, oh, it's your birthday today? Oh, I'm sorry. Like somebody you don't really know. Not really your close friend. It's just like a roommate. Somebody you do a share house with. Oh, it's your birthday today? Okay, I'm going to go get you something. Y'all, I remember my coworker's birthday. They remember my birthday. So it's impossible for Dom not to know my birthday. Or me not to know his birthday. It is impossible. Red flag. He's putting his attention somewhere else, sis. You're in danger. So even if you say, oh, it's not easy to get divorced, you better use that TikTok account you have and start putting money aside. You're still working too. You better take a little bit and put it separately somewhere else, because I don't see anything positive coming down the pipeline with this man. Let's just say that. Just based off of that.
Yes, it was the thought and the time that mattered to me. But this year was a whole new low. That was crappy. I work full time, and my husband's the one with the kids. If I had...
Well, red flag! Oh, wait. I got this all mixed up, y'all. Oh, yeah. He for show. Oh, he for show, y'all. He for show. Okay, now I understand. So she got herself a white Dusty. He's a Dusty, y'all. She works full time. He's with the kids. He didn't even remember her birthday. Red flag! He has all the time to remember her birthday. Then he took the car, went somewhere. Why? Why is he with the kids? What? Let me rewind. Maybe I misunderstood that.
And that's going to be the norm now. Because, no, I didn't marry him like that. He was actually very attentive and thoughtful, even though he's never been good at giving gifts. It was the thought and the time that mattered to me. But this year was a whole new low.
She said it was a thought and the time, a.k.a. he didn't have money. That's what I'm assuming. And I'm not saying that every gift has to be an extravagant gift, but she said he didn't have the time. He's never been good at giving. So that's giving me that he's never really had it like that financially. That's what that's giving. That's me, though. That's just what I'm picking up.
Crappy. I work full time, and my husband's the one with the kids.
This already lets me know what's happening. His ego. He is staying, because I remember I did We watched a video about a stay-at-home father, and he loved his stay-at-home life. Like, he really loved being able to stay at home with the kids. His wife had more money, so she was bringing more income to the family. He was just taking a hiatus because childcare was too expensive, and then he wanted to work on his like comic books on the side, and he had like this art. I don't remember, it was like some type of comic books on the side, and they were genuinely happy with the arrangement. And his wife actually gave him time, like when she came home, she gave him time off, and then she took care of the kids. So they had like this kind of like partnership going. So that's different. This right here, he got too much time to cheat, y'all. He's not, I'm telling y'all, again, there are men like this in my family. I'm telling y'all. And this is the MO, this is a pattern. The woman is the breadwinner. So she's basically a married single mother. So that's why I was saying, like, it's not just the black community. This is why I highlight all of these stories for a reason. I don't want people to think, oh, it's just black men, so I'm going to marry me a white man. Like him, good luck. It's a pattern.
So if I had to give that up, thankfully, financially, I'm fine. And I recommend everybody having that financial security, male, female, whoever.
And then you need to leave him. Why are you with him? He's not contributing anything. He's just but he's watching your kids while you're working, so I get it. Yeah. You treat him like a babysitter, and he's treating you like a roommate. This is craziness. So she has the resources to leave, but then she doesn't have anyone to watch her children. I don't think he's being a good partner, y'all. I don't think he's ever been really. I just think he was able to keep up the facade for a long time, because somebody who's been a good partner from the beginning and who really loves you would not forget your dang on birthday. That's crazy. You can't forget somebody's birthday. People even know their dog's birthday. How many years is he's 30, he's 13 and a half, 13 and 3 months. Yeah, I got him from this. Yeah, I know it. Oh yeah. Getting the pup cups at Starbucks or wherever. Treating their dogs to the best birthday ever. Getting pampered, y'all. I know dogs who are getting treated better than her. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. People don't forget their birthdays. I remember from my one of my friends, her dog had a birthday. She took him to Vancouver and they went to this fun little play thing. He went to this sports area. He was doing some type of like you know when dogs have competitions and stuff. He loves it. She's like, "Oh my god, it was for his birthday, so I did it." And you can't even remember your wife's birthday.
However, I think that's really important. So important. In situations where they're in danger or somebody actually does like cheat.
You're in danger, sis, and you think your man ain't cheating? I'm here to tell you, she's in denial right now. She's in denial. But like I said, if he's not creeping, trust and believe me, he doing something else. That doesn't make sense. He was gone for most of the day. Where did he go, sis? He didn't even get you your present. What did he get you? He was gone, and he's a stay-at-home dad. So basically, for your birthday, you're the one working. Red flag. You're the one working. I just realized that. It's your birthday. You have the day off. You're pregnant. He has you working while pregnant on top of that. And then not only that, he didn't even give you the time off on your birthday. He decided he needed to rest. Oh, I'm going to be away for the day. He didn't want to spend your birthday together. And you're telling me that it's only women who are in domestic situations and whose husbands actually cheat. You're in the sunken place, sis. In another sunken place. Not the one we in, but you in another one. You need to get out. Wake up. You better start that money you have. You say you have financial security. You better start piling that up. Pile it up, because I don't know when it's going to happen. 10 years, 20 years, and I'm not wishing that on her. I hope he changes. I really hope he turns over a new leaf and he realizes that he needs to get himself together. But I don't think I don't think he's doing that. This is definitely going to continue for as long as you keep it going, or until he decides that he no longer has the use for you anymore. I'm just being real.
In this situation, I know what's going on. It's not that, but if it was, I would for sure go. But if I decided to separate, that means I would have to go from 3 10-hour shifts to probably 5 days.
Red flag! Whoa. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold the line. Hold the line. What is... Y'all... You know what? Sis, man, this is worse than I thought. I thought she had like a full-time job, like a 9 to 5 or something. She's working shifts. What does she do for a living? Hold on, I hope she says it. Okay, let me stop interrupting y'all.
That, but if it was, I would for sure go. But if I decided to separate, that means I would have to go from 3 10-hour shifts to probably 5 days a week. Expensive. It's like $3,000 for 2 kids nowadays.
Red flag. 3 10-hour shifts, 5 days a week. How many are you doing now? Okay, let me rewind.
Expensive. It's like $3,000 for 2 kids nowadays in this area.
For daycare?
And one separate. That means I would have to go from.
I knew she was using him as a babysitter.
5 days a week. Expensive. It's like $3,000.
Yeah, I knew it. She doesn't want. It's not that she doesn't want to. I'm pretty sure she seems like a smart, very intelligent woman, and she's very capable. Just like Cardi. I can see it in her. She has it in her. We all do. A lot of women do. We're very hardworking. We can make it grind. We can make something out of nothing. That's not an issue. So I don't think that she has any problem leaving him. In my opinion, if she had the resources that she needed, she would have been gone. I don't think she would have stayed. But what she's trying to tell her audience and us right now is that she cannot because he provides for the children. And she doesn't have a village. That's practically what she's saying. And so, therefore, by default, she got to stay with his trifling behind.
And for 2 kids nowadays in this area. And one's in preschool.
2 kids and you about to have a third? Or is it you got 3 kids or 2 kids? Okay, I need to know. Because I when he was with the hat saying in the living room, it looked like she had 2 kids. And she's about to have a third. Okay, let me stop. Let me stop stopping.
From 3 10-hour shifts to probably 5 days a week. Expensive. It's like $3,000 for 2 kids nowadays in this area. And one's in preschool. And unfortunately, schools don't really accommodate to a single parent or even working parents very well. Like, they start at weird times and end at weird times. So it's hard. It would make my life a lot harder. So really, it's not all that easy. I'm not just forgetting and forgiving. Like, he needs to do his part. I expect that fully if he wants to move forward. And it's not just birthday. There's plenty of issues.
He's not going to, sis.
I do understand that. I am vicious, especially when pregnant. I am hormonal. I have...
Doesn't matter. He's not pulling his weight. And I like I said, like, I don't know. Kids are going to make it harder for him to do it. I'll just be honest with you.
Pregnancy rate, all the things. So there are things I need to work on, and I will take ownership.
Sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I forgot about the sensitivity of TikTok. Let me fast forward.
Kids nowadays in this area, to a single parent or even working parents very well. Like, they start at weird times and end at weird times. So it's hard. It would make my life a lot harder. So really, it's not all that easy. I'm not just forgetting and forgiving. Like, he needs to do his part. I expect that fully. If he wants to move forward. And it's not just birthday. And there's plenty of issues he needs to work on, and so do I. I do understand that. I am vicious, especially when pregnant. I am hormonal. I have pregnancy rate, all the things. So there are things I need to work on, and I will take ownership of that. But there's no reason he should have made me feel that way on my birthday, or really any day. This is his warning, because I know he's watching this from our...
You gotta warn your husband on TikTok. Red flag, sis. You had him sleeping in the shed. That's not enough, sis. They're used to sleeping on the couch. I mean, it's been like that. I remember, was it Al Bundy? Was it Married with Children where Al would sleep on the couch a lot? Yeah, that show was crazy. But yeah, like, they're used to that, sis. Y'all, I'm sorry, my sisters from the other community, my sisters from the white community, especially white American, y'all gonna have to do something different. You gotta do something different. They're used to sleeping on the couch, sis. You're gonna have to ramp it up a little bit, because he's not feeling the effects of losing you. I'm being very serious right now. He doesn't see your value. So that's why he's treating you like that. He doesn't see your value at all. But you know your value. And trust and believe me, it's better than what he's offering.
Backyard shed, where he will continue to be until he get this crap together.
You think he in the backyard shed? He probably going to sleep with Sally Mae down the street, sis. I'm telling you, you better go and check. You're gonna have to do some investigative work. And I'm sure some people on TikTok, they would be great FBI agents. They're probably on the case right now. He's not sleeping in the shed, sis. I promise you that. And if he is, it's very comfortable because he's not budging. He's not going to move.
But I do want to thank you guys for looking out for me. He got a huge consequence with just your commentary. And that's why I turned it off, because it just got...
On social media? You think he cares? Yeah, it's going to hit you a little bit, and then you're going to move on, because it's not in real life. That's what I'm saying. People in his family and other people, maybe they're seeing it, and maybe they are going to lash out on him, but... I don't think that's going to cause him to move, sis. You can't use social media to make your husband become a better man. He's just not built for it. You got to accept it.
A little too extreme. And mostly just for my overall being for this baby right now. It's just a lot. But thank you guys for making me, for the most part, feel really special on my day.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you felt special, sis. Now, let me see if there's a follow-up video, because this is craziness. She's working shifts, y'all. Okay, she got baby names. Okay, you see, I think the child psychologist thought I was lying when I said my child has emotional support eggs. Wow, is that good or bad? I hope that her sons are not watching this. B-Day comment. Oh, okay. Let's watch this one. This one looks interesting. Whoa. Music. Okay. B-Day video comment. Okay, somebody left a comment. I thought you said you turned the comments off. You see he wasn't changing fast enough, so she had to go and open them comments right back up. That's what I'm assuming. B-Day video comment. Someone tagged me in the wife's next video where she backtracks to defend this man. Okay, because usually people do that on TikTok. Wife putting a fresh spritz of caca spray in his dusty, okay, I think this was a typo, in the dusty backyard shed where he now resides until he can recover from the diabetes and selfishness. Sis, he ain't gonna recover from diabetes. I told you, he gonna find another. He is just making it easier for him to text his side chick. And then once he gets another woman that's going to open up her home for him, because best believe there will be one. There will be one. Trust and believe me. They love to rehabilitate men like him. Then he's going to be gone. Who knows? I don't know. But he seems to like it there, because seems like he's been in the shed for like a week. Who knows? All right. What does she say here? Stay at home, mom. Stay at home, dad. Advice for financial security. Okay, I want to hear this. I want to hear their economic, what her advice is going to be. Hold on. Let me check the comments. I want to make sure my mic is not going out. Let's see here. Oh, whoa. Doesn't she have friends? I saw friends in the videos. I think she's doing this as a humiliation ritual, but it's going to backfire. This doesn't work. This tactic of naming and shaming in public, it works if the person cares. But he doesn't. He didn't care from the beginning. He knows his wife has social media. He knew that. He just never cared. You said good luck and stop complaining on TikTok if you're not going to leave. I agree with you on that. I don't see why we need to know this. This could have been in a therapy group for real. She must like it because she's pregnant. Scrub shouldn't be getting no love at all. What? Cardi said it too. Once upon a time, somebody told me that I was ugly. And then she said, my hips tight. Whatever. Broke dudes don't deserve no pussy. I know that's right. Cardi B said that. Cardi B. And then now look at this situation. Some women have some really good rap lyrics. They do. But it's just really sad because I don't want to see her. It's always those types of women build a man up. Okay. Come out and come back. Thank you, Irie. Yeah, come out and come back. Yeah, thanks, because I don't want y'all to miss this one. This one's a headache. All right, let's continue.
Pretty big trend lately about trad wives or stay-at-home parents, which, don't get me wrong, I'm all for do whatever makes you happy and you are comfortable with and works best for your family. You got to put your family first no matter what. But the one piece of advice I would give somebody is always make sure that you are protected no matter what. So That includes getting life insurance for you and your spouse. That includes you don't have to have a separate bank account, but have access to a decent amount of money where in the event something crazy happened where you needed to get out, you're good. And what
you should have a separate bank account. I'll add that. Because, again, you don't know when that day's going to come. You don't know if that account's going to be frozen, whatever the joint account is. So, yes, please have that separate account, y'all.
I can't stand is people will be like, oh, well, I married this person. I never have to worry about that. You never know. I mean, people could innocently go in and get surgery and, go on opioids and get hooked on those. And it's not that they're a bad person. They just got hooked on something they didn't plan on getting hooked on. Mental illnesses like psychosis, depression, bipolar, a lot of those can develop later on in life. Again, it's not that they're a bad person. It's just life happens, or death. Make sure that you are good. You have immediate access to money and life insurance for you and your family in case something like that happened. Now you're seeing more people come out saying, I got trapped where I didn't have access to money and I was in either an abusive relationship or my spouse was cheating or my spouse was this, that, and my only option was a homeless shelter if they don't have good support. Because not everybody has that support system who can just drop everything and watch their kids while they work. So it's super hard. Always have a plan, whether it be childcare or a job, or if you did go to school and now you're a stay-at-home parent, make sure you're continuing ed. It's like I've had a sister who was a stay-at-home parent and her husband got deathly ill for a little bit. Thank goodness he got out of it and it wasn't like cancer, which we originally thought it could have been. Mm-hmm. Or my husband's mom was a stay-at-home mom and all of a sudden around 40, my father-in-law, even though I never met him, just passed away. And I mean, you need to have a plan. You always need to have a plan. Picture what would happen if, you walked into your house and found your spouse with somebody. What are you going to do in that moment? Like, don't think long term of like, oh, maybe I could do this, but like have some sort of idea in money you can access that can't be touched in case you're maybe in an abusive relationship where that person's like, oh, I'm going to go and drain your account so you have nothing. Because people tend to get very defensive and be like, oh, that would never happen with my spouse. Nobody usually goes into a marriage thinking that's going to fail. Usually things develop over time. Doesn't mean you have to have two different bank accounts. I mean, just figure out a way where you have a few thousand maybe stashed away just in case. Or if you just need immediate access to money. What if, you have one bank account with your spouse and that gets shut down? I mean, just have something. You need to know how to get on those accounts and pay off your bills. Have your spouse write down the usernames and passwords somewhere.
She's right, y'all. She's correct.
Like, have access to it. Put that money away. Keep up with your continuing education or whatever little bits of experience you have. Just keep in touch with them. Make sure you're safe. I see a pretty big trend lately.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
About trad wife.
Okay, she gave some really good advice. I wish that she would take. Sorry, y'all. Y'all see how dirty my hair is right now. I just had to pull it back because it was hurting me to put it up. All right, now it's down. Whew. I had a big migraine. All right, too much tension. All right, now let me see what else I could find now, and then we're gonna move on to the next video. I think the next video will probably be the last one because it's getting kind of late. Hold on, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this live stream might be shorter than usual because I started later, but tomorrow I'm gonna start earlier just to finish everything properly. She said, not delusional enough to think social media will ever retire me, but hoping it gets me to the point where I can start getting takeout more than one time a month in this economy. Oh, okay. Okay, she's doing her thing, man. She's working really hard. My husband on the way to attempt to redeem himself. Hold up! I thought I wanted to be an independent woman, but then I attempted to go to a theme park Halloween event with 4 kids and 4 kids! Red flag! How many kids y'all got? So they do have multiple kids. 4 kids. What? 4 kids. Pregnant. I don't know if she's counting the baby as 1 kid. Is it 5? And then she's working? Shifts? While pregnant. And her man is at home. Let's watch this,
John,
y'all.
You're gone. John, you're gone.
Okay, this is just a soundbite. So my husband on the way to attempt to redeem himself after royally messing up forgetting my birthday while I'm already dealing with pregnancy rage. Okay.
Seriously? No, seriously. Super serious. Seriously? No, not seriously.
Yeah, he seems like he's fine to me. I don't think he's remorseful at all. He doesn't seem like it. Okay. That's it. What else? Turns out I'm not depressed. I just need a mountain giveaway. Sorry, y'all. The font is too small. Slow morning to myself and my spouse to start treating me the way every partner deserves. Okay, so they went on a mountain trip, but sis, you paid for it. Oh, okay, so he giving you stuff. Okay, hold up, man. Y'all got the kids there. Oh, goodness. Okay, so they went on a getaway. Sis, you paid for it all. He's running. You know what it is? She said she's not defending him, but what she's doing is trying to show that he's like all of a sudden just so remorseful. But this is all for content to give him to build up his reputation, y'all. That's all that is. All right. God bless you, sis. Good luck, Haley Brooks' house. Good luck. I don't know what else to say to you, sis. I really don't know. Okay, how many videos we got? One. Okay, this is 7 minutes. I'm going to let this one play through. Oh, I want to watch this one. The Taylor Swift one I want to watch too. Okay, let's get into it, y'all. How much more time I got? Okay, we're going to continue, y'all. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I'm probably going to stay for another hour, and then I'm going to wrap it up and continue everything tomorrow because I started late. I'm so sorry, guys. I started really late today. All right, let's play this one. Hold on, I got something on my mouth here. Okay, so there's a lawsuit going on, y'all. The Dark Side of Love is Blind. Lawsuit exposes harsh reality TV conditions. So we're going to figure out what this is about. And I have a feeling Love Island is also going to have a lawsuit coming up down the pipeline. I know that the UK one did, and there were a few contestants who unalived themselves. A lot of them have mental health issues. I know Aaron was dealing it. Aaron from season 6 was dealing with a lot of mental health issues after his situation with Kayla and Daniela, that whole Casa Amor situation. So let's watch this really quickly. I'm going to play this one through.
So sleep deprivation, isolation, lack of food, and an excess of alcohol are some of the things Love is Blind contestants are subjected to, at least according to a lawsuit filed by season 7 contestant Stephen Richardson.
Red flag! No, you know what? Wrap this up. Wrap it right up. Wrap it up. Who watched? Okay, first of all, who watched this season, y'all? Who watched that season of Love is Blind? I did. Y'all let me know. Who watched that season? Who watched that season of Love is Blind? Wait a minute. This is the man that brought up the lawsuit? This man? Do you guys want a synopsis? Y'all must want... I think you guys want a synopsis of who he is. This is the man, y'all. This man right here. They called him, they said that he's, they said they think he has Nigerian ancestry. Why did they think he had Nigerian ancestry again? Oh yeah, he's the one who said that he's like 3% Nigerian or something, or 10%. I don't remember, but people were making fun of him and saying that he acts like he's from our community. Y'all. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all the story because you might not know who this is if you have not watched Love is Blind. I've watched practically every single season. Like, seriously, I love Love is Blind. It's one of my favorite shows or reality shows to watch. I may not have watched all the other franchises, but I definitely watched the US one. The only one I missed was Minnesota. I caught it towards the end, but I watched it. I still know who the characters are. I mean, who the people are. They're not characters, but who the people are. My favorite season was definitely season 1, and I think it was the one with Brett and Tiffany, Lauren and Cameron. Those are my favorite couples. And then there were a few other ones that I can't remember, but the worst one was the one with AD and Clay. And then also the one with Ramses and Marissa was pretty bad too. Okay, let's get into... Oh, the one with Ramses and Marissa was his season. Let's get into it. So this man, he was with Monica. And he's the one who... I think he called her a mutt. That's already a red flag. Or she called him a mutt, or he called her a mutt. That was already terrible. The other issue is that when they started, because you know in Love is Blind, you connect with each other in the pods, and then after the pods, like once you choose each other, then you go into the real world, and some people end up living together, some people, you know, spend time together, they see each other's houses, they visit each other's families, yada yada yada. This man left this woman for like 3 nights. Hold on, you know what? Let's find it, because he seems to want to have a lawsuit. And I need to show you guys what he did to this woman. And I know Love is Blind is probably going to cut that scene out, but whatever. Anyways, let's do this. Most men want to return to traditional gender roles, but women not so sure. Ciao. Okay, we'll keep that for later. Okay, so Steven, Monica, Love is Blind. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we could find it. Here, okay, y'all gonna watch. This is too long. 17 minutes? Okay. I like Bachelor fan take. They're usually pretty good. Okay, we're gonna watch this. I might have to speed it up because y'all need to know who this man is. You really need to know who this man is. He's not as... And I'm surprised that he's the one who bought the lawsuit. He's the last one. I thought it was going to be a sister. That's why I picked it. That's why I picked this, because I saw 2 black women. So I'm like, oh, dang, maybe it's going to be a sister, because you know how they treat us on reality shows. So I'm thinking it's about to be like a Shelly and a Landria type situation. Man, this is a joke, y'all. Scamming the system. Who said it's the wrong show? I've seen many memes of Necklace Big Ed from the show. Oh, that's another show, y'all. Wrong show. Okay, let me play this, because y'all need to know who this man is.
Only thing.
Okay, we're gonna play this. 17 minutes. I might have to cut it at some point. I might have to speed it up.
And this is just me. I like my testicles attached.
Okay, this is Ramses. Okay.
Back with 3 more episodes and...
Okay, let's go. We're gonna skip.
Of course, not before argument.
And now he wants to have another conversation. Gives me like the optimism that it's going in the right direction.
She says while looking absolutely depressed. So these 2 aren't done yet.
Okay, this was this couple.
What about another couple that kind of left things off with a little argument? Steven and Monica. Well, things are about to go from little nitpick to festering wound to full-blown necrosis of the relationship, and it's gonna turn up to 11 in a weird and wild way. Now, it begins with this.
I feel like there is something that's been kind of weighing on me and like bothering me. I just want to like address it. In the pods, I remember you specifically telling me like, we're together, like I'm gonna get you flowers.
I was using that as a concept.
And at first I was like, okay, that's not the worst. I mean, they're on vacation, they're busy, doesn't mean much. But then he starts expressing that he's feeling anxious out of nowhere.
Such a massive decision, and I just don't want to feel forced into doing something.
I mean, that's what you signed up for, but okay.
You know, if suddenly I'm having second thoughts, and next thing you know...
Are you like, I'm so confused.
No.
Right now.
I know. No,
like,
I'm
literally, I'm so confused.
Yeah, this is strange. I mean, maybe he's just a horrible communicator. Maybe he means like it's overwhelming because a lot is happening. But no. If we're at a 4 or a 5 on the weird scale right now, it's about to go up to an 8, as we have one more couple's get-together in Mexico, and Steven is in top form. First, he skips out on watching a fireworks display to talk with Garrett about something, which gets Monica feeling alone, but then he starts to explain how Garrett needed to get something out, and how important it is for people to really be solid with their couples or something, because...
This situation, suddenly you have this spotlight on you. And for a lot of guys, like, there are women that are homewreckers out there that are like, I don't give a what your situation is. I want to suck your dick.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
What's happening?
What the actual
Y'all heard him? This man clearly has a mental instability or something.
Now this had me feeling dazed, like what on earth is happening right now?
And then look at him. He looks like how did he get on this show? I remember watching this and being like, how was he a contestant? That's number one. And number two, Monica says, pack it up. Wrap this right up. She stayed with him until the final moments. Oh, I'm going to go to his days of glory. We're skipping through all the other couples to get to him.
He also says this.
You will be tempted in a situation that you've never been tempted before. You're going to eventually have people confronting you. People that know you.
And I'm like, is this guy just eccentric or is he projecting?
No,
like, are
he's
we just
mentally
putting a little
unstable.
peekaboo into his mind right now? Kinda feels like these are the things he's thinking about. Now, on that note, it's time for everyone to go and face all those women ready in the DMs and boogeymen who claim to know you coming out with allegations in the real world. As we're about to enter
we're gonna fast forward through them two, cause let me tell you, that season was a mess, y'all. All of them. Bye Nick, Garrett. They got married, but that situation was crazy. And then, who is this one? Yeah, I liked her. All the women were amazing. I even did a live stream on them way back when I started live streams. I loved her, and I loved, I did like Ashley. Her too. She was, all of them. Oh my goodness. Terrible, man. Look at this one. This one right here, Lord. This was a horrible season, yo. That was probably one of the worst seasons of Love is Blind. Look at this one with his ponytail, yo. Oh, this one. Oh, that whole conversation was crazy. Maybe I should play it. Her mama did not play.
real tough lady.
Her mother did
He
not
was going
play.
to talk about his fashion, which I have to say is kind of off.
Is it off?
Yeah,
You're
I'm sorry.
not feeling it?
No, I'm not feeling it. The whole 80s breakdancing, like little tail thing.
Okay, bold of you to make fashion critiques when it looks like your wardrobe was inspired by Rosa from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah, they drug her, but guess what? She was right. She saw right through him.
I was previously married. You go into a marriage, like you really discover a lot about a person.
Really, you're explaining a marriage to me.
Okay, rude.
To me, marriage is not forever. It would be nice. It's happy when it's happy, and then it ends.
Mm-hmm.
You tolerate each other till it's over. I think that you and Marissa should do a prenup.
Funnily enough, Ramses is on board with the prenup, and Marissa's the one who pushes back on this. But hey, you know, at least they're working on their differences, which apparently now also include the fact that Ramses doesn't want to wear a condom.
Yeah, that was red flag. This is taking me back right now.
I'm not going to go on birth control.
We need to do what we need to do, but I need the sex to be enjoyable.
I guess Mr. Progressive has a line, and it's
Yeah, he was acting like he was all progressive about women's rights. Yeah, I love feminism. Like, it's awesome, and I think women should be the way of the world. Practically jobless. I think he didn't have a job or something. And this is why I was making fun of his ponytail, because I'm like, sir, like, you see, he is a certain type. And then, on top of that, he did not want to wear condoms. Red flag. Did not want to wear condoms. And she was going to law school, y'all. Again, all the women were paired up with Dusties, except for Garrett, but Garrett had his own issues. He was a physicist. Yeah. So the problem with Garrett and his family was low-key racist. That was the issue.
His little Ramses. But this stuff? Oh, this is nothing. Because we're now headed back to Steven and
Okay, let's get to him.
That weirdness dial is going to be turned up to 9. As this man just won't stop making sexual comments. Like here on this flower arts and crafts date he's taking Monica on to make up for not getting her flowers in Mexico.
Flowers are nice, yes, but I'm sure there are people out there that are like, if I do this, I'm going to get laid. Cool. You know, and that is a great perk. I mean, let's be honest. You know, if you do
So he's only giving flowers to get laid. Red flag. He was a walking red flag. And he looked like he just came out. He looks like he just rolled off of somebody's couch and came on the show. Who let him in? But again, it's for ratings and views, so they don't care about people.
Right. And you get rewarded with sex, like...
Then afterwards, he sits Monica down and says he found out he didn't have a job anymore, but she's like, oh, okay, I'll be your sugar mama then.
Yeah, he got unemployed while he was on the show. Y'all, I'm not making this up, y'all. This is the reality, y'all. This is, and I believe that this is a intentional programming. What do we call it again? That, you know, when it's programming, that like it's basically trying to program women to accept men in this form, because only one man out of the whole, two men, so Tim and Garrett were the only ones who had like viable employment. The rest of the men were jobless. Ashley and Tyler, matter of fact, Tyler had 3 kids with his stud baby mama. So his baby mama was actually a lesbian woman, or lesbian. And no, she was a stud. She wasn't even like, she was a stud. And then they had, she was with her partner. She was with a partner in a marriage. She was married to her partner. And then Tyler was her sperm donor for the first child. And then somehow they got drunk, had sex. Because she got a divorce. Yeah, no. So, yeah. So, she had the one kid with, he was the sperm donor for her one kid. And then they had sex while he was drunk or something. And then they conceived twins. And then her wife found out, divorced her. This man went on the show and did not reveal that information until the final episodes when they were about to get married. Red flag! The world found out this man was a baby daddy. And then not only that, he tried to act like, oh, I was just helping my lesbian friends out. That's what he told Ashley, which is the woman he married. Come to find out, nope. Only one kid was born when he was the sperm donor for only one child, the first one. The twins, that was, you know, regular conception. They did it, y'all. It was not in a clinic. And then he would show up to all the kids. Like, he was an active father, had the kids show up, call him dad, everything. As soon as he got on Love is Blind, he went radio silent. These were the men on the shows. And then you got this one right here talking about sex every 3 seconds. And then now he wants to bring a lawsuit to Love is Blind. We're not even going to watch that video. It's not worth it to me. I'm sorry. Even if they have a serious situation, I can't take it seriously because he's the one who bought the lawsuit. Him!
And he goes all googly-eyed, describing how he'd love for her to just use him like that, like a piece of meat. Monica, on the other hand, has backed off from sex after Steven expressed those doubts earlier. She just wants to feel more confident about where he's at, while Steven says, well, you know, this is just the way guys are.
I'm a man. You know, the wind blows in the right direction, and I'm like, fuck.
And this seems to be like a hyperfixation for him. I mean, I get it, I'm a dude too, but there have been multiple comments.
So anyway, how about anal, huh?
Just call this man Stephen King, cause...
Red flag! You literally said you ain't have a job. He's worried about the wrong things. Why are you not concerned about you finding a job? This is the man that bought the lawsuit, y'all. This is why I was so shocked before. I said, I know that ain't him. I know that ain't who I think it is. Y'all ever seen the Big Boy from Outkast meme? I know that ain't who I think it is.
Because he has a way with words, and it's often horrifying. And also sexual. But alright, this is all leading to the moment where Steven cranks the weirdness all the way to 11. And it begins with yet another scene that just suddenly starts in utter chaos.
I'm shocked right now. I'm just so sorry. He went and did a sleep test last night. Did he do a sleep test last night? I don't know. He didn't sleep here.
So Taylor and Garrett, by the way, love these two right now.
So hot right now.
They're here to support Monica because something happened. There's a sleep test, there's text messages involved, and Taylor's talking about how weird it was that Steven brought up girls DMing him to blow him. Then Steven is just right there getting a snack or something, like, hello sir, you realize they're talking about you? So Taylor goes off and Steven sits down, and something happened where Monica found some wild and horrid text messages.
Reading those text messages filled with fetishes and coming, like, it's disgusting, Steven.
You're right.
Stop acting like you're right. I know I'm right.
Say something else.
Wow, now all that over-sexualization is starting to make sense. So apparently he was texting someone and it was deeply sexual and there were plans to cheat. And right now, Steven is just in damage control, trying to say as little or whatever he can to reduce the blowback. Which, funnily enough, is exactly the opposite of what he was hoping for, because a blowback is one of the things he was hoping this other woman would give him.
I did make a completely stupid mistake while being drunk at a sleep test with somebody who texted me.
Being drunk at a sleep test. Y'all, wrap this man right up. I'm just gonna finish to show you guys that, and then I'm clicking off that lawsuit video, wasting my damn time. For future news stations, you need to do your research. You need to do your research. This is the man that y'all said about the lawsuit. I don't want to hear no parts of it. Look, y'all saw his behavior? This man right here.
I am sorry, what? I kid you not, I paused my TV and took a breath at this point. I have never been so dumb.
Drunk at a sleep test. You can't make this up.
Found it.
Jobless. Talking about sex every 3 seconds. Anal. She found a group chat of him fetishizing other women. She said it was disgusting, deplorable. Then this man talking about he got drunk at a sleep test. Had the girl all in tears. This woman.
Good sir, are you saying you went to a sleep test drunk? And that's why you started to sext someone with plans to cheat? At a sleep test? This honestly gaslit me. I had to Google if some sleep tests ask you to come drunk.
They don't.
Lord knows
That's
what.
how we know he wasn't that one.
Why? Because this was so out of pocket. Did you really think this was believable?
Not him saying out of pocket. I love this.
And not the most stupid lie ever conceived.
Very
the man
stupid.
obviously told Monica he was going to a sleep test and instead went to a bar or something and then ended up sexting this woman. So Monica then asks him to Venmo her immediately the money he owes her for the past few days.
Red flag. See, she was supporting him, and then now she mad. She like, oh, Venmo me the money. Look at him. Oh, he's stressed now. He ain't got the money, sis. He doesn't. He came on the show. I don't know how he got on the show. How did he pass all the sex? This is what we need to know. How did he pass the psych assessments? So yes, he should be suing Love is Blind. I get it, because they shouldn't have let his ass on the show. But at the same time, I'm not listening to his frivolous lawsuit. This man is not the one who should have bought the lawsuit for, because now I can't take it seriously.
And I would also like to formally ask him to Venmo me the brain cells he just caused me to lose.
You texted her today, and the really gross ones were today. So don't f***ing lie to my face. Were you guys texting today?
No.
You weren't texting today. Okay, let me see your phone.
I deleted the message.
Of course you did.
Oh, this man takes the cake. He takes the whole damn bakery.
They started yesterday, and they went through today.
I honestly don't remember. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I shouldn't have come on the show.
What a selfish thing to say. What a selfish piece of shit. You put a ring on my finger, and now you shouldn't have been on the show?
So Taylor and Garrett come back to comfort Monica, and Steven slinks out to get high for his upcoming driver's test or something and wait for all those sexy DMs to come his way. But if you hit the floor before, get ready for round 2, as this show is not done with the surprise drama scenes. This time, it's with rock solid
this is the guy who had the kids, y'all.
Ashley.
The secret babies.
About having kids. She wants 2, could maybe go for 3 if the first 2 are both boys.
Secret babies.
Taylor, though, definitely wants 3, which is pretty funny because...
Y'all, he was not a nuclear security officer. He was a security guard. Red flag at a nuclear facility. Y'all, I can't laugh. This is not funny because it's people's real lives. But this man was not a nuclear security officer. He was a security guard at a nuclear facility. I'm not making this up, y'all. Y'all could go online and check it out.
He's already got them.
But they are your kids. And it's with someone that you know. What are their genders?
2 girls and a boy.
No, the drama, the unhinged twists
and she still married him, yo.
Heart can barely
Oh, they're getting a divorce now. She filed for divorce. Just letting y'all know, because the internet was, I guess, it was too much for her.
What you're feeling is valid. And just sitting right here, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm just asking for a chance.
Red flag. You see both of those loser men ask for a chance. Wrap this right up. Now, let's go back to this again.
So sleep deprivation, isolation, lack of food, and an excess of alcohol are some of the things Love is Blind contestants are subjected to, at least according to a lawsuit filed by season 7 contestant Stephen Richardson against Net.
Done. All right. Continuing on. I'm not listening to nothing this man gotta say. Sorry. From now on, this is the energy I want you guys to have too. If they're not making sense, and you know the past patterns do not line up with what's going on right now, I'm not saying people don't deserve a second chance, but he's the wrong messenger. Send somebody else, and then maybe I'll listen to this lawsuit. Next. Let's continue on. How much time do we have? Yeah, that would have been a waste of my dang on time. That's 7 minutes I just saved. All right, let's continue on. Let's see what we going to discuss next, because I think this one's going to be a long one. Cam Newton, I know he going to talk crazy here. I have a feeling this might be a long one. Dang, we don't have much time. Okay. All right, let's see how much I could get through. If I can't get through Cam Newton too much, I might have to skip some of it. Yeah, let's skip through it. I'm not listening to him rambling on. But I want to talk about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Yeah, let's play this one. I want to talk about this one. Yeah, this one is important, I think so. Because you guys saw recently Kayla Nicole was grinding on Chris Brown. Did you guys see that? I was supposed to talk about it last week, but I decided not to. I wanted to wait a little bit longer, but I think this is the right time to talk about it. She was all up on Chris Brown, like on the couch. Actually, she was laying back, put her legs all up. And then he was like, oh, like all up in there. And then she said that this is for the brown girls. I'm going to read her quote soon. So let's talk about it, because we all know about Kayla Nicole and Travis Kelce. I might need to do a case study on them in the future. But right now we got some hot ones. I know you guys want Adrian and Israel. People voted for them. So I'm going to do them next. Jeannie Mai, the last part, is coming out next week. Then the week after is going to be Adrian and Israel. And then after that, we're going to do another vote to see. But I'm going to put Kayla and Travis on it because they need a case study. Okay, so Kayla Nicole. So here, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are not compatible, and she's running out of people to date. So I was actually supposed to do this one. Remember the live stream I did when the woman was with that Serbian man, and she was talking about how all white men are this and that and blah blah blah. I was supposed to do it with that case study, with that live stream, but I didn't have enough time. So we're gonna do it today, just briefly, because I want to highlight the importance. Because remember, we talked about how important marriage is in a two-parent household is in the white community and other communities versus the black community, and how children of two-parent households do not fare better. And we're going to see why that is. And also, I mean, we have an indication because we kind of talked about it. But I also want you guys to see that, you know, for I've noticed this with a lot of people who date interracially. Like, they think that if a man goes outside of his race to date a black woman, then that means he's never going to go back. And I really hate that expression. Once he go black, he never go back. Once he goes black, he never goes back, or she never goes back. I don't think that this is a very accurate representation, because this man wasted her time. Kayla Nicole and Travis Kelce, in case you all don't know who they are, they were a very popular couple. Travis played for he still plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. And Kayla was an IG kind of model. She went to school. I think she went to a really good school, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let's check Kayla Nicole. I believe that she went to a very good school. And there's two Kayla Nicoles. There's the social media one, and then there's another one. Hold on, let me see. This is Kayla Nicole, but there's another Kayla Nicole. So, yeah, this one. There's two of them. This one and her. We talking about this Kayla Nicole. I believe she went to a university. So, she has 916K followers. She dated Travis Kelce for like 3-4 years, if I'm not mistaken. yeah, so let's see this announcement, and then we're gonna watch a video, and then we're gonna talk about what's going on, because a lot of Swifties have been attacking her. That I don't agree with. I disagree with that because they're always comparing her and Taylor Swift, but there's a lot of discourse going on, so we're gonna address it. So Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend Kayla Nicole shares fiery message after his engagement, because you know he's engaged to Taylor Swift. Spoiler alert, in case many of you guys don't know. So they dated from 2017 to 2022, y'all. 5 years. He's only been dating Taylor Swift how long? They've only been dating for, I think it's been like a year. How long has it been? Only a year? Let me see. I don't care about what numerologists have to say right now. I need to figure out when they started dating. Okay, people are already putting their predictions. I'm not on that. But it's just interesting. He's dated her for way less time. A year. I think it's been like not even a year. How long have they dated? Have Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce dated? I think it's been like a year. Oh, 2 years. Okay. 2 years. So in half the time she got the ring. And I'm not trying to say that Kayla didn't deserve the ring. I'm not saying none of that. But I'm just saying that you have to recognize when a man is wasting your time. Obviously, there's something about Taylor. And we all know what it is. Some of it. I mean, there could be many reasons. Let's just put it that way. But he was wasting her time, y'all. He wasted her time. Then they were in this makeup breakup type of situation. It was terrible. Horrible. So yeah, so then here Kelce and Nicole dated that long time, whatever. Clearly, the 3-time Super Bowl champion has found a long-term partner in Swift. Clearly. Child. Who wrote this article? Chris Rosvoglu. Okay. All right, sir. You see how he said clearly. Interesting. The power couple went public with their romance in September 2023, and the rest was history. Earlier this week, Nicole, so Kayla, I don't know why they don't just call her Kayla. That Nicole is not her last name, but whatever. Shared a video of Blackish actress Tracee Ellis Ross talking about the power of joy. Most people assume that was her response to Kelce getting engaged. It probably wasn't. Why are people like watching what she posts? I don't know. And then Tracee Ellis Ross said that, you know, joy is a perspective in life, I guess. Joy is different from happiness. Okay, good. So then they said that wasn't the only message Nicole had for her Instagram followers. Why are they stalking this girl? On Friday afternoon, Nicole shared a video on her Instagram story of her working out to the song Made for This Shit. Okay. All right. Cool. So then they went over who she is. All right. That's neither here nor there. But what I want to talk about is recognizing when a man is wasting your time. This man was wasting her time, y'all, 4 years. 4 years. And it seems like she also has a pattern as well. And I don't know who she was dating before, but she also has a pattern of choosing men who waste her time. And her value, again, very beautiful, gorgeous, like gorgeous woman, y'all. Extremely beautiful. But value-wise, she doesn't understand her value at all. Because she should have never been with Travis Kelce, to be quite honest with you. He never gave what it was supposed to give. The way he's with Taylor is different than how he was with Kayla. And another thing I'm noticing is people think that it's about, like Kayla has more than Travis. And I noticed comments like when she was grinding on Chris Brown. I don't want to show the video. I'll show the still image because I'm not trying to get kicked off of YouTube. I'm really not trying to. But I'm going to show you guys the image here. So let me see. Oh, here. So someone has a picture of them. I don't know if you guys can see that. Hold on. Let me make sure you can. Yeah, you can see it. So y'all see that, right? Yeah, this is what it was. They were simulating that on in the concert. And she could do what she wants to do. She's a single woman, so I'm not talking about that. But what I'm talking about is the reaction from social media. So basically, what she said is that she did it for the brown girls. This is where it's a red flag. Sis, you ain't do that for us. I'm sorry. Wait, when did Travis and Kayla, when did they get engaged? No, Travis and Taylor. They got engaged, was it a month ago? I don't know. I didn't catch up with that. Good luck, y'all. Okay, August 27th. Okay, so that was a few weeks ago. Not even a month ago, almost a month ago. It was a month ago. Dang, it's already the 27th. It is a month ago. My goodness, where did the time fly? All right, let's go to Reddit. Let's read what she wrote. So, Caitlin Nicole. So she said, well, that was fun. Had to really do it for the teenage me blasting CB in her bedroom. Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah. So she was a fan of his, or a supporter. For the mini me who saw him at one of her first concerts. Okay, so she went to his concert. For the woman who sometimes feels like she has to be a monolith instead of multi-layered. Okay, I get that. I did it. This is where we have a problem. I did it for the smart girls. Red flag. The cool girls. Red flag. The sexy girls. Red flag. And the fun girls. Red flag. For all of us who are all of those things at once. And I overly did it for my brown girls. Thank you. Red flag. You didn't do it for us, girl. Just cut that little part out and we good. Because I don't understand how this is an accomplishment. Grinding on Chris Brown. I don't get it. But then again, maybe I'm too much of an auntie to see that. But again, like, you know, I see that people are comparing her to Taylor Swift. And I think that's unfair. And unfortunately, it's the representation of us. Y'all saw in the video earlier. This is why I said everything someone does in the community is going to affect you. Because even Cardi having all those baby daddies, you really think it's going to affect the Latina community? No, it's not. People don't even consider her Latina. To be quite honest with you, a lot of people are trying to claim her as black. It's not going to affect. Now, what it will do is, yeah, it will affect the preferences, but they are linked to the black community, and by default, we are involved. This is another thing, too. She has black daughters. That's another thing. These are the consequences that I'm talking about here. And you see the optics. Kayla doesn't deserve marriage, but Taylor does. That's what's going on in the, you know, in the social media world, right? Or Kayla is this and Taylor's not. That's why she got the ring. But again, it's more so like the value, right? So he obviously valued Taylor more in a sense because he saw her as somebody that he can place his investment in. And not saying that Kayla didn't deserve it. Absolutely. If anything, they're both valuable, her and Taylor, in my opinion. But she stayed too long. 4 years, y'all, with this man. And again, they were a makeup couple. They always broke up all the time. At one point, there was a rumor going around. I don't know if it's been substantiated. She said it's not true, but he was making her pay 50-50. But I don't know the ins and outs. But I know that he wasn't treating her the way that he's treating Taylor. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. And now we have a lot of black women online saying that, yeah, like, oh, they're not compatible. Kayla's better for him. She's finer than him. Oh, you see, she's fine. Travis is sliding down a wall. Travis is not sliding down no wall, y'all. Travis is living his life with whatever he's doing with Taylor, y'all. All right, let's watch this video because I want to hear what sis has to say. Oh, wait. Where's the volume? Here we go. I hope my mic is good. Okay.
Kelce is not real. It's weird.
Okay, let's go back.
That relationship with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce is not real. It's weird. They're two different kind of white people. Him and Taylor, they're like brother and sister, but the brother is so much different than the sister. And when they go to school together, people are like, oh, I didn't know that was your brother. That's what it's giving.
For those who saw my 5 types of white men that date black women video, my comments were flooded with people saying that Travis Kelce was number 1. And honestly, it checks out. So let me further expand on my theory and use Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift as an example and provide an analysis of this dynamic. Let's run that back. He knows in the back of his head when it's time to settle down, he's going to go with what his family accepts, what he thinks is palatable, what he thinks is the norm and the default. Taylor Swift is a conventionally attractive.
Notice, norm and default. That's what she said. And that is true. There are individuals who think that way. I'm not saying all, but it is true. It checks out. My only thing, and this is the reason why I'm even covering this, is that you got to know when to leave a situation. Because your value is way more than waiting in the wings for a man for 4 years. He gave all the signs, y'all. He always had the signs out there. It was always there. He never took her seriously. He never, it wasn't a future thing for him. Probably made every excuse in the book as to why he couldn't commit. And then look at that right here. Look at that. And I know some women are going to be like, well, it's because she's a white woman and, you know, they're more coveted and she's a billionaire. Whatever the excuse is, it could be all that. But my point is that why did Kayla stay with him that long? Red flag. She should have been left his ass. Been. But again, she didn't know her value.
Skinny, tall, white woman. She is palatable. If Taylor Swift lived in New York City, which she actually does, and hangs out in West Village, which she really does, but she wasn't Taylor Swift, she would have no problem finding a suitor to marry by the age of 32. She is the conventionally attractive, average woman that the majority of men would go after when they are ready to settle down with. Despite the fact that Travis Kelce has a history dating back to 2016 of only dating black women, one of which being 5 years long, but never once proposing to them, it makes sense that now, at this mid-age of 35, although Taylor Swift may not be his historical preference, she is the palatable white woman that he would settle down with, which would make him fall into the category of number 1. The only thing that's making it difficult for Taylor Swift to find a suitor, which is what she wants, by the way, because not all women want that, is because she is a billionaire.
Yeah. And you know what it is? She's the breadwinner in this situation by far. Ions. That's like her, because remember, she's a billionaire, he's a millionaire. So that's a whole nother tax bracket. It's the equivalent of you dating someone who is like, it depends on where you are. So let's say you're a 6-figure earner. That's like you being with somebody who makes like 60,000 or something like that, right? Easy. So it's almost the equivalent of that, I would say, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not good with math, but I would think it would be, right? So, and also she also has a pattern too. She chooses the worst men. Taylor Swift is no angel, y'all. She has a pattern she needs to work on, and this one is not that great of a catch. I'm just being honest. He's not a catch for any woman to be with, in my opinion. But what I will say is that, yeah, we have to learn how to recognize the pattern. So he was in long-term relationships with black women, but they didn't lead to anything. And that's because, again, we have been programmed to just accept the bare minimum. I promise you guys, I don't think he was doing with Kayla what he's doing with Taylor. I can almost guarantee that. But she accepted it. The crumbs that he gave her. And that's because she probably had this mindset. And this is all just me looking from the outside in. She probably thought that he would be a better option than what she's used to. But then he has the same operation. Mirandus operandi as the men in our community. It's true. He does. That's how he treated her anyways. He treated her like an afterthought. There was no progression at all. At all. And you could tell that that's what she wanted, to be quite honest with you. And so now she wasted 5 years of her life, y'all. 5 years with this man. 5 years. And best believe, like I said, I don't think he's a catch, to be honest with you. I don't know. There's something about him that's giving me user. He's definitely a user. I can see that. Definitely. He's giving user. But again, like, you know, this is just what it is. And Taylor too. She's settling with this one here. But again, she has a pattern. But what I will say is this, though. Like, let's continue on with the video. What I'm going to say is this, though. Like, you have to know your value because Kayla did not deserve the 5 years. He didn't even deserve 5. He didn't even deserve 1 year of Kayla's time, to be honest with you. And if we have women in the community who are, like the researcher said, like, either being single moms or they're getting married to men who are not understanding their value or their worth, then the outcome is always going to be worse for you as a black woman, right? So we have to be very mindful of who we decide to waste our time with. She wasted 5 years, y'all. That's a big gap, y'all. How old is she? She's still young enough. I don't know what she wants in life, and I'm not putting marriage on her, but it seemed like that's what she wanted. I don't know why they broke up, to be quite honest with you, but it seems like it. Let me see how old she is. Sorry, how old is she? She must be in her early 30s. That's what I'm thinking. 33. He wasted 5 years of her youth. But that's okay. She's still beautiful, still relatively young. She could still get things going, but wasted her time, child, with this man.
It's harder for her to find a partner, a compatible partner, because of her income bracket. Travis Kelce may not be a billionaire, but he is definitely wealthy to his own account. Travis Kelce is also extremely tall. He is also very attractive. It makes sense why Taylor Swift would pick a Travis Kelce.
Yeah, and by the way, just off of the strength of him being with her, his star power is going to rise. 100%. You already see it going up. Like, people know who he is. I remember when she showed up at his game, his jersey sold out. Like, he understands it. He understands that. I'll say this man is very strategic. I'll give him that. But if, like I said, if we're being honest, I just think he's a time waster. He's wasting her time too. Best believe it. Best believe it.
And Travis Kelce had pursued her. Now back to Travis Kelce being a number one. Travis Kelce benefits greatly from being with Taylor Swift.
There we
go. At the end of the day, Travis Kelce is a man, and 2, a celebrity. A man will always take advantage of what he can with a woman, and 2, a celebrity will always take advantage of what they can with other people.
Yeah, and you know what it is too? He's up for retirement as well. So that makes sense. That lines up. But not to take away from him. He's a really good football player. I'm not taking that away from him. What I'm talking about is the patterns. It's not about him not being a billionaire or anything like that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about his patterns. He's non-committal. He has never committed until her. And it just so happens that she's a billionaire and she's, the archetype of the type of woman that he should marry in his community. It's not by mistake. It's not by mistake. And if it wasn't Taylor, he would have chosen somebody else. It just so happened to be Taylor, right? Because I think at the time she had just broken up with her racist ex. Wasn't that the British guy? Because she loves her British man. We'll say that. She also has commitment issues, y'all. Taylor's another one who operates in her patterns. But what I would say, yeah, he's definitely a time waster. He's been a time waster. He's been. So I don't know. I'm gonna be hopeful though. We'll see. Maybe they'll get if they do the inner work, then this may work. This may work, at least from a perspective of a marriage, right? A healthy marriage. But I don't know. Both of their patterns is just letting me know that this is not. They need to change a few things. We'll just say that, or they're gonna end up like that couple we saw before, the woman whose husband forgot the birthday. They're gonna be just like that.
His public relationship with Taylor Swift has greatly benefited his career tremendously. It put more money in his pockets. It gives him more camera time and attention. People care more about what he does outside of the field. And being picked by her makes his clout and aura 1,000 times better. On top of that, I am very sure that Travis Kelce would want a family one day, as most men do. And Taylor Swift is the best woman when you're looking at on paper and status to have kids with. A lot of men think that way when it's ready to settle down. What do they say? Their light turns on, their taxi light turns on. Travis hit the age of 33, his light went on, and
You know what's so funny? Men think like that, but a lot of women don't. Red flag! We need to start thinking like that too. Matter of fact, yes. I implore you to. Because you see, he's thinking of the benefits. Obviously, a man is not, and that's one thing I have learned in my lifetime. A man is not going to do anything that is not in his best interest, as he shouldn't, to be quite honest with you. You should do things that are in your best self-interest. Absolutely. And I know that as women, we get told that we're too selfish, and people start, trying to make you feel guilty for being selfish, but you should operate like a man. I always say that. Because they're not going to get themselves in a situation that's not beneficial to them. Look at that guy, the husband that forgot the birthday. This situation is beneficial to him. He gets to watch the kids all day. And I know it's not easy watching children all day. But guess what? It's not easy working full time while pregnant either. And who knows if he's even watching those kids properly. Lord knows. There was one social media couple where the son, he drowned, unfortunately, because his father was watching a football game instead of watching him. And then a few seconds went by and then he was already in the pool and the father didn't even notice. This was a popular social media couple, by the way. It was all over the news. So, again, they're not going to do anything that does not benefit them to a certain capacity. That is true. And that's how we need to operate too. It has to be mutually beneficial to both. And Taylor, I'm pretty sure she's benefiting from this too, because he's better than all her other exes. Lord knows the exes she was with. John Mayer. Who was she with? Joe Jonas. She was with a lot of men. I don't know. And for white women, like at a certain point, they're like, when her agent's probably like, when's your man coming through? You can't be doing this life like this. You can't be living a single life forever. It's not like black women, right? Where they expect us to be single all the time. For white women, it's different. She's a celebrity, so they're like, no, you need to get married. You got to show our community that this is the union type of stuff going on. So she was also on a timeline. He was on a timeline. Lord.
Went to Taylor Swift. He stopped dating his preferences and went to the woman that was palatable, made the most sense, and will be the best candidate to have his legacy with. Even if in the back of his head he knows that he would not be with her long term, or he doesn't love, I don't know these people. A lot of men pick the nice girl or the sweet girl or the girl who's culturally relevant to him to have a family with. And they'll try to work it out. And if it doesn't work out, at least he did the right thing and had kids with the type of woman that he would want to pursue his legacy with. I'm not gonna lie, Taylor Swift is pretty impressive for any man. At the end of the day, these are all theories and opinions. We do not know these people.
Exactly.
But this is a great case study regarding relationships and dynamics. And it kind of backs up my 5 types of white men that date black women, video. Mark my words, I would not be surprised if Travis Kelce gets engaged with Taylor Swift very soon.
Oh, she said that before. When did she publish this? 8/16. And they got engaged end of August. She was spot on.
Or she has children with him. What do you guys think?
Sis is a mind. She's a psychic, y'all. She understands patterns. All right, let's get to the comments. Oh Lord, hold on. I missed a lot. Whoa. Okay. Lavender and y'all need to stop. Oh, I want to see the 5 types too. Okay, y'all still here. Okay, let's watch the 5 types. It also puts that girl from yonder. It also puts money in his family's pockets. Yup. His brother's not mediocre, sis. His brother's mediocre podcast. Was that what's his brother's name? Jason, I think. Jason and Travis, yeah. Their mama has 2 Super Bowl winners. Yeah, his mediocre podcast brings in millions. Yup, and is like the top 20 in the world because Travis is dating and now engaged to Taylor. Exactly. This is all gonna benefit the family. And this is the thing though, but whose family's eating more off of this? It looks like Travis's family's definitely eating more because Taylor already had the clout. She's the clout. She's the clout. Lavender. Listen, I was going to say that, but I don't want to say that because I don't know sis's, her or she might be, I don't know. I have no idea, but yeah. Okay, let's see the top 5 video. We're going to watch it because I want to see it too. Okay, good. You guys want to see it. I wasn't sure if you guys wanted to see it. Have you ever looked at his brother's relationship? Apparently, he's a red flag too. We might need, hold on. Let me add Jason Kelce to my case study list. I have a list, y'all. Let me not forget this. Hold up. Jason Kelce, because I have Travis and Taylor. Okay, Jason and I don't know his wife's name, X. You know what? If I do the Travis Kelce case study, I'm going to do it like Tia and Tamara. I'm going to have a 2-for-1. Whenever it's siblings, it's a 2-for-1. So Tia and Tamara, 2 for 1. Travis and Jason, 2 for 1. Who else is a sibling that's in a messy relationship? Whoever they are, if y'all recommend them, then we're gonna do that. Yeah, siblings are my favorite specialty. All right, we're gonna do the top 5 now. Let's do it. Yes, this is good. I liked her video. All right, let's get to the top 5. Let's see if I can find it, y'all. I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, let's get to her page and maybe I can find the top 5. Let's do this. I follow her, by the way, on my actual TikTok. This is not logged into my account. She does videos on mental health and dating. Yeah, she's my speed as well. I like her content. Okay. Dang, she didn't put it as a pinned video. Okay, y'all. I'm just gonna watch her popular. Let's see popular videos. Oh, I remember this story. Ooh, Lord. Hold on. Let's go down. Resilient Jenkins, Lord Jesus. These are, oh my goodness. When he's a bitter baby daddy. Oh, she got some really good ones. Jeannie Mai, standing on business. Okay, we might need to. Okay, here we go. So here's the Taylor Swift one. But let's see the top 5 white guys. If we can't find it, I'll look for it in the search. Dang, she even did Israel and Adrian. I might have to look at her TikTok because she does short form videos just for case studies. All right, let's see. I covered this one. Okay, here, top 5.
There are 5 types of white.
Okay, let's watch the top 5 types of white men. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it. All right, let's get to it.
There are 5 types of white men that date black women, and I'm going to tell you what they are and the ones you need to stay away from. Spoiler, only one of these types of men are the ones you should date. Starting off, the ones that... There are 5 types of white men that date black women, and I'm going to tell you what they are and the ones you need to stay... There are 5 types of white men that date black women, and I'm going to tell you what they are and the ones you need to stay away from. Spoiler, only one of these types of men are the ones you should date. Starting off, the ones that just want a good time and not a long time with you. And before you comment, well, the majority of single men just want casual relations with most women. There's a difference. The difference is that it's never going to be you. With these men, it's never going to be you. He will have fun as a single man with all types of women. He'll find you very attractive and actually like you. But he knows in the back of his head when it's time to settle down, he's going to go with what his family accepts, what he thinks is palatable, what he thinks is the norm and the default.
Not just white men, Korean men, Asian men, and Latino men, some Latino men too. If they come from a very strong community structure as far as like what marriage is supposed to look like, and they have like those type of values, they're gonna want that. And it's so interesting because some black families too. There are some black families who still practice the paper bag test as well, but not as prevalent. But obviously, yeah, if you're dating interracially, this is definitely spot on right here. And you can trust me, you'll know the patterns. You'll know. Because 1, future is not spoken of. There's no intention towards the future. 2, they take forever for you to meet their family. That's a red flag. In Korea's perspective, I know some people use it as an excuse, like, oh, my family, like, you know, they want you to date for marriage. That's fine. But then at the same time, they should still be aware of your existence. So if they're not aware of your existence after a certain time frame, you could just, you're going to have to figure that out because something's wrong here. Another way you could figure it out is their past relationships. Why did they fail? What happened? Did he introduce her to his parents? Those things are very important. You'll know. Trust and believe me. You'll know. So Travis and Kayla, sorry, before we continue, I know, but I just had to put it out there. Travis and Kayla Nicole, she met his mama. She was out there in the football games. But I know when his mom was looking at her, I have a feeling, because his mama is very Midwestern, we'll just put it that way. And I know when his mom was looking at her, she didn't fit what would work for their family. And that's another thing that we have to be mindful of, because I think that a lot of women think that, oh, just because you're beautiful, then you're all in. No, for some communities, beauty is not really a factor. It's not a priority when they're thinking of a future spouse. To be honest with you, I have to be honest, and I'm not trying to, like, you know, shame her for how she dresses or what she wears or how she presents herself, but let's put it this way. Okay, let's watch a video first because I know y'all want to watch it, and then I'm going to show you the parallels and difference as to what people look for. And I know some people are going to say, well, it's because Taylor's white. That's one part of it, but I think that there's another component to it, because if you look at Nick and Alandria, from Love Island, remember, Nick's mom was all for Alandria from the beginning. Before they even became Nick Alandria, she was the one who started the whole ship. She was the mothership. She watched Love Island, the first 2 episodes, and she knew right away that Sierra was not the one. And the thing that she said about Alandria from the beginning, she's refined, she's classy, and she looks like she could fit into our family. That's what she said. Alandria is a black woman, y'all. Beautiful black woman, exceptionally, extremely gorgeous. But his mother, she had his mother's stamp of approval from the beginning. I'm not gonna lie, that was the same thing with my mother-in-law as well. And I'm not trying to get into respectability politics, but I am gonna say something to you all that for other races, it does matter, like how you present yourself. And I'm not talking about dressing like all demure and stuff like that, because look how I dress. I'm wearing just t-shirts. Y'all see my, again, shameless plug, RedPearl. I'm gonna be promoting it all the time. Just dressing professional, like all that stuff. I dress like that on a regular basis, but again, it's a way you carry yourself, because you can wear some outfits that are like revealing, but not too revealing, right? But it's just how you present yourself, your confidence, and how you show up, right? Some families really care about that. I'm being honest. And if he can see, he knows, a man knows when he meets you if you gonna fit into the family, especially if he's a family man. Jason and Travis is a family man. They're always with their mom all the time. Always. I don't know where their father is. I have no idea. But wait, is he raised by a single mother? That's gonna make a lot of a difference too. He's very close to, so he values his mother's opinion. Parents, does he have a father? Oh, okay, yeah, they're together. I don't know if are they together or are they still married? Let's find out. Oh, they got divorced. Okay, so his parents are divorced. His parents are divorced. That's another element to it too, y'all. This is not looking good for Taylor. I'll just say that. But just relatively speaking, they look like they're very close to their mother, and they care about what she thinks and her opinions. And she doesn't give me racist vibes. That's what I've seen of her. And because he's always been around the black community, so I think she's always known that her son was into black women. But from the optics of marriage, I don't know. Like, I really can't say what it is, but I will say that he's being very intentional about his career. I don't think it's his mother in his ear. I believe that it was probably his brother or other people around him. Let's just keep it that way. But I don't see it with his mom, because she seemed like she was very close to Kayla. So I don't see that. But I could be wrong. Y'all let me know in the comments. Okay, let's finish watching.
You could be the best woman he's ever dated or had fun with or whatever the hell. It just can't be you. Which is why I don't encourage black women to have casual relations if you want to get married one day, but that's a whole nother topic. The second type is the man that has already done his duty, which means he's a little older, he's already been married, and he's already had his kids, and he's probably done having kids. He did what he knows he's supposed to do. The family man. Now that he's divorced and he's over it, doesn't care to have more kids, he's gonna go after what he actually is attracted to. You. He'll have fun. He might be generous. You'll have a good time with him. But he would have never picked you when he was in his early 20s and he was looking for a wife and children. Even if he knew at that time that he kind of liked black women. Always the older men, usually successful. But they're still into you because they already did that. These men are just for fun. You'll have a great time with them. But you're looking to settle down, be married, and be a man's first choice. You will strongly find these types of men who are Eastern European, of another religious group, who will love you down. How beautiful, how perfect you are, your dark skin. They'll say they were always into women who look like you their whole lives. But funny, they never picked you when it came to taking a woman seriously back in the day, right? So no, I don't encourage you to take these men seriously. The third type is the men who actually fetishizes you. They do not see you as a black woman as being a woman who is a human being. Yes, there are plenty of men that see all women as other. Yes. But specifically, They see you as object, they objectify, they actualize you. You're a thrill, you're a fun. And even if they will marry a black woman, they will always somehow feel superior to you, that you are less than. And the reason why they even like you is because you feel a trope or a stereotype or a savior complex or whatever the hell. They're generally not good human beings.
This is the Kenny situation with Janae. This is what she talking about, y'all. So other races of men can fit into that. Kenny is Latino, but Dominican, but that was him.
And they see women, and especially black women, as an object for their fetish. When a man voices that he's attracted to you, try to see what about you he likes. And if it's nothing about you as a person, but just you being a black woman, he falls into this category. The fourth is the low value white man. And low value doesn't mean he's broke, because there's a lot of successful, wealthy white men.
That's the white man we saw that was that had his woman, his pregnant wife working shifts and didn't remember her birthday. He falls in that category.
And who are low value. And I mean spiritually low value. They're narcissistic. They are not all there in the head. They have issues. They're emotionally inept. The majority of women would not be into them when they get to know who they are. They're great on paper, but they are not good human beings or good people at all. And the reason why they are attracted to black women is because they realize that black women are a demographic where unfortunately they may not be the most loved by their own demographic or in society. And they're attracted to, I don't want to say victims. They believe that they can get away with more.
To be honest with you, I'm gonna have to sorry, I gotta stop sis here. They are attracted to victims. They are. So I'm gonna add more to it. And if you're part of the book club, another plug, Power of Nunchi talks about it, how people with that type of personality, they are attracted to empaths. Just letting you guys know. It is a thing. So I'm just going to say they are. They are attracted to victims, people they can save and heal and manipulate and control. That is very much a fact. Let me rewind a little bit. I had to stop.
I don't want to say victims. They believe that they can get away with more BS with a black woman who may have low self-esteem, who feels like he is the prize. He's tall, he's attractive. He's what society would deem to be the preference when it comes to males and, men. And he picked you. And he believes that you will tolerate his shenanigans because you are a black woman. Those types of men pursue black women because it gives them that complex. And they get away with way more. And the last one, which is the fifth, is a white man that actually likes black women. He genuinely likes black women. He sees a future with black women. He doesn't mind marrying a black woman. He wants to marry a black woman, and he wants to have children with a black woman. There's no edish. There's no internal strife here. Most of his exes were black women, and they were healthy relationships. And he just likes...
You are not his first. He is emotionally intelligent. He is overall a good person, man.
Black women, they exist, and I've dated them. They know in their heads that they're going to marry a black woman one day because they love black women. And it's not for any weird or odd reason. They just see black women for who they are, and they go, I want you to be the mother of my children, and I can see long-term marriage with a woman like that. That's the type of man that you should marry, regardless of his race. But when it comes to white guys, that's the type of man that you would want to pursue. Has this been your experience, and what do you think?
Okay, so she gave her opinion, and thank you, sis. Y'all go follow her if you're on TikTok. I'm going to give you my opinion. Her name is Po.let, so Paulette, but Po, that's a cute wordplay on her name, Po.let. Okay, I'm going to give my opinion, though, and then we're going to watch one more video and then wrap it up for tomorrow because it's getting a little late. So what I will say is this. When she said the last type of white man, the white man that she's dated, I've never dated a white man before, to be quite honest with you. But what I will say is this, though, just based on what I've seen and, being married to someone of another race, don't focus on if he's dated black women before. I think that's basically, she's just talking about her experiences. And I will say that that's her experience. But what I have noticed is there's a lot of men who have never dated black women before and who are out there. So what I say is this, like, if he has had exposure to black women. So I think in her context, it makes sense because in America or in Canada, if you grew up in a diverse area or you went to school with black kids or you were around different types of ethnicities and you never took the opportunity to date a person of a color or you don't have friends of that color, then I totally get where she's coming from. But again, I'm speaking from my experience. I will say that if I had that mindset, I would have missed out on my husband. And he's never dated a black woman before. He never had a chance to be around black people because he's from Korea, obviously, right? But then once he got out of Korea, he exposed himself to different cultures, and then he was able to meet different people. And of course, you know, when he's the one who messaged me first when we were on language exchange, and he didn't have a preference for that. He likes what he likes. You know, pretty person is a pretty person. A beautiful person, you know, you find somebody of another race, they may not be what you've dated before, but if they're attractive to you, then it's fine, right? Because attraction can reach different heights. So what I will say is that's the only part I disagree with her on, is just be more flexible with that, because you might miss out on a good man. And I can understand, though, being that she's in the American context, so I get it. Because maybe, you know, she's talking about white men who have generally been around black women, but they don't socialize with them, and they never choose them, and they always choose a white woman, and yada, yada, yada. But then, look at Travis. If we're using her example, Travis only dated black women prior to Taylor Swift. And yet he married, or he's engaged to be married to a white woman. So don't look at just because he's dated black women before, because people can actually have that misconception and think, oh, he dates black women, so that means he loves black women. No, it doesn't always necessarily mean that. It's how serious is he about you? Does he talk about family? Does he talk about future? Travis even had Kayla meet his parents. That's what I'm saying. She met his family. Let me show y'all. They was at football games together, y'all. Travis Kelce and Taylor. Oh, no, sorry. Kayla. Wait, sorry. Travis Kelce's mom. Oh, I spelled that wrong. And Kayla Nicole. Here we go. Look at that. She's at here. She was with him at football games, or this looks like basketball games. They were at family events. Hold on, I don't know if that's here. That's him, and then the what's his name again? Y'all know who he is, your lord. The wide receiver, the whatever his name is, quarterback. And then that's Travis Kelce's mom and Kayla Nicole, y'all. And she met his mom. They were extremely, like, look, there you go. Here you go, y'all. Is that his grandma? Yeah, that's his mom right there. His mom without the mask, and his sister-in-law. She met his mother, y'all. So it's not always like, oh, his family's, no. She met his mother. She was very much involved in their relationship for 5 years, y'all. 5 years. So I don't want to put that on his mother, I will say. I don't think his mother had a problem with her. I don't see that. I think what it was, is this, that's the quarterback's wife. What's his name again? Whatever his name is, y'all. I don't know these football players. But yeah, she was with his mother. Y'all saw the pictures. She was all up in there. All up in there. All up in there. At every game, friends with the teammates, everything. So he took her out. I can say this. Patrick Mahomes. Thank you. That's his name. I can say this. He took her out. He showed her off to the world. They were together on red carpets and everything. They were together. He showed her off. Look at that. So many pictures. Look at this. Look at that. So he didn't mind dating a black woman and actually like showing the world that he was with her. That wasn't his issue. So I want people to let's make that very clear. What it is, though, is that he was looking for something and she wasn't giving it to him. And I think it was something related to financials. That's my theory. So let's check. Because they had a whole 50-50 conversation. So let's see if I can find it. Let's see if we could find it. Oh, she told Angel Reese. Okay, let's see her response. Because this was recently. I don't want to log in there. I don't want to log into my Instagram. Dang it. Okay, here. Maybe the video is here. Okay, here we go. Thank you, E. Thank you. Here we go. Okay, they did it.
Said that I would be lying if I said that level of hate and just like online chaos doesn't impact me. It does. Yeah. Even to this day. Yeah.
Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend, Kayla Nicole, is detailing some of the hate she's receiving from fans amid his year-long romance with Taylor Swift. The sports journalist who dated Travis on and off between 2017 and 2022 appears on the October 10th episode of the Unapologetically Angel podcast, telling WNBA player Angel Reese about some of the hate she's still receiving from some Taylor Swift fans, despite leaving things on good terms with the NFL player.
Because of who he started to date, the negativity from her fan club, or
you know why they started the negativity? I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's the parasocial relationship. That's what it is. The parasocial people. This is who started everything. And what happened was when Travis popped out with Taylor, we had a segment of the population that are like, you know, they're really good supporters of Kayla. They thought that they needed to defend her. And so they were saying, like, why would he be with her? She can't do, like, just like that woman in the first video talking about, oh, they're not compatible. Why would he give up, like, fine Kayla Nicole? She's beautiful, has a banging body. Why would he give her up for this skinny twig? You know how it is. And then the Taylor Swift fans came off and they were like, oh, we got to defend our queen's honor, just like the Barbs. And they just went on a rampage and haven't stopped. So it's fan wars. This is what's fueling all of this, y'all. That's it. And it has nothing to do with Kayla. She didn't do any subtweets. She did not post anything that was derogatory against Taylor Swift. She just existed. That's all. And this is what happens when people are too invested in what others are doing. And I'm talking about just checking who's unfollowing who, checking all these small little things. Like, they matter because now you got fans starting this whole thing, and then the media picked it up, and then now they're reporting. Remember the story I read? I was like, why are they checking her Instagram and what she posts? Like, why does it matter? Because you see, after Taylor and Travis got engaged, then people were starting to stalk her social media handles to see what she would post, and then post that, and that's the news of the day, and then the algorithm gets a hit, and then people start making money. This is what's going on, y'all. This is it. And unfortunately, monetization is feeding into these trolls' delusion, like people's delusions, and it's just gonna keep going and going and going and going.
or her fans have affected you?
I would be lying if I said that level of hate and just like online chaos doesn't impact me. It does. Yeah. Even to this day.
Yeah. So you still experience it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You could go to my most recent post and it will be people debating each other why I am worthless and I'll never be a talented person and I have no career and I'm a bum and just...
But what was the reason for that? If you left with Grace, I don't feel like there was
nothing to do with me. I don't know. I think that there's something about that level of fame that attracts crazy.
It's because you're a beautiful black woman. That's it. They wanted you to be ugly so then Taylor could be propped up. But you're not. You're beautiful, gorgeous, and to be honest with you, aesthetically speaking, she does look better than Taylor Swift. And I'm not trying to say that to be mean, but it's the truth. She clears Taylor Swift on a grate. Even if Taylor dressed her best, she clears her. And it's not just because she has the body type. I'm just talking about just in general. She's a beautiful woman. She clears her. And they don't like that. But then again, I cannot just say that, oh, it's all coming from the Swifties, because I saw on the internet, I'm telling you, I saw a lot of videos from people who look like me that were going around and saying, oh, like, you know, that's a downgrade. He downgraded. And then, of course, you have another segment of the population, you know, the others that look like us, the manosphere. Oh, he upgraded. All of them together, y'all, just fighting amongst each other and in the comments. And then there you go. And then now she's literally a bystander in all of this. Unfortunately.
Crazy people. And it's unfortunate because I've never done anything to warrant that kind of backlash, but
But over a year into Taylor and Travis's public relationship, Kayla says she's made her peace with the matter.
You're a sports analyst. You still have to kind of talk about him. I saw your little Monday night date.
Yeah, yesterday. That was the thing, too. Which is it?
And I thought you're professional, though. Like, you keep it professional.
Girl, you gotta leave your career. Maybe you might have to, because every time you mention him, then her fans are gonna come. What did she say about Travis and Taylor? This is what's gonna happen. You might have to do something, circumvent something, because the proximity is too close. But I get it. It's her career, it's her bread and butter. So I'm not saying that she has to, but I'm just saying she might need to think of other career options and just not mention him, because it's not gonna work for her. She has to continuously mention him, and then that's just gonna, again, reignite everything. These people have no lives. A lot of them don't. They will sit up online. I don't know how they do that. Do they have jobs? I don't know how they find all these. Y'all, I don't have time to even go online to see stuff. And I'm not saying that everyone does that, but I'm talking about the super parasocial ones. Like, they see when somebody unfollows someone within a millisecond. How do they have time? You see? And this is the age restrictions. Why are these kids on social media? I know it's children. It's got to be kids. It must be, because if you're a working person, you don't have time.
But
you won't.
Any single little thing.
To think that I'm not going to talk about the number one team in the NFL.
Yeah, I get it, Kayla, but you're gonna have to think of something else, because it's going to affect your mental. They're gonna keep coming at you. As long as you mention his name or Taylor, that it comes out your mouth, they are going to come after you.
With the best quarterback and the best tight end, it's like that's gonna come with the territory. They're gonna have to get over it.
If you guys would see each other, like, are you guys cool or no?
I mean, I would probably hit him with a head nod. That's about it.
Okay.
We've seen each other.
So there's respect. Yeah, like this.
Yeah, we've seen each other in public spaces, but I think that we're both aware of the nature of his new situation, that there's just no room really for us to communicate or acknowledge each other.
His new situation, red flag, sis. It's his relationship. But I get it. Maybe she didn't mean it that way. I don't know, y'all. I don't think they're done, y'all. I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think. I don't think they're going to be done in the future. I feel like this is going to be a Nelly and Ashanti situation a little bit. It's giving Nelly and Ashanti to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too deeply, but I feel like I don't know. I'm getting a vibe here.
Publicly without it being spun into something crazy.
Because she doesn't want to leave her sports analyst job where she has to meet him and be in the same rooms as him. And again, I'm not saying that you have to, but it's just for your, just for your growth and for you not to see the person. Imagine, it's the equivalent of you breaking up with your coworker. Eventually, one of y'all go. I remember I will never do that again. I dated a guy I worked with. We were in a situationship. Y'all, I had to leave that job because it was just my mental health wasn't doing well. I had to see him all. Sometimes I remember I told one of my managers, hey, can you just give me shifts? I think I was working at UPS at the time too. But I was like, can you just give me, because I knew he liked the afternoon evening shift. So I said, can you give me the morning shift? And then my manager was really cool. I really liked him, but he couldn't. He was like, look, we have to, I can accommodate you, but it's not a good reason. So I'm gonna have to still put you on a schedule. Yeah, there was one week where we had to work similar 11 to 7 the whole week. I had to sit all the way on the other side of the room in I stayed in my cubicle like this. I didn't want to see him in the lunchroom. I was just gone, y'all. And then eventually I was just like, I gotta quit this job. This is really awkward. It's weird. It was just too much. So I feel like it's the equivalent of that. You have to move on, Kayla. You're not going to move on if you keep sitting. You're just hurting yourself even more. They're all over the news. She has a very big, media presence. And there's no way to escape it. And unfortunately, you're just continuously putting yourself in that cycle. And then not only that, but I don't know what her intentions are, if she wants to stay single. But if she does plan on meeting someone, this is not going to be good for you. You're going to be around the same type of men all the time. I just feel like you might need to pivot, sis. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Maybe this is where it's just my opinion. I personally would think she needs to pivot at some point, because being around him, and even though he's your ex, y'all left on good terms, it's got to sting a little bit, right? She was with him for 5 years. And now she has to see him. They're running in the same circles. She has to talk about him every week. This is too much. His name is literally like you know when you speak stuff into existence, and I'm gonna talk about this real quick, and then we gonna sign out soon. But it's like your mind, like literally, like you keep saying his name over and over again because again he's part of one of the best NFL teams. They've won so many Super Bowls, y'all, back to back to back to back. So people always talk about them, and it's like your brain, you guys don't realize how much your brain, even unconsciously, it picks up patterns. And like you're saying his name over and over again, so you're leaving space for him in your life, even if you don't want to. You may think you moved on. Oh yeah, I'm doing all this, yeah, I'm doing whatever. But his name is being repeated in your mind. How can you forget? How? Please let me know. So subconsciously, you're like doing like that. It's kind of like a repetition of words, right? So you know how you do words of affirmation whenever you want to affirm yourself. You say, "I'm confident. I'm beautiful. I'm smart. I'm kind." And some people list words of affirmation, and you don't speak negative words in your life because you know that they'll stay there in your mind. That's like saying her ex's name all the time. It's literally affirming his presence in your life. You need to get out of that circle, sis. Stop it.
You just keep it moving.
I love you guys together. Wow, thanks. You made me like, I don't know.
You see, even that's a bit shady, y'all. Red flag. I loved you guys together. And she laughed and said, thank you. I would have been like, well, no, things worked out for the best. I'm in a better space now. Nope. I'm telling you, I think she still got feelings for the man. I don't know. I'm getting the feeling that she hasn't really moved on as much as we think she has. That's what I'm seeing. Just off the fact and strength that she's still working in her job and she still has to see him all the time as a sports analyst. I don't know. I know the economy's bad, but maybe I wouldn't have talked about him, to be honest with you. If I had to keep my job, I would say, look, man, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to talk about this man. I don't know. You're going to have to figure it out. But this is not healthy. It's not a healthy way to move on. I'm just going to say that.
Wow, thanks. Just saying. You made me like, I don't know. I loved it. Wow, thank you.
That was a good time.
From the outside, yeah. Like
what she said? It was a good time. Look at that. I don't think she's over him, y'all. I don't know. It was a good time.
From the outside looking in, I don't know what was going on and what happened.
It was great. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. That was a good time in my life.
This isn't the first time Kayla has addressed Travis and Taylor's relationship. She even recently told off haters point blank. In an April 2024 post on X, she writes, quote, "I'm unproblematic, mind my business, never respond to the constant vitriol. Solid as they come and don't expect a pat on the back for it either." She continues, "Just know everyone has a breaking point and would love for y'all, because you know exactly who you are, to leave me alone."
Okay, they didn't talk about the 50-50 thing. Dang, I thought y'all was gonna do that, but at least this was good. Okay, Travis Kelce's trigger. You see, look at that. Travis Kelce's triggered ex Kayla Nicole defense need to rehash BS after a slew of backlash. What happened? You see, that's what I'm saying. And this was September 2nd. This was September 2nd, y'all. Hold up, let's see this. I might need to do a case study on them for real, y'all. I just might need to. They're definitely up there. I'm gonna put them in the survey for after Adrian Houghton. I might just have to do make a call and just do their case study, because this is really.
And for me, someone who is, I don't fear necessarily being canceled, because I don't think that people hold that power. I think that what God has for me was what God has for me. You guys can't change the trajectory of my life regardless of what you think of me. However,
wait, why is it doing
I am triggered. I don't think you need to respond to everything. Yeah. Everything doesn't need an explanation. Yeah. Like, because it'll just blow over. 100%. It'll be over with in a week. That's my fear too, is like when I address things, instead of me ever talking about like lived experience, people think that it's just me constantly trying to rehash bullshit. When in reality, it's like, I don't know. I'm just a human who wants to talk about my life.
Yeah, we know. But it's, again, it comes with the territory, right? So, yeah. And she's right. She should be able to talk about her experiences. And it's very unfortunate that she can't. Because of this man right here. Oh Lord, it's too loud. Whoa. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Lord. Okay, I want to see the 50-50 one. Why am I not seeing the 50-50 one? We're just going to see this one and then we're done, y'all. Because it's late. Tomorrow I'm going to hop on earlier just to make up for the time that I missed today. Kelce, hold on, 50-50. Why can't I see this one? Oh, okay, that's a full video. But dang, they probably ain't got no timestamps. Is it this one? 351. Okay, Breakfast Club talked about it? Okay, hold on. Travis Kelce's ex tearfully detailed. She talked about their breakup. When was this? I didn't know that. Whoa, when was this? She talked about their breakup? Okay, I don't know where these videos are. Okay, let's see here. Kayla Nicole, the ex-girlfriend of Travis Kelce. That was a year ago. Okay. Opens up about breaking up with Kelce. Says she doesn't look like someone who would split bills. Okay. Okay, we believe you, girl. I want to see where she talked about... Oh, she made a 50-50 statement. Hold up. Who is this? I don't know these folks. Cheesa Zed. Oh, Lord. He looks like a red pillar. Oh, God. Is he? I don't know him, y'all. I'm scared. Kayla regrets 50-50 statement. Okay. I'm gonna read this. Let's hope it's not a red pillar one.
Yeah, do I look like anybody that would split anything? No, this is the question. Do I look like I would go 50-50 on bills? No. Okay.
You had a girlfriend for a while, very public. The story that you were too damn cheap. Man.
Oh, whoa. Hold up. Wait, the music is pretty loud, y'all. Sorry. Usually I try to take the music out. But okay, we're going to try to listen to... Why people play loud music on... Red flag! Stop playing loud music in your YouTube videos. Just put it a little down. I know, I understand. I used to do music too, but then I realized it was just too loud. And I stopped. Only sometimes I play a little instrumental or whatever, but it's very loud.
Do I look like I would go 50-50 on bills? No. Okay.
You had a girlfriend for a while, very public. The story that you were too...
Why he look like T.I.?
Damn cheap. Man, that story was crazy, man. I needed out the horse's mouth. How crazy is that? Man, he blew through money the first day. I'm watching him listening, I'm like...
Yo, Travis changed, y'all. Look at this, man. Look at all the swag he had. Wait a minute. He did... One thing I will say people got right is... damn, I spelled his name wrong. Kayla took all the swag. That was him before, y'all. Where he at? Where's Officer? There he go right now. This is what he look like now, y'all. He looks like Morgan Wallen. That's who he looks like, y'all. If you listen to country music, you know who I'm talking about. Look at him. He went from swagged out, and now he looks like a swagged out, like with the beard, like a pickup truck guy. And when we have them all in the neighborhoods here, they be driving the big, they love the big trucks, the Rams. Always got the beard and the big Dodge Rams, the Ford pickup, the huge ones, really big body cars. Big body cars. Here we go, y'all. Okay, now let's look at him, Officer Travis. Okay, let's continue. Sorry, y'all. I got distracted.
Blew through money the first day. I'm watching him listening. I'm like, trying to change his life.
Don't buy into that shit. Don't buy into that shit. I'm not saying I would never say that I was supporting her. She had a very financially stable life and what she was doing in her career. But you got to be crazy if you think I'd never helped or gave her a couple dollars to grab some food or.
You gave her a couple dollars to grab some red flag, you see? So I think she liked being independent. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it looks like, I don't know. I don't think they were 50-50 to be quite honest with you. But I don't think that he was paying as much. Who knows if he's doing that with Taylor, to be honest. I don't know. Who knows?
A couple dollars to grab some food, or a couple dollars to grab some food.
Yeah, you see, a couple dollars to grab some food. It wasn't consistent. It sounds like, you see, a man who really provides, like, my husband would be offended if you asked him that question. He'll be like, what? Look at her. She doesn't do anything. You don't even have to lift a finger in the house. I do everything for her. Pay for everything. I'm the one who does all the grocery shopping, everything. He's going to say that. He's going to be offended if somebody asks him that question. But here Travis go. Oh, I would never, I'd give her a couple dollars if she asked me. I'm not that cruel. Lord.
Food, or she gave me some money to go get some food. You know what I mean? We were in a relationship for 5 years. $100 here and $100 there wasn't even thought about. $100 here and $100 there wasn't even thought about. You know what I mean? Which is ridiculous.
Okay, I don't know. This is giving me. I'm not gonna watch too much of this video. We need to see that interview. We need to see that interview. That's before he got with Taylor Swift, by the way.
Okay, let's dive into things, guys. I currently am experiencing a masterclass on the power of your words and the influence of the media. And as former athletes, I'm sure that's something that you guys can relate to.
Yeah, you see, she's always around athletes. Y'all, red flag. It's not gonna help you, sis. I don't want you to be on the same path as and finding another Travis. Anyways, it's like the women who are always around rappers. Like, who, Lord. All right, let's continue, y'all.
I want to take the approach today as the student. I'm the student and you are the teachers.
Student? Who are these athletes? Lord. Oh. You know what? Yeah, this case, you know what? I'm sorry. I've made an executive decision. Adrian Houghton next. Travis and Kayla afterwards. I'm sorry. I've made an executive decision. I can no longer do this. She's asking these two men to give advice for what? Who are they? Have they been shown to be reliable and men that we should get advice from? You see, that's the problem. We like to get advice from the village jesters. Anybody. Remember that guy in prison? From prison, what's his name? The one who just got out. The one who was showing violent tendencies. Ginger J. They put him up on the panel. Just say, we just snatch anybody. You can give us advice. Let us know. Teach the class. Who are these folks? Who are they? I'm not saying that they're not, like, people who don't deserve a panel. I don't know them, but, like, we need to know who they are. This is it.
Okay, this is the classroom.
Okay. No, not a classroom. What they gonna talk about? Okay, you know what? Sorry. It's a 7-minute video. Okay, let me not get hot. I'm getting too hot right now, y'all. This is the last one, and we wrapping this right up till tomorrow.
That's the class. I like that, because she always want to be the boss and always want to,
Red flag. I like that because she always want to be the boss.
I'm ready to learn.
They call me Sensei, so.
Yes, Sensei.
Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better.
There is a part of me that cares about how I'm influencing people and what they think of me and what they have to say of me. So looking back on my decisions, even recently, sitting down and doing a podcast, I felt like there were moments where I articulated myself in a really good way. And then were moments where if I could go back, I would maybe change the way that I said things because it didn't fully embody my character or my heart. But that's something that I'm learning, right? As athletes, y'all have mastered that because you've done that your whole life.
Okay, good. Okay, now I'm going to retract my red flag. She's just asking about PR. Okay, good. I thought she was going to talk about life advice. I was about to say, Lord.
To a certain extent, I think that the biggest thing that you have to go through is you have to understand self-identity.
Before we... Chances are she's talking about that moment where she said, do I look like a woman who'd go 50-50, which came off really arrogant. And it sounds like regret to me.
Move forward there. Okay. How are you feeling with that? Because that is a big moment. Because I've been on shows before where it was like the gotcha moment where the team say, hey, we're going to stay off topic here. We're not going to die.
Y'all, ain't that something? I'm watching somebody doing commentary on somebody else and we're both commentating. This is craziness. I need to go to bed, y'all. What time is it? 8 o'clock, y'all. I got to wrap this up. I'm watching commentary. I'm watching someone do commentary like me on a video we're both doing commentary of. It's hilarious to me, y'all. Okay, but this is the only video I could find the source. I don't know Kayla and Travis that well. I know of them, but I don't know their lives. I don't know anything. I just know they were together for a long time, and he wasted her time. That's what I know.
I've into this, and then you get there, and it's like, boom.
Yeah.
So that was just last week. How do you feel?
I feel like I'm learning. You know, I'm trying to continue to have the courage to stand in my power, to be myself, to answer questions honestly and transparently. But I also think that media training and a little PR goes a long way, because you don't have to answer every question. Like, every comment or DM doesn't deserve a response.
Yeah.
I'm learning that.
Here's my question to you.
Yeah, sis, I had to learn it too. I ain't gonna lie. Like, when I first started doing case studies, I just got an influx of just people who, obviously, I could tell the education system failed in a lot of places. But I've realized that I don't need to respond to them. I'll respond to y'all, though. People, and even if you don't agree with what I say, you disagree, that's fine. But there's just a constructive way that I'm used to, and I'm not used to, like, people not providing evidence when they talk. They just yapping, just say anything. I'm not used to that. Or just say anything disrespectfully. Yeah, I don't tolerate disrespect. But I get it, sis. So I understand. It's a learning process. But you can't respond to everything. And then also, why don't you just hire somebody? You got the bread. Hell, if I had as much bread as you, I'd be hiring multiple people. I'd be like, your job is to go filter all my comments. How about that? As soon as, I'm telling y'all, as soon as I'm able to, that's the route I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna read everything. I'll read some comments, but that's what a lot of celebrities do. They will get other people, like, they'll read the comments, but then to filter out the negative ones, they have the bots, but then they also use people to go through their comment section.
I was gonna say this, but do you?
Not saying I'm a celebrity, by the way. I'm just saying in general, people on social media.
You in a phase of self-discovery, or do you know who you are? I mean, we're always in a form of self-discovery, but like with the scoring,
Do you know your value, sis? All right, he's asking a good question. Okay, brother, I misjudged you. I had to make sure, because I'm like, who are you? But you speaking pretty well. You're speaking sense.
To who I am as an essence, but I know who I am.
I
just getting to
know
myself better.
I know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I've done the work to figure out who I am. I think what I am discovering is the power of my words and the power of my influence. I don't think that I was aware of that before.
Right.
And you know, my personality is
spicy.
Spicy.
You say spicy.
It's spicy, and that can be perceived and received a million different ways.
Is that what we're calling difficult now?
Wait, hold up. Red flag. Oh, I knew he was a red pillar. Lord. When is Kayla's birthday? Kayla Nicole's birthday. What is she? She's a, is that a Sagittarius or a Scorpio? November 2nd. I think that's a Sagittarius. Oh, Scorpio. Oh, yeah. She the crab or the scorpion. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That makes sense. Okay.
Spicy. There are women who are spicy, but they don't come across as very difficult. You know.
You know why? Because they're not black. Red flag. That's why you say that. I don't know you, Cheesa Zed. But right after I finish, Kayla, I'm gonna do a little brief look at your videos. Cause why is she difficult? I don't see anything difficult about her so far. So what we talking about? I might need to do the case study to figure that out, but I don't see anything difficult. If anything, I think Jeannie Mai is a bit difficult, but then people like you are saying she's feminine, fit, and friendly. And that I think she's difficult because she had Freddie up in Vietnam with the mosquitoes and doing all that. But again, what are we talking about? Why is she arrogant? And yeah, I don't like this. I knew he. That's why you gotta be careful. That's why I wanted to be careful. I had a feeling he'd give me red pillow vibes, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I've met plenty of feminine.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. You know what? You know what? You see, there we go. I knew it. They all have a look to them, y'all. I knew it from the time I clicked on his channel. I was like, dang, I might, I'm so mad. Now you about to have my blood pressure up, sir. Don't say nothing more. It's 8 o'clock here. Okay. We're gonna wrap this up, y'all. So thank God it's a short video, Lord. I don't think I could hear him for too long. Feminine, okay. Once they start saying feminine, I really want to give him the treatment I gave the Steven guy when I clicked off that video, but this one I just want to hear what sis has to say, and I can't be bothered to find the original source right now because of time's purposes. But best believe when I do the case study, I'm gonna go through that interview and Travis's interview. He's like, I gave her a couple dollars, you know. Like he had the strip club. I gave her a few dollars. Go get yourself some bread. Go get yourself some food. And then she gave me a couple dollars too. Come on now, $100. Anyway, this is a millionaire talking, by the way. Travis Kelce. Anyways, let's continue. Sir, Mr. Chizza. You better not say nothing. You better not say what I think you're going to say. All right, let's continue.
Fool. I'm not saying this chick is a horrible woman here, but they don't come across as very difficult. Mm-hmm. I've met plenty of feminine, wonderful. I'm not saying this chick is a horrible.
I'm not saying this chick. Look at y'all hearing the language, right? Woman. Woman is her woman. Woman, not chick. And if we say it amongst her, that chick, we can say that. You can't.
Of a woman here. I'm just saying. That's not what was coming across there.
Oh, okay, he changed his wording. Good. He said chick and woman. Okay, good.
But that's what I want to talk about, man. Marty, I feel like we may be on opposite ends of the spectrum here, but it's like when you know who you are, right? And especially when you have a platform and you have thousands of people following you every single day. Mm-hmm. You are it. You are her right now. And you will always be. But from a media standpoint, why
he look like Offset to me? Lord, he looks like an educated Offset. Goodness. All right, let's continue.
Eyes on Kayla. And you have to be able to take the good with the bad and just continue to move forward. It doesn't matter what they say.
Is it just me or does it seem like she's trying to drink some decaf? That she knows there's no real coffee in the cup, but she's willing to drink some decaf. Like, let me at least pretend like I care, I'm soft, and I regret what I said and I want to do.
I'm sorry I have to subject you guys to this nonsense. I'm so sorry, guys. Does he play her?
Do better and change. And I don't think that I'm ever too good to contribute financially to a relationship. But the two hosts, is it just me or does it seem like the two hosts who are in this video
let's go back.
To do better and change? Like, let me at least pretend like I care, I'm soft, and I regret what I said and I want to do better and change. And I don't think that I'm ever too good to contribute financially.
Red flag. What? Okay. Soft. Sir, do you know what soft life is? As the name suggests, this is from Elle magazine. As the name would suggest, the soft life is a luxurious rebellion against the struggles we've grown to accept as our day-to-day existence. The hard life, if you will, is the evolution of treat yourself. An active, intentional pursuit of living without unnecessary inconveniences, sacrifices, or hardships. So you said, she should just, if she was trying to be soft and, she should just take back her words about not wanting to financially contribute to her relationship. What about that is soft? And I'm not saying that if you contribute, you're hard. I'm a working woman. I'm a career woman. But I also know that if my man wasn't pulling his weight and he wasn't taking care of our household and trying to get us to where we need to be, then I wouldn't be living the soft life. See, demographic of men, I'm telling y'all, listen. And I just pulled his video by mistake, y'all. I really don't know this man from a can of paint, but just looking at him, I already knew. Look at they always have the same icons, always have the same look patterns. They all look alike.
To a relationship. But the two hosts, is it just me or does it seem like the two hosts who are in this video are trying to encourage the vibe, the very negative, not pleasant vibe that she was giving off in that, and they're trying to almost have her stand on business.
What vibe? I'm not getting it. Maybe I didn't watch the whole interview.
And stand on that instead of saying, I could have been better.
I don't understand what vibe. What did she say that was so wrong? We need to do the case study, y'all. I don't have time tonight to go and dig through her information. What did she say that was so bad? I don't understand.
Seems like there's some enabling here. What do you think? Comment down below.
It doesn't matter. You have to be strong. Think about all these other athletes and celebrities, right? That they just talk, and they just stand up there and they just like, boom, I know who I am, they stay here. It doesn't mean it doesn't affect you, but you just got to do that work, and then you also just have to grow into that.
And then, you know what? Another thing I'm really like realizing is, why is she getting advice from these men? Does she not have a mentorship of women that can help her? They are not the ones to help you, because you say, be strong, toughen up. You a strong black woman. Why are you letting these little internet thugs get to you? This is not the type of feedback you need, Kayla. I understand you work with athletes, but nah, sis. I would not get this type of advice from men. I'm not saying that men do not have great advice or advice that they can give to women. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying in this type of moment where I need to be very vulnerable and I'm going to have to probably express myself in ways that I can't around these men, she cannot be completely vulnerable around them. Look at them. They're already telling her to be strong. No compassion at all. Like, hey, you know, I understand. Like, this was really hard for me too. Like, nothing. Just toughen up. Get to it, black woman. You better than that. You better not cry either.
I mean, I got there probably like 15 years ago. Marty, I don't care, bro. I don't care because I know who I am. And there's times where I make mistakes for sure.
Seeking advice from these men, yeah, she has a very, like, dare I say, giving masculina energy. She is. Because me, if I need advice and guidance, I am not going to a man for it. I'm just letting you know. Unless, of course, it's my husband. My husband is different. When I talk about a man, I'm talking about a man outside of my husband. If it's not my father, and even that, I have boundaries on too, right? But, or my brothers, or someone who I feel like if I'm going to get advice from a man, it has to be for a specific situation dealing with something that has to do with a man, right? And I'm not talking about finance. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that if, for example, I'm going through a relationship issue and then my brother, like let's say I was dating and then my brothers are there, then I'm going to ask them like, hey, from a male's perspective, do you think this is right? And do you think this is normal? But now I know pattern recognition, but I'm saying in the past, if I had that kind of mindset, right? Or if my brother started a business, for example, I would get advice from him. Just like my husband. My husband just started a business. RedPearl again, redpearlglobal.com. It's in my bio. In the description box too. If I needed advice for that, I would talk to my husband for sure. But if I just need to be vulnerable and talking about things that I'm going through, of course my husband too. But I'm just saying if I were not married, like in her situation, then I would definitely seek the counsel of women. And women who can be mentors, not all women, because you got the, you know... The wife who was ironing her husband's clothes so he could go meet his side chick. We might have to do a live stream on that one. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about like women who are solid, who are actually, you know, able to give me mentorship. That's who I would be seeking. But again, she's in a male-dominated industry as a sports analyst. She's around men all the time, and then this is the advice she's getting from men. I don't think this advice, again, that's just my opinion. I don't think that this advice or this conversation, and two men at that, nah, sis, nah. My opinion, though. But I get it. Some women, they feel like they cannot confide in other women. And I understand that there may be some type of experience that she has experienced before, or past experiences where she's been hurt by other women. I have been hurt by other women, too. But to be honest with you, like, I didn't keep that from building friendships with women because everyone makes mistakes, just like with men. If I said, you see, it's so funny because it only applies to women. Because if you were in a relationship with a whole bunch of shitty men, are you going to stop dating men? Probably not. You're going to keep going. Just like if you've encountered a whole bunch of shitty women, you're not going to stop being friends with them. Of course, you're going to be more cautious of who you give your time and energy to. But at the same time, like I've met some wonderful women and some horrible ones. I've had some really good friendships and I've had some horrible ones. But at the end of the day, like, you know, like I said, I've met all of you all, and you guys are exceptional women. And I have some women in my everyday life that I've met too along the way, and I have created some valuable friendships and really, really good relationships with them. So I don't know. I feel like that's not an excuse for me, to be honest with you. But anyways, I just noticed that like she's definitely given either masculina energy to me, or I don't know if she feels more comfortable with men. She's giving me Remy Ma. Remy Ma was the same way. She always felt comfortable around men.
But it's like, all right, let me get back on track. And it's hard when it's like dun 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 dun.
And I'm saying this as a woman who grew up with 4 brothers, by the way. Just letting y'all know. I grew up with 4 brothers. So if anyone should have been like her, it should have been me, but I wasn't, because I just operated a little differently. That's all.
Brandon Marshall arrested.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like,
I was there. I got the phone call. Dang, that's messed up. I've never been arrested.
Me either.
Okay. You only got one
criminal on the set. Okay, got it. That's crazy. Why would he do it like that?
All right, so.
Okay, we're not hearing you no more. All right. I have a feeling, yeah, he a RedPearl. I have a feeling. Let's check his content real quick. Chiza Z also helps future husbands get prenups. Need a prenup but don't know where to start? My guide was created to help you before you hire a lawyer. Child. Divorce rates plummet. Moms can't cash out anymore. I already knew. I knew he had to be I had a feeling. Just the thumbnail, the everything, the icon. I already knew that. My son, 95% of boys are YNs. Okay. Cheater humbled. Kevin Samuels was right. That's all I needed to know. Red flag. Kevin Samuels was right. You know what? I think it's time. We're going to go over this tomorrow. We'll go over this tomorrow, y'all. I think it's time to wrap this up. Let me read a few comments. I'm getting dehydrated. My lips I need to exfoliate my lips. Let's get to it. I'm going to read a few more comments and then we out. We out. Unbelievable that this guy has 400 plus. I was gonna say that too. I don't know. He doesn't like women, period. His link, is very dehumanizing towards women. 100%. I'm glad you're doing Cam Newton tomorrow, because I need to dedicate more time to Cam Newton. This is gonna be a therapy session with Cam Newton's video. Let's do it. So anyways, I love y'all. Thank you guys so much for rocking with me. And I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good night, ladies. Hope you guys have a great night. I don't want you guys to stay up too late. So let's wrap this up right now. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm gonna go live at 11 a.m. my time. So 2 o'clock your time. All right, that should be great. All right, have a good night, y'all. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hold on. Let me put this down.